In this world, everyone can make a contract to tame beasts, and the strong will be the king. In this era, the most powerful existence is the chosen beastmaster who has awakened SSS-level talent. They have reached the pinnacle of beast control and can control mythical creatures. I am from Blue Star. I was an ordinary young man who worried about rent, water, and electricity every day. Because of an accident, I traveled to this world where beast taming is supreme. When I first came here, I only awakened an insignificant B-level talent and was laughed at as a waste. Even if I have the memories of my past life, the geniuses of this world will still trample me under their feet, especially my childhood sweetheart, Luo Onfei. She has awakened an SSS-level talent and has a chosen beast pet. She is destined to be a king admired by everyone in the future. However, Luo Onfei is not an ordinary chosen one. In her previous life, she broke through the shackles of the Blue Star and became the top power in the starry sky, known as the Lotus Goddess. In her eyes, genius is just a hurdle. In this life, concubine Luo and is reborn. She is confident that she can rise again and even activates the comparison system. And now the first person that Luo Onfei compares herself to is me. But Luo Onfei never imagined that I also possessed a secret, a super god level myth sequence system. Every time I contract a beast, they can evolve step by step into mythical beings. I went from a weak, B-level person who was laughed at by everyone to a strong person who controls Chaos Ape and Black Myth Goku. Every time Luo Onfei compared herself with me with full confidence, she ended up breaking down again and again. Luo Onfei was a human Luotian in her previous life. Sorry, in this world, I am the only one who can create myths. And I am the ultimate winner. I stared at the news on my phone. The proud daughter of heaven, Luo Onfei, awakened the SS-level beast-controlling talent and contracted a chosen beast pet with the bloodline of the overlord species. My fingers habitually swiped across the page. As a result, I swiped for more than 10 minutes, and the whole screen was filled with news about concubine Luoan, as if the whole world revolved around her. I subconsciously glanced at Luo Onfei, who was sitting next to me, and secretly sighed in my heart. This big ice lump actually awakened an SSS-level talent, and also got a chosen beast pet. My identity as a time traveler is a bit too useless. Yes, I, Lu Chen, am an unlucky traveler. I traveled to this world of beast taming and martial arts, and my memory was suddenly restored during the awakening ceremony yesterday. The funny thing is, I only awakened an ordinary B-level beast taming talent, while my childhood sweetheart became an SSS-level chosen girl. Fortunately, I have a plugin. Yes, I have a system. The moment my memory was restored, the system automatically went online, but the conditions for activating the system were also daunting. I had to contract a beast egg with a mythological fit of more than 50% to activate the system. The higher the degree of compatibility of the contracted beast egg, the better the reward. The beast taming paradise in front of us is a holy place for apprentice beast tamers to select their pets. In the display cabinet, the densely packed beast eggs sparkled under the light. I scanned each egg, and the words on the system interface appeared one by one. Mythology compatibility 1%. Mythology compatibility 3%. Mythology compatibility 5.6%. The highest is only 5.6%. I sighed and thought I had to keep looking. It seemed unrealistic to expect a high-matching egg. Luo Onfei was sitting next to me at this time, expressionless. Although we were childhood sweethearts, she always gave people a sense of aloofness and distance, like an iceberg, making it impossible for people to approach her. But just half an hour ago, Luo Onfei suddenly felt unwell, so I accompanied her to rest here. Feeling better? I asked. Luo Onfei nodded, still with a cold expression, as if nothing could move her. But what I didn't know was that her heart was already surging. Who would have thought that concubine Luo and was also a reborn person? Luo Onfei, in her previous life, was known as the Lotus Goddess, the most powerful person in the human race. In that life, she was ambushed by 5 aliens of the same level. All her beasts died to save her, and she also blew herself up and died together with the enemy. But when Luo Onfei opened her eyes again, she was back to her teenage years, back to the starting point of her journey to becoming a beastmaster. Luo Onfei glanced at me, and the fusion of memories finally made her remember who I was. Lu Chen next door, the boy next door who once hatched an ordinary pet animal. In our previous life, we drifted apart in different beast taming universities. Later, Luo Onfei heard from her mother that my family and I were killed in a beast tide. Luo Anfei silently decided that she would change her destiny in this life. How about this one? Luo Anfei pointed at an egg with red cracks. I think it's good. I glanced at the system interface and was stunned for a moment. Mythology compatibility, 50%. My heart suddenly trembled. Damn, this big ice block really has a cheat. With a casual finger, it actually reached 50% directly. And this is exactly the threshold for activating the system. I looked at her cold face, but my heart was churning. SSS-level talent, a dominant pet, and this extremely lucky intuition. Could she have some cheats? However, I shook my head and said, let's wait and see. This is a backup option. Luo Anfei nodded and said nothing more. She has given me a chance. As for whether I cherish it or not, that is my business. Next, Luo Anfei and I continued to wander around the display cabinets in the beast taming park, looking for more suitable beast taming eggs. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from a distance. Student Luo, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too. I looked up and saw that it was Li Rue, the chosen beastmaster from the next class, who had awakened an S-level talent and a reborn beast pet, was so powerful that he could walk with the wind. Li Rue spoke to Luo Anfei and did not forget to lift his bangs. I hope to reach the peak with you in the future. Luo Anfei ignored him completely, with an expression that said, do you deserve it? Haha, I really couldn't help laughing out loud. Li Rue was so inferior to Luo Anfei in school that he didn't dare to approach her. But now that he has awakened his S-level talent, he thinks he can be on equal terms with her? Li Rue's face turned pale at my smile, and he snorted coldly. Isn't this Lu Qin? Why are you here? Li Rue clapped his hands in surprise. Oh, I remember now. Aren't you the chosen beastmaster? You have only awakened an ordinary B-level talent. Are you here to pick beast eggs today? Li Rue pointed to a tattered egg next to him with a mocking expression. Do you want me to help you pick one? This one looks suitable for you. I looked in the direction of his hand and saw that the eggshell was covered with gray-brown spots, and it looked like an egg hit by bird poop. It looked terrible, no wonder no one would choose it. But at this moment, the system suddenly lit up. Mythology compatibility 100%. I was stunned for a moment. Full value? 100% fit? What was going on? Was Li Rue cheating? I quickly walked to the beast egg, carefully took it out, turned to Luo Anfei, and said, let's go and register. Li Rue's face was filled with disbelief. He never expected that I would actually choose that egg. With a puzzled look on his face, he followed me. There were already quite a few people lining up in front of the registration counter, and Luo Anfei's outstanding appearance made many people turn their heads frequently. Although she was on the hot search, many people didn't recognize her because there was no picture in the news. It wasn't until a few students from our school recognized her and told everyone that this was Luo Anfei, who had awakened an SSS-level talent, that there was a sound of people gasping in shock all around. The air conditioning in the venue seemed to be insufficient all of a sudden, and the temperature around suddenly rose. Are you sure you want to choose this beast tamer egg? The staff member confirmed. Once you choose, you cannot change it. In order to avoid reselling beast tamer eggs, you must sign the contract on the spot after registration. Sure. I nodded without hesitation. After pressing my fingerprint and signing my name, this beast taming egg officially belongs to me. Next, the staff took us to the contract area to prepare for the contract ceremony. This is a pet detection instrument that can detect the approximate bloodline potential and race of a newborn pet. The staff explained. I bit my index finger and dripped blood onto the beast tamer egg. I began to communicate with the beast tamer space in my mind and formally signed the contract. As the blood soaked into the eggshell, an inexplicable blood connection was established between me and the beast tamer egg. Luo Anfei looked at the contract between me and this egg, frowned slightly, and secretly thought that I was acting out of anger. She clearly recommended the egg with a much higher degree of compatibility, but I chose this one. Concubine Luo and couldn't help but feel disappointed with my naivety, and thought that this was also the reason why my fate ended early in my previous life. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Luo Anfei's mind. The comparison module is at your service. The host will conduct a comprehensive comparison with the selected person every once in a while, including strength, pets, etc. If the host wins the comparison, he will receive generous rewards and points. System? Luo Anfei was slightly surprised. She had read many novels on Blue Star and naturally knew the concept of system. I didn't expect that I would have a system after my rebirth. Selecting the first person for comparison. Selection successful. The first person for comparison is Lu Chun. The first comparison will be conducted in 40 days. 40 days later, it was the day when the college entrance examination ended. Luo Anfei glanced at me, her lips slightly raised, and her heart was calm. Lu Chen, an ordinary B-level gifted beastmaster, who only contracted a beast pet of ordinary bloodline. How could he win over her? Luo Anfei couldn't help but sneer in her heart. She is Luoshan. She was a peak powerhouse in her previous life. This time, she has an additional system blessing. The outcome has already been determined. At this point, I had successfully established a blood connection with the beast tamer egg and excitedly said to the system, "System, I've completed the contract. Please send me a novice gift pack." Ding! The host has completed the activation task, and the god-level beast taming system is at your service. Ding! Due to an unknown impact during the system activation, an insignificant low-level module was lost. I frowned. What? The system can still lose modules? But the next second, the system began to distribute novice gift packages. Ding! Detected that the mythological compatibility of the host's first beast pet has reached 100%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a super god-level talent. Do you want to merge it? Super god-level talent? Higher than SSS level? I was surprised. Above SSS level are saint level, god level, and super god level. I was in a good mood immediately. Fusion. When fusion occurs, a phenomenon similar to SSS level talent will occur. Do I need to hide it? What is there to hide? If I don't show my virtuous character in front of others, then what's the meaning of life? As soon as the words fell, a powerful force burst out in my body, as if the vast starry sky suddenly descended. Behind me, a staircase formed by countless starlight appeared, and a blurry figure walked step by step to the top, which was a throne surrounded by stars. The eyes of this figure seemed to contain billions of stars. Luo Anfei's pupils shrank slightly. This scene made her heart tremble. Vision? This is impossible, Luo Anfei murmured. Only SSS-level talents can cause such a phenomenon, and she remembered that I was clearly a B-level talent. Could it be that my talent has evolved? People around began to discuss. Talent evolution. The textbooks record that when a beastmaster contracts his first pet, if the contracted pet is completely compatible with the talent, in rare cases, it may stimulate the evolution of talent. But the textbook says that the most that can evolve from B-level to S-level, now an SSS-level phenomenon has appeared, said a man. I became the focus of the whole audience, and everyone was whispering. Li Rui's face turned ugly, and the flame of jealousy burned in his heart. He looked at my back, his heart full of regret and jealousy. After all, he helped me pick this egg. At the moment the strange phenomenon disappeared, the beast-taming egg began to crack. Everyone held their breath and stared at the egg intently. Soon the eggshell completely broke, and a little monkey jumped out. It was covered with rocks and looked very cute. Name: Little Rock Monkey Bloodline, common level larval. Everyone was stunned. Ordinary blood? A pet that awakened an SSS-level talent turned out to be an ordinary one? How is that possible? Bloodline classification: potential ordinary, advanced, elite, reborn, leader, overlord, king, totem, legend, myth. Growth level classification: strength larval stage, awakening stage, extraordinary stage, elite stage, reborn stage, commander stage, overlord stage, king stage, totem stage, legendary stage, mythical beast. Luo Anfei looked at the little rock monkey and shook her head. If Lu Chen's pet was a dominant species, he might still be able to compete a little, but now his chances of winning are almost zero. However, Luo Anfei also knew a secret evolutionary path for the little rock monkey. If necessary one day, she could tell Lu Chen about this evolutionary path. After all, this little rock monkey had a chance to evolve into a dominant golden-eyed ape in the future. At the same time, I was checking the system interface. Name: Little Rock Monkey Bloodline. Common: the end point of this beast pet's ascension to the god stage is Chaos Demon Ape mythical species. Current progress 0.01%. 15 bloodline upgrades are required. Chaos Demon Ape, one of the 3,000 gods and demons in the legend. Even Sun Wukong originated from it. My heartbeat accelerated. This is the super god-level talent given to me by the system, the long steps to the gods. As long as it is my beast, it will have the opportunity to reach the pinnacle of gods. At this moment, Li Rui suddenly approached, his tone full of sarcasm. Lu Chun, this ordinary little rock monkey, can become a dominant species in a month? Haha, I think you should just accept your fate. I grinned and responded calmly. What if? Li Rui snorted coldly. Then I'll wait and see. In just a few minutes, the beast taming paradise was in an uproar. The news of the SSS level talent was quickly reported, and before long, the senior leaders of the entire Day City learned the news. A student named Lu Chun had an evolution in talent when he signed a contract, jumping from B level to SSS level, and the beast pet he contracted was actually a small rock monkey with ordinary blood. The leaders who learned the news were all deeply confused and shocked. Are you sure his talent is an SSS level talent that focuses on auxiliary? The principal asked in disbelief. Yes, it's confirmed. The staff of the Education Bureau nodded. Then let's report it to the National Education System. This is a big deal. The principal said after a moment of silence. Walking out of the principal's office, I breathed a sigh of relief. The news that my talent had evolved to SSS level had spread throughout the school circle, even alarming the principal and a group of senior officials in the Education Bureau, who hurriedly took me back to school for testing. As for concubine Luo, she had left quietly long ago. She always hated such noisy occasions. After being tested with a talent testing instrument at school, it was confirmed that my beast taming talent has evolved to SSS level. However, when they saw my contracted pet, the little rock monkey, everyone fell into an awkward silence. The bloodline of this little rock monkey was just an ordinary species. This strong contrast made the principal and the leaders of the Education Bureau look at each other in bewilderment. They began to whisper, "It is unbelievable that a person with SSS level talent can contract a pet with ordinary blood." Generally speaking, talents above S level will definitely contract a chosen beast pet, and the bloodline must be of high-level species at the very least, but my situation is simply an anomaly. Despite this, the school gave me a scholarship of 500,000 yuan to encourage me, and allowed me to not come to school for the next 40 days so that I could concentrate on preparing for the college entrance examination. The infancy period of a pet beast is generally 1 month. During this period, the beastmaster needs to feed the pet beast carefully and build feelings and tacit understanding with the pet beast. Only after passing the larval stage will the attributes of the beast pet stabilize, and even in some special cases, its bloodline can be improved. When I got home, the sunset was almost gone. My aunt hadn't come back yet, and in the kitchen, our pet, the magic mirror puppet, was busy. Its round body looked clumsy, but it was very flexible, and it was concentrating on cooking. "I'm back, magic mirror doll," I greeted. The magic mirror doll smiled at me innocently and then continued to work. I habitually opened the Eye of God to check its information, but I was almost shocked. Name: Magic Mirror Doll Level. Lower Overlord, formerly a Higher King. Attributes: Spiritual, Abyssal Bloodline, Higher King. Skills: Flash, Magic Mirror Rebound, Mind Annihilation, Hypnosis, Grip of Hades. Status: Severely Injured, Damaged Origin, Rank Down. Treatment Method 1. Treatment Method 2. Holy shit. I stared at this message, horrified. A king-level magic mirror puppet actually cooked for me for 18 years? This made me wonder what my grandmother's identity was. After returning to the room, I gradually calmed down. After activating the system, it seemed that no matter how shocking the incident was, it was not surprising. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a beastmaster, obtaining a natal beast pet, and rewarding beastmaster bloodline. This achievement comes from the little rock monkey, and the bloodline suitable for the little rock monkey begins to be extracted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline. Jian, totem species. My eyebrows raised. Jian? This is the legendary mountain and sea alien species, a monkey-like divine beast. Most importantly, Jian happens to be one of the sequences of the little rock monkey evolving into the Chaos Demon Ape. The totem bloodline is superior to the king bloodline, and every totem-level combat power is a godlike existence. Come out, little rock monkey. I communicated with the beast taming space, and the little rock monkey appeared from the summoning circle. It was still a small rock monkey, only knee-high. Jigu? The little rock monkey tilted its head and made a puzzled sound. I gently touched its head and raised the corners of my mouth slightly. Little guy, those people look down on you today. Do you want to become stronger? Chi. The little rock monkey immediately nodded seriously. Okay, then I will make you stronger. System: Fuse Zhu Yan's bloodline, I said coldly. A powerful force instantly surged into the little rock monkey's body, and its limbs and bones began to change. The little rock monkey let out a cry of surprise and then fell asleep. I took the little rock monkey back to the beast taming space and let it evolve on its own inside. Half an hour later, the door was suddenly pushed open, and my Aunt Lu Yorong poked her head in stealthily. "Oh, you didn't do any traditional craft activities?" Why did you lock yourself in the room after choosing your pet? Are you not satisfied with the pet you chose? Lu Yurong teased. I have long been accustomed to Lu Yurong's somewhat wild way of speaking. After all, we are only 8 or 9 years apart in age and often argue with each other. Seeing that I ignored him, Lu Yurong added, be content. Being a beastmaster is already better than most people. I don't have any talent, so even if I only contract a low-quality beast pet, I will be satisfied. I glanced at Lu Yurong and said in a pretentious manner, Oh, Lu Yurong, you are too ignorant. My talent is SSS level, and my pet's bloodline is the overlord species. The next second, Lu Yurong stretched out her cold little hand and placed it on my forehead, her face full of worry. It's over. This is too much of a shock. Are you suffering from hysteria? I have to contact the hospital immediately. I'm telling the truth. I opened my phone helplessly and showed the transfer record of the 500,000 scholarship. A few minutes later, my aunt brought a bowl of old hen soup, and her voice immediately became sweet. Good nephew, drink some chicken soup to nourish yourself. When you have a bright future, please take good care of your aunt. Lu Yurong's soft voice made me feel sick and gave me goosebumps. Be normal, I still like your rebellious side. I took a sip of soup and thought of the important matter. Aunt, is the magic mirror puppet very powerful? Lu Yurong looked at me in surprise and put down the spoon in his hand. My talent can vaguely sense its strength. It seems to be much stronger than you think. Lu Yurong sighed and explained. The magic mirror doll is your mother's pet. Although the pet's soul usually dissipates after the beastmaster dies, the magic mirror doll persisted. As for the reason, I don't know. I frowned, and my doubts grew even stronger. How could my mother's pet be so powerful? And I had hardly heard any news about my mother since I was a child. What secrets were hidden in this? After Lu Chun finished talking about his parents' affairs with his aunt, he returned to his room with unanswered questions. Although the two talked for a long time, he still couldn't find the answer because his aunt's understanding of his mother was also very limited. Lu Chun had almost no feelings for his parents. It was not only because they died young, but also because he had no impression of them in his mind. On the contrary, the magic mirror doll, which has been with him for 18 years, has long become one of his family members in his heart. Lu Chun secretly decided that he must find a way to help the magic mirror puppet restore its damaged origin in the future. Now Lu Chun could only put these thoughts aside temporarily. He had never heard of the materials needed to restore the magic mirror doll, and he knew that this was not something that could be solved right now. Lu Chun sat cross-legged and began to practice according to the basic meditation method. A beastmaster not only relies on the strength of his beast pet, but also must constantly improve himself, strengthen his mental strength, and expand the beast control space in order to better cultivate his beast pet. Time passed quietly, and a few hours later, Lu Chun suddenly opened his eyes. He sensed that the little rock monkey had woken up. The summoning array appeared, and a figure flashed out from the beast control space. The little rock monkey was now completely different from before. Its eyes had turned golden. Its hair had gradually changed from gray to lime. There was a flame mark between its brows, and its thick tail was as hard as steel. The little rock monkey's feet are bright red, and the hair around its ankles looks like burning clouds of flames, giving it an overall magical look. More importantly, its body size also grew from its original knee height to around Lu Chen's waist, a full 1.3 meters tall. Name: Yin Monkey Level. Lower, Awakening Attributes, Rock Fire Bloodline. Lower King, currently 40% of the fusion progress of Zhuyin Bloodline, can reach Totem if fully fused. Intimacy. 100 Bloodline Talent. Shape Change, Vajra Indestructibility. The end point of this pet's long-term ascension to godhood is Chaos Ape, mythical species. Current progress is 50%, estimated to require 4 bloodline upgrades. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. After integrating Zhu Yan's bloodline, the Yin monkey not only passed its larval stage, but also successfully entered the awakening stage. Once a pet has passed its larval stage, its bloodline, attributes, talents, and other information will be fully revealed. Now, not only has the bloodline level of the rock-hating monkey been greatly improved, but the number of bloodline upgrades has also been shortened from 15 times to 4 times. The most surprising thing is that the rock-hating monkey actually possesses 2 bloodline talents. How is it? Do you feel that you have become stronger? Lu Chen smiled and touched the head of the Yin monkey. The rock monkey's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lu Chun in admiration and nodded excitedly. Its starry eyes seemed to be saying, "My trainer is so awesome. Just a tap of the finger can make me stronger." Looking at its appearance, Lu Chen couldn't help but nodded proudly, muttering to himself. I succeeded in showing off in front of the monkey. The intimacy between a beastmaster and his pet is crucial. Ordinary apprentice beastmasters need to constantly cultivate feelings and tacit understanding during the infancy of their pets. However, Lu Chen made the rock monkey instantly adore him by fusing their blood, and the intimacy value soared directly to 100. The yin-yang monkey had a serious expression on his face. He grabbed Lu Chen's finger and pressed it between his brows, as if to say, "Beastmaster, I want to continue to become stronger." Lu Chen smiled helplessly. "You are still too weak now. If you upgrade again, your body will not be able to bear it. Practice well." At the same time, on the other side of the community, a brilliant blue light suddenly burst out from Luo Anfei's room, and a cold breath filled the air, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop by several degrees. In front of Luo Anfei, there stood a little fox with a snow-white body and ice-blue fur on its 4 feet, as if it was wearing 4 pairs of blue boots. This was Luo Anfei's natal pet, the ice crystal fox. "How is it? Are you feeling okay, Ice Crystal Fox?" Luo Anfei asked softly. "Meow," the ice crystal fox called softly, with a hint of joy in its eyes. Luo Anfei smiled with satisfaction and held it in her arms. According to her contract feedback, she could feel that the ice crystal fox was growing rapidly. This is a recipe obtained by Luo Anfei in her previous life. It uses ice stone and mint crystal as the main ingredients, supplemented by a potion made from grass plants. It can greatly shorten the larval period of ice-type beast pets. In addition, one of Luo Anfei's talents can enhance the bloodline of pet beasts. Today's ice crystal fox can survive the larval stage in just 7 days, 23 days earlier than in the previous life. As for Lu Chen, Luo Anfei didn't take it to heart at all. She knew that the ice crystal fox would enter the awakening stage in 7 days, while Lu Chen's little rock monkey would need to follow the rules and spend 30 days to complete the growth of the larval stage. This was the difference in bloodline. Time flies and 40 days go by in a flash. On June 6th, the weather in Day City was sunny and the temperature was slightly hot. Today was the day of the college entrance examination, and the atmosphere in the whole city became quiet and tense. The vehicles on the road slowed down and stopped honking their horns, and the citizens also carefully lowered their voices, because today's candidates may become heroes who protect humanity and warriors who fight against monsters and evil spirits in the future. Lu Chen walked on the street and sighed in his heart. Just like in the previous life, June 6th, 7, and 8 are homophones of enrollment and are used as the opening days of the college entrance examination. During the college entrance examination, all candidates will be randomly assigned to different examination rooms. Lu Chen's admission ticket stated that he was assigned to the examination room of the 7th Beast Master Middle School in Day City, and the examination would last for 3 days. The first day of the exam was about cultural subjects, which accounted for 10% of the total college entrance examination score. Although the main abilities of Beastmasters were in combat and training beast pets, the state still required Beastmasters to have cultural literacy to ensure that they were not illiterate and reckless. Although Lu Chen's academic performance is not outstanding, it is still good enough to cope with the exams. After the cultural course examination on June 6th, Lu Chen faced the second examination on June 7th, Beastmaster Ability Assessment and Beast Pet Comprehensive Scoring. The examination venue for this exam was located in the Beast Taming Gymnasium in Day City. After a strict security check, Lu Chen walked into the gymnasium. The gymnasium has been divided into a number of small closed examination areas, each of which is an independent examination point. Lu Chen came to his own examination room, test point 96 in row 43. After the examiner verified his identity, he asked him to sit on a device similar to an electric shock interrogation chair and instructed him, "Sit on it and put on your helmet." Lu Chen was a little helpless, but he still did it. As soon as he sat down, he felt a slight stinging pain in his palm, and then an electronic synthesized voice sounded. No banned drugs were found in the blood test, and the mental power test will begin. The numbers on the monitoring screen gradually increased. 50, 70, 100, 150, 200, 225. The examiner standing by couldn't help but look forward to it as he watched the numbers keep rising. In previous years, the mental strength admission score of the Beastmaster University was 500 points. He wondered what score this genius student with SSS-level talent would eventually achieve. A few minutes later, the screen suddenly froze on the astonishing number 1900. The two examiners were stunned, their mouths wide open, looking at each other with expressions of disbelief on their faces. 1900? One of the examiners couldn't help but mutter. The mental strength scoreline for a first-rate beast taming school is only 800. You tell me he's 1900? Another examiner also frowned and looked at the machine. Impossible. There won't be something wrong with this machine, right? To confirm the result, the examiners tested it again. The result was still the same, 1900. The two examiners looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Is this the power of SSS-level talent? But then they thought of it again. They heard that Lu Chen's natal pet bloodline potential was only average, which made them feel a little regretful. Candidates, please summon your natal pet beast for an ability test, the examiner continued. The giant energy detector next to it is similar to an enlarged version of a weight scale, which can comprehensively evaluate the height, weight, development level, and level of the pet. Okay. Lu Chen nodded, communicated with the beast taming space, and the summoning circle emerged on the ground. After the exam, Lu Chen left the exam room. Inside the exam room, the two examiners were still staring at the screen with dull eyes, their pupils trembling slightly. Monster, muttered an examiner. This result is incredible even in the big provinces of the imperial capital, right? Another examiner also sighed. This breaks the record of Jiangbei province. At the same time, in another examination room, Luo Anfei also completed the exam. Name, Ice Crystal Fox. Level, Upper Awakening Stage. Bloodline, Upper Overlord Species. Bloodline Talent, Quick Freeze. Energy Reaction Level, Actual Combat Power Lower Extraordinary Stage. Performance Rating, Full Marks, Evaluation, has mastered entry-level ice element applications. Luo Anfei's mental energy value reached 1580, which was an increase of 400 points over her previous life. Luo Anfei clearly remembered that the highest record of Jiangbei province's spiritual power in the past 100 years was 1550, and she easily broke this record this time. The Ice Crystal Fox's progress was also far beyond its previous life, and its strength almost doubled. Although Luo Anfei was very satisfied with the current results, she still felt a little regretful. If there were sufficient resources and funds, the Ice Crystal Fox should have broken through to the extraordinary level instead of the current Upper Awakening level. In her previous life, concubine Luo and was the top scholar in Day City and the runner-up in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province. But in this life, she is confident that she can win the top spot in the entire province. However, Luo Anfei knew that being the top scholar in a remote province meant nothing. The real challenge was in the top beast taming academy, where the geniuses came from family inheritance and their strength was far beyond that of ordinary geniuses. In her previous life, Luo Anfei only truly rose to prominence after graduating from academy. But in this life, she wants to surpass everyone ahead of time. Luo Anfei walked out of the examination room and unexpectedly ran into Lu Chun. Good afternoon. Lu Chun greeted with a smile. Luo Anfei nodded coldly and was about to leave when she suddenly heard a familiar and annoying voice. Hey, isn't this Lu Chen? Li Rui also walked out of the examination room with a bit of sarcasm on his face. A month has passed, and the beast pet should have passed its larval stage. I wonder how you did in the exam? He smiled proudly and continued, my spiritual energy value is 800 points, and my pet score is also 80 points, so I'm definitely admitted to a first-class beast taming school. What about you? As a person with SSS-level talent, don't fail. Lu Chun said calmly, it's okay. The mental strength is 1,900 points, and the beast pet assessment is full marks. Li Rui laughed loudly after hearing this, obviously not believing it. You really know how to brag. 1,900 points? A pet with ordinary bloodline got full marks? I think you had a bad test, and your brain was stimulated? Luo Anfei frowned slightly, and her opinion of Lu Chun plummeted. 1,900 points of spiritual power? She herself, as a top-level strongman in her previous life, was only 1,580 points. As for the little rock monkey getting a full score in the test, it was even more impossible. The assessment of animal pets is based on a comprehensive score based on height, weight, degree of development, and level. Luo Anfei knew that if she wanted to get full marks, her pet had to be at least mid-level awakening. How could a little rock monkey with ordinary blood possibly reach that standard? Concubine Luo and is already determined in her heart that Lu Chun is a vain and face-conscious person, which greatly reduced her impression of Lu Chen. It seems that I have to reconsider my previous plan of whether to help him improve the bloodline of his pet. Luo Anfei thought coldly. That night, Li Rui returned home and talked to his parents about his grades that would allow him to enter a top-notch beastmaster school. His family praised him highly. Just as he was in a good mood, his phone vibrated, and the assignment list for the next day's practical exam popped up. Li Rui excitedly clicked on the list, expecting in his heart, Lu Chun. I hope my opponent is Lu Chun. However, the result disappointed Li Rui. His opponent was not Lu Chun. Li Rui curled his lips and clicked on the list of Lu Chen's opponents. When Li Rui saw Lu Chen's opponent, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, Lu Chen's opponent is actually Yu Haiyang. He has awakened the SS-level beast taming talent, and his natal beast pet is still at the commander level. The last time I sparred with him, I was no match for him at all. Lu Chun is doomed this time. At the same time, Luo Anfei was in the room, gently stroking the ice crystal fox in her arms. Her eyes were shining with confidence. Tomorrow was not only the last day of the college entrance examination, but also the day when the system's comparison function was activated. Luo Anfei knew that tomorrow would be the beginning of her journey to the peak. A new day has arrived, June 8th. The sun is shining and the breeze is blowing. Today is the third day of the college entrance examination, and the last one. The practical test is about to begin. Whoa, 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 whoa. My little Kuan chicken hasn't entered the awakening stage yet. What should I do? It only takes another 2.5 days, but there's not enough time. A candidate complained in the waiting area. Don't worry, mine too. Someone next to him echoed. Most of our pets haven't reached the awakening stage yet. After all, their bloodlines are too poor. 40 days is not enough. Another candidate sighed. Yeah, the larval period is 30 days, so the remaining time is not enough to cultivate it to the awakening stage. More complaints came one after another. Mine has entered the awakening stage, but it doesn't listen to commands. The wind wolf comes out and destroys the house. If I roar once, it will howl 10 times, said a boy. Ha, my bleeding sheep is the same. During a battle, it will just da-da-da beside you. It will da-da-da all day long, said another boy. God bless, my opponent must be a rookie, a girl prayed silently. At the Day City Beast Battle Sports Center, candidates entered the venue one after another. The wailing sounds from the seats in the waiting area were endless, and many candidates were worried about their beast pets. Among this group of people, there was a beautiful figure that attracted everyone's attention. Luo Anfei sat quietly in the waiting area. Her cold and lonely aura made the seats around her empty. Although she was wearing simple sportswear, her skin as smooth as snow shone in the sun, which was intimidating. Almost no one dared to approach Luo Anfei. Even a few candidates tried to sit next to her, but when they met her cold eyes, they immediately turned and left. By the way, how is Princess Luo N's pet? Someone whispered. The bloodline of the overlord species. After the larval stage, it is at least the lower awakening stage. It is estimated that it is already the middle awakening stage now. A girl said, SS-level talent and a dominant beast pet. How enviable, said another girl enviously. Luo Anfei looked at the field expressionlessly. The entire stadium was divided into 10 battle areas. Each area was 100 by 100 meters in size. This was a familiar scene to Luo Anfei. She became famous from here in her previous life. In this life, she would become even stronger. Moreover, the virtual interface in front of her was showing a countdown. Comparison countdown. 1 hour, 8 minutes, and 47 seconds. Luo Anfei raised her lips slightly. The interface that only she could see was about to start the first comparison. In more than an hour, she could crush Lu Chun through the comparison, obtain a large amount of resources, and thus accelerate her rise. In this life, concubine Luo An's speed will be 10 or 100 times that of her previous life. Hey, who is that man? Someone suddenly pointed at a figure next to Luo Anfei. The figure walked straight towards Luo Anfei and actually sat down beside her, but Luo Anfei did not drive him away. That's Lu Chun, Luo Anfei's childhood sweetheart. Someone explained. Of course, he is also the second lucky person to awaken the SSS-level beast taming talent. Fuck, he's the lucky one whose talent has evolved? Said a girl. How's his pet? Said another girl. Ha, it's just shit luck. A classmate sneered. Lu Chen's pet is a small rock monkey with ordinary blood. Even if his talent has evolved, it's just SSO. Li Rui, who was standing by, heard the discussion and deliberately raised his voice. You may not know this yet, but Lu Chen said yesterday that his mental energy value has reached 1900. Suddenly, the surrounding discussion surged like a tide. 1900? The record for the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province is only 1550, and he actually broke the record. And he said that his little rock monkey with ordinary blood got full marks? This is a huge joke, a boy said angrily. The record holder for the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province, the former Night King, is now a human king-level beastmaster. His original mental energy value was only 1550, but Lu Qin actually claimed that he had reached 1900. It is incredible that a common rock monkey could get a perfect score. Humph, I want to see how good he is in the practical exam, said a girl. 1900 mental power? An ordinary rock monkey? I'd like to see how he gets full marks. Another girl said coldly. The sarcastic voices continued to be heard, but Luo Anfei remained expressionless. She sneered in her heart. People like Lu Chun who are vain and face-loving always like to exaggerate. Soon, the actual combat test will reveal his true colors. Luo Anfei glanced at Lu Chun casually and said calmly, in a practical test, winning or losing is not the most important thing. The key lies in the tacit understanding between the beast pet and the beastmaster, and whether they can completely obey the command. As long as you can make the beast pet obey the command in adversity, even if you lose, it is not considered a failure. Lu Chun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Luo Anfei to say so much. He sensed the yin-yin monkey in the beast control space and found that it was training crazily, with fire all over its body, ready to fight at any time. I think the part about motivating fighting spirit is unnecessary. Lu Chun thought secretly. At this time, a loud bell-like sound rang out over the stadium, and everyone was refreshed. Looking up, they saw a strange creature floating in the air. A gong-shaped body, slender limbs, and a large gong stick in its hand. It struck its body, making a loud sound. Through the eye of God, Lu Chun learned that this was a motivational gong, a steel-type beast pet, elite level, which could emit sonic attacks by striking the body and could also invigorate people's spirits. Below, the invigilators of the 10 battle zones have entered the venue, and a voice came over the radio. On the third day of the college entrance examination, the practical examination officially begins. The candidates' portraits and admission ticket numbers appeared on the 4 display screens. Lu Chun looked at his battle number and felt the rock-hating monkey in the beast-taming space who could no longer hold back. A confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Soon, everyone will see the results of his practice over the past month. Luo Anfei glanced at him sideways, feeling a little strange, wondering where Lu Chun got his confidence from. However, Luo Anfei was also infected by Lu Chen's confidence. She raised her head slightly, with great ambition in her heart. From now on the journey to the Sea of Stars, I will step on the shoulders of everyone and become the king at the top. Luo Anfei glanced at Lu Chun and sneered in her heart. And you, Lu Chun, will be my first stepping stone. Xiao Kunji, come down quickly. The enemy is over there. Don't get into my pants, a boy said angrily. Water spraying turtle. Where are you spraying water at? Not at me, a girl said in surprise. Rock bull, stop mooing, hit it, a boy shouted. Boss sheep, why are you yelling at the cow? Beat it, another boy said angrily. Lu Chun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The scene was too chaotic. It was a complete chicken fight. Many beast pets either got into their owners' clothes or attacked their owners. The whole examination room was like a farce. Many non-chosen beastmasters did not develop a good rapport with their beast pets during their infancy, so this situation is naturally very common. In contrast, the chosen beast pet has a high level of tacit understanding with its master from the very beginning, and such chaotic scenes will never occur during the battle. Each match was limited to 5 minutes, and many candidates were unable to show their strength before the battle ended hastily due to confusion. However, there were some battles that were eye-catching. Netherworld leopard, sharp claws, in the battle. On the 5th field, a dark leopard like a shadow emerged from the opponent's shadow, and its sharp claws flashed, and the opponent's pet instantly lost its combat effectiveness. In the box on the upper level of the gymnasium, principals of various schools and senior leaders of the Education Bureau were observing the game through the glass. The principal of number 2 middle school introduced, "This is Li Wintao from our school. He has an S-level talent for beast control, and his beast pet is a nether leopard with the bloodline of a reborn species." Not bad. Xia Haiqiang, director of the Education Bureau, nodded. If Li Wintao also got high scores in the exams 2 days ago, he would have no problem entering a first-class beastmaster school. However, their focus was not on him, but on Luo Anfei, who had SSS-level talent. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, it was concubine Luo An's turn. Candidate number 1314 Luo Anfei, and candidate number 087 Zhang Yeyu. Please go to battlefield number 3. The moment the announcement sounded, everyone held their breath. This duel was the highlight that everyone had been looking forward to for a long time. Luo Anfei, who has SSS-level talent and dominant blood, faces Zhang Yeyu, who has SS-level talent and dominant blood. The two most popular female classmates in Day City are about to compete, and the atmosphere on the scene instantly becomes tense. Luo Anfei will definitely win. She is ahead in both talent and pet, said a girl. Not necessarily. Zhang Yeyu's talent is an enhancement talent, and the bloodline of her beast pet has evolved to the lower overlord species. Another girl added. Wow, this is interesting, said a boy. There was a lot of discussion outside the venue, and Lu Chen whispered to Luo Anfei, come on. Luo Anfei just nodded slightly and walked along the aisle to the number 3 battlefield. I will definitely not lose this time, Zhang Yeyu said coldly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. She had always been compared with Luo Anfei since she was a child, but whether it was test scores or talent awakening, she was always a step behind the other. Today, she wanted to prove herself. Luo Anfei didn't care about her provocation at all and replied lightly, oh, come on. Following the referee's instructions, the two men stood at opposite ends of the battlefield, ready to start the fight. Zhang Yeyu was the first to summon her own pet, a 2-meter-tall wind griffin, majestic and huge. Wind spirit griffin strength, middle awakening stage attribute, wind bloodline, lower overlord skills, bite wind claw. After seeing Zhang Yeyu's pet, Lu Chun felt a little worried. The wind spirit griffin is not only huge in size, but also at the middle awakening stage in strength. Luo Anfei's ice crystal fox is smaller in size, so this battle seems difficult. Luo Anfei then summoned the ice crystal fox to confront the wind spirit griffin. At the same time, another announcement came over the radio. Candidate number 0520 Lu Chun and candidate number 0777 Yu Haiyang, please go to battlefield number 8. Hearing this name, the attention on the field instantly shifted. Lu Chun was also going to play. Li Rue smiled sarcastically and said, you are the top scholar with 1900 spiritual energy value. We have to see your performance. Don't lose face for your SSS-level talent. His little rock monkey got full marks? I'd have to take a closer look. A boy mocked. Lu Chen ignored the taunts and walked straight to Venue 8. He already had an idea of the Ice Crystal Fox's strength. He chuckled and said, not bad, Big Ice Fox. It seems that I am just a little bit away from surpassing you. As the broadcast announced the start of the actual combat, the battle at venue number 8 also entered a fierce stage. Zhang Yeyu looked at Luo Anfei's Ice Crystal Fox, feeling confident. Her Wind Spirit Griffin was not only huge in size, but also had an extremely powerful innate skill, Deterrence, which could directly put the opponent into a state of fear. Wind Spirit Griffin, intimidate, Zhang Yeyu ordered with a sneer. The Wind Spirit Griffin roared fiercely, and the Ice Crystal Fox was frightened and froze in place for a short time. Wind Griffin, Wind Claw, in the battle. Zhang Yeyu commanded the Wind Griffin confidently. But Luo Anfei was not panicked at all, and said coldly, Ice Crystal Fox, frozen breath. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the Ice Crystal Fox's tail swayed gently, and the ice energy around its body quickly gathered. An extremely cold air gushed out, and the entire battlefield was instantly covered with frost. The Wind Spirit Griffin was directly frozen and lost its combat ability. One-hit kills, and the battle is over. Zhang Yeyu's eyes widened, her face filled with shock. How can you, Ice Crystal Fox, use a supernatural level release skill? There was an uproar at the scene. Awakening level pets can usually only master element gathering skills, but the Ice Crystal Fox has demonstrated the element release ability that only the extraordinary level has, which is terrifying. Everyone exclaimed. The Ice Crystal Fox at the upper awakening level actually possesses extraordinary combat power. The principals in the box were also discussing excitedly. This year, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province must be Luo Anfei. At this time, another principal suddenly remembered Lu Chun. I remember there is another Lu Chun with SSS-level talent. His actual combat has also begun, right? Others in the box said disapprovingly. His pet is just an ordinary rock monkey. What can it do? However, the two invigilators in charge of the Beast Tamer ability assessment looked at each other with a hint of smile in their eyes. They knew that Lu Chen's performance would never disappoint. Battlefield number 8. Yu Haiyang summoned his pet beast, Booming Steel Gorilla, a giant gorilla with a body as hard as steel, with amazing strength and defense. Lu Chun, I will let you know the difference between the ordinary rock monkey and the leader-type steel ape. Yu Haiyang sneered. Lu Chun looked at his opponent, still calm. He gently summoned the rock-hating monkey, and when the rock-hating monkey appeared, everyone on the field was stunned. Isn't this a little rock monkey? But why does it feel different, said a boy. Mutated little rock monkey? No matter how it mutates, its ordinary bloodline is garbage after all, said another boy. But soon, as someone discovered the level of the rock-hating monkey, the atmosphere changed instantly. Wait, look at its level. Everyone's eyes widened as the screen displayed. Unknown beast pet, mid-level transcendent class. At this time, concubine Luo An's face was full of question marks. Chapter 8. Lu Chen's strength is exposed. He kills instantly and confuses Luo Anfei. Unknown pet, suspected to be a small rock monkey mutant. Middle-level extraordinary level. The cold words appeared on the battle screen. The venue fell into an eerie silence. It took a long while to be broken. Li Rue stood up and questioned. Impossible, the pet detection equipment must be broken. Mid-level extraordinary level? What a joke! Yes, the instrument must be broken. No matter how much a small rock monkey with ordinary bloodline mutates, it can only have higher bloodline at most. Scare me to death. I was wondering how it could be a mid-level extraordinary level. Classmate Luo Anfei is only at the upper awakening level. I've never heard of such horrifying data. Even the beast-controlling provinces in the imperial capital don't have such horrifying data. When faced with something that is beyond our understanding, our first reaction is often to question it. Even the principals and senior officials of the Education Bureau in the box thought so. After looking at each other, they concluded, the testing equipment is broken, right? Luo Anfei also breathed a sigh of relief. Is the testing equipment broken? That's right. How could it be possible that he is at the middle-level extraordinary level? She could only cultivate the ice crystal fox to the upper awakening stage. On the court. Fuck, you scared me. I thought you were really a mid-level extraordinary level. Yu Haiyang cursed. Boom! Smash its rocky head with your iron fist. Booming Steel Ape growled and kicked his feet. Boom, 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 tilde. Like a truck out of control, it rushed towards the rock-hating monkey, raising its millstone-sized fist. Steel energy is attached to the fist, and the whole fist has a metallic luster. Comparing the sizes of the two, the rock-hating monkey looks like a stunted dwarf. The candidate whose pet is also a rock monkey said, it seems so. This is the rock monkey. It's rubbish. It's so scared that it can't move. I was like this when I was on stage just now. Even if it's a mutant rock monkey, it's still rubbish. You will be beaten like a sandbag and sent flying. Boom. As expected, Steel Ape's iron fist hit rock monkey hard. But there was no scene of the opponent being blown away. Facing the high-speed iron fist, the little rock monkey simply stretched out his palm and blocked the opponent's fist without taking a single step back. Given the size contrast between the strong man and the baby, this scene was extremely shocking, making everyone's eyes bulge out. That pet animal was also a candidate for the little rock monkey. It was like a drake with its throat pinched, making hoarse sounds from its mouth, and unable to utter a word. Dwarf, right? Lu Chen said calmly. Qitian. Qitian was the name he gave to the yin-yin monkey, and the implication was naturally that he hoped he could be like the stone monkey that crushed Ling Xiao and was engraved in the hearts of all the Chinese people. Whisper. With a low roar, the little monkey suddenly grew larger and turned into a 5-meter-tall behemoth, its body covered with rocks, looking extremely majestic and ferocious. In front of it, Steel Ape became a dwarf. Let's end the fight. The rock-hating monkey clenched his fists violently, and earth energy continued to surge in his hands. Rock-like matter continued to condense on its fist, and even the rock covering its body seemed to have consciousness, gathering towards its right arm and fist. Soon, its entire fist turned into a 2-meter large rock fist. Boom! Like a cannonball, the Steel Ape was blown away, and wherever it passed, a groove was plowed out on the rock floor. Finally, it crashed into the wall of the stadium with a thud, creating a deep hole. Its entire body sank into it, and the surrounding area was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. It's not over yet. The little monkey stretched out his hand and pointed his palm at the unconscious Hong Gangsing. In front of the palm, countless rocks gathered together and turned into a sharp stone cone several meters long. The referee came back to his senses and said quickly, "The opponent has lost consciousness." Upon hearing this, the stone cone in front of the yin-yin monkey disappeared. It glanced at the other beastmaster. He swung his huge rock fist and slammed it hard on the fighting arena. Accompanied by a huge explosion, the entire venue was shaking. The ring was smashed. Stone fragments flew everywhere. and a crack extended all the way to under Yu Haiyang's feet. The latter was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. His face turned pale, his head tilted, and he fainted from fright. The yin-yang monkey curled his lips and snorted coldly. How dare you mock your master with such a level? Even my true fighting posture was not forced out. I could beat 100 of these bastards. Its body shrank back to its previous compact size. Lu Chun turned around and left the fighting arena with it. You could hear a pin drop throughout the venue. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the indifferent figure. Their pupils were bulging, and their hearts were already in turmoil, looking at the fighting arena that was shattered into pieces with a big hole smashed into it. Then look at the middle-level extraordinary class on the battle screen. There are no more ejections. In the box, the principals of various schools, invigilators, and senior officials of the Education Bureau were stunned. The middle-level extraordinary level was nothing. The worst ones here are all elite beastmasters. The key point is that this is a senior high school student. At most, I have had the pet for only 40 days. Is this still a human? He has already broken the record of Jiangbei province. A teacher muttered absent-mindedly. This is undoubtedly the extraordinary level. Already mastered the combined use of multiple elemental energies. The principal of number 1 middle school and some leaders of the Education Bureau who had met Lu Chun before felt like it was a dream. They used to lament that a person who had awakened an SSS-level talent had a pet of just an ordinary bloodline. In the corner, the 2 invigilators who invigilated Lu Chun yesterday were also frightened, even though they knew yesterday that the other party was a mid-level extraordinary level. But this combat power is too terrifying. After being stunned, everyone felt a current rushing from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Excitement could not be suppressed and surged from their hearts. Their faces turned red. I feel that our Day City is going to be famous this year. Back to the exam preparation area. Wherever Lu Chun passed, no one dared to look him in the eye. Lu Chun is awesome. I don't know who shouted. The entire preparation area was filled with praises of how awesome Lu Chun was, and everyone looked at him with admiration. During the college entrance examination, the level of the beast pet was mid-level extraordinary level, which was unheard of. Any objections? Lu Chun looked at Li Rue, who was trembling like a quail. Dad Lu, I was wrong. The other party fell to his knees on the ground. A person with such achievements was not someone he could afford to offend, not to mention when he grew up. Just based on the potential he has shown now, he will be a popular guest of honor in any force. I'm just a little Karami. All I need is a word from the other party, and there will be countless people who want to do me a favor before I grow up and suppress me to death. Lu Chun, I don't have a son like you. Is the little rock monkey still weak? He turned around and asked the candidate whose pet was also a little rock monkey. Although Chi Tian is no longer a little rock monkey, it doesn't stop him from showing off. The other person's face turned red, and he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into the ground. He returned to his seat and sat down next to concubine Luowen. Looking at concubine Luowen, who was stunned and shocked with her mouth slightly open. How about I? Am I strong or not? Chapter 9, Great Shame, Using System Privileges. Luo Anfei hid the confusion and shock in her eyes and returned to her normal appearance. It's okay, just average. She gritted her teeth and said in her heart, System, delay comparison. Ding, delay successful. Next comparison, 1 month later. The invincible Luotian actually chose to retreat and delay the comparison when comparing herself with Lu Chun, who died long ago in her previous life. This is such a shame. But what is going on? This has never happened in the previous life. The ice crystal fox has a shortened larval period, and only after its own cultivation can it reach the upper awakening stage. It has mastered the combined elemental energy application of gathering and releasing, and has the combat power of the lower extraordinary level. What happened to this little rock monkey? How did he become a mid-level extraordinary level? The skills applied just now clearly showed that he had mastered the combined use of the 4 elemental energies: gathering, flowing, releasing, and condensing. How could she not know about Lu Chen's family background? There were no rare resources for him to squander. There is a big question mark in the little head. Lu Chen looked at Luo Anfei and tilted his head slightly, his eyes looking forward with dilated pupils. The fingertips of her left hand unconsciously curled her hair. He laughed out loud inwardly. As childhood sweethearts who grew up together, although we don't communicate much on weekdays. But he knew some of the other person's little habits. Big Eyes Tuozi, although he looks aloof, is actually a little silly. Once she becomes confused about something, she will tilt her head slightly and her eyes will become unfocused. When she becomes curious or interested in something, She will use her index finger to curl her hanging hair. I want to see how long you can hold it in. After a long time, Luo Anfei bit her silver teeth lightly, pretending to be calm, and asked, "How did you do it?" "I finally can't help it." Lu Chen put away his smile. Of course he couldn't say that he was a cheater. He had already prepared the words to deceive people. He spread his hands. "I don't know either. My beast taming talent is to enable my beast pet to stimulate its hidden bloodline. My little rock monkey has a hidden bloodline in its body. It passed the larval stage in a few days, its hidden bloodline activated, and it mutated into a rock-hating monkey, a lower-level monarch bloodline. After passing the larval stage, you will directly possess the strength of the upper awakening stage." The doubts in my heart were resolved. Princess Luo and suddenly understood. So that's what it was. Can Lu Chen's SSS-level beast taming talent stimulate the hidden bloodline of his pet? She also didn't expect that her ordinary little rock monkey had a hidden bloodline. After the bloodline was activated, it leaped from the ordinary species to the king species, which was stronger than her ice crystal fox bloodline. In this way, it makes sense why Lu Chen's talent evolution rarely occurred. A little rock monkey with hidden blood. After evolving into an SSS-level beast taming talent, the talent is the ability to activate the beast taming's hidden blood. The two are heading in both directions. Humph, two lucky guys? But that's all. A mere SSS-level talent that can stimulate the hidden bloodline of a pet, and a mere lower-level king bloodline. It's okay, just average. Her eyes sparkled, and she raised her head slightly. You know, her talent is a saint-level talent. The power of the phoenix. She can allow the pet to achieve nirvana and improve its bloodline level. More importantly, she can give the pet the phoenix bloodline. You know, the phoenix is a legendary creature. In her previous life, she cultivated the ice crystal fox into a creature with pure phoenix bloodline. The world-destroying ice phoenix fox. Lu Chen can only stimulate the hidden bloodline of his pet. If the pet does not have hidden bloodline, it will be useless. You can give the evolved pet its bloodline and give it the legendary phoenix bloodline. When the ice crystal fox's level is raised to the extraordinary stage, it can begin its first nirvana, and by then it will also have the bloodline of the king. What can he compare himself with? She felt at peace and regained her calm demeanor. You are lucky this time. Next month, you will crush your opponent in the comparison and receive a large amount of system resource rewards. The practical examination is still proceeding in an orderly manner. With the existence of a monster like Lu Chen, in the subsequent battles, although there were a few outstanding performances, they did not cause much fluctuation. After all, with the enchantress Lu Chen and Zhu Yu in front, even concubine Luo and can only serve as a supporting role, let alone them. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the bell of the end echoed in the venue. After 3 days of college entrance examination, all subjects have been completed. The scores of all subjects need to be reported to Jiangbei Province within 3 days, and the college entrance examination results will be announced a few days later. Many candidates came out one after another. Suddenly, a group of people came down from the viewing box, their old faces smiling as they strode towards Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. Well done, classmate Lu Chen and classmate Luo Anfei. Young hero, I am Wang Hongze, the director of the Day City Education Bureau. Student Lu Chen has really made Day City proud. Of course, student Luo Anfei is also great. You two students are truly a blessing to our Ozawa city. Do you remember me? I'm the curator of the Beast Taming Paradise. I was there when your talent evolved last time. Many candidates were envious. As for jealousy, when the gap is so big that you can only look up, you can't even feel jealous. We exchanged some pleasantries. Lu Chen and Luo Anfei left the examination room amid the sound of goodbye. Classmate Lu Chen and classmate in Luo Anfei, take your phone out of your locker. God of the road, please don't forget me if you become rich and powerful. Brother Lu, Guo is sitting in the back row by the window. Wang's hometown. Are you free to hang out with me tomorrow? We will soon go our separate ways. Lujiji, my Mimi can do backflips. Come to my house and see her when you have time. I knew that Lu Chen was not simple. Otherwise, how could his talent evolve? It's all because of that idiot Li Rue, who spread rumors about you everywhere. Looking at a series of social software messages. This Yukiko Mana. One female classmate directly sent him a cool outfit, wearing a pair of black stockings, and invited him to come to her house when he was free to give her tutoring and help her train her pet. Lu Chen sighed sincerely. This is reality. When you are at your lowest point, you are surrounded by malice. When you are successful, you are surrounded by good people. Luo Anfei didn't feel much. She was used to it. If it were in her previous life, these so-called classmates wouldn't even have the qualifications to see her. I have something to do. Luo Anfei left. Oh, okay. Lu Chen shrugged and set out on his way home alone. The entrance to the examination room. Parents who had been waiting for their children to finish their exams and have a big meal together also picked up their children and left in groups of 3 or 4. Most of them are accompanied by pet animals. There is a yin-yin dog with flaming red hair all over its body, which looks like a big dog. There are also heavily armored baby elephants that are covered from tail to trunk. There are frost snakes that create ice chips on the ground when they sneeze. Most parents have the talent for taming beasts. Those whose parents are ordinary people are still in the minority. After all, there is such a thing as genetics. If both parents are beastmasters, then the probability of awakening the beastmaster talent and becoming a beastmaster is much greater than if the parents are ordinary people. At the same time, when a long bell sound was heard in the distance. Across the road from where Lu Chun and his team were taking the practical exam was the exam room for the college entrance examination students. They are all ordinary students who have no awakened talent for beast taming, no beast taming space, and cannot become beast tamers. They can only follow the steps to take the liberal arts college entrance examination and engage in logistics work in the future. Outside the security railings, the parents waiting for them were also ordinary people. Ordinary liberal arts students finished their exams and filed out. They looked across the street at the students with their pets, and they recognized some of them, some of whom had been their classmates a month ago. Even though more than a month has passed, they still find it hard to accept it. At dusk, a road runs through 2 examination halls, dividing the world into 2 halves. Lu Chun sighed a little. Fortunately, I have a cheat. Classmate, take a look. Are you still worried about not being able to become a beastmaster? Here I have a method that can allow people who have not awakened their beast taming talent to become beast tamers. A flyer was stuffed into Lu Chen's hand. The Animal Taming Training Institute aims to make everyone like a dragon and become an animal tamer. If you want to know more, you can go to this place to learn more. Important note, this does not just allow you to own a strange beast, but allows you to have a real contracted beast pet. Lu Chen, a beast training institution for all living things? What a tacky name. Every year after the college entrance examination, there are many similar organizations that make money by cutting leaks. They target the unwillingness and fluke mentality of ordinary liberal arts students after the college entrance examination and harvest a wave of IQ tax. Probably because they saw that he didn't have any pet beasts with him, so they thought he was an ordinary person without the talent to tame beasts. He shook his head, took a few steps, and threw it into the trash can beside him. Let someone who has no talent for taming beasts become a beast tamer? What a joke. Without the talent for taming beasts, it is impossible to open up a space for taming beasts. Without a beast taming space, there is no way to become a beast tamer. This is an iron rule. Do you think it is possible to spend a lot of money to buy a pet animal and then tame it like a pet? Can. But this kind of person is not considered a beastmaster. The relationship between the beastmaster and the beast pet is complementary. The talent of the beastmaster can enhance the beast pet, allowing it to evolve faster and become stronger. The power of the pet will be fed back to the beastmaster, allowing the owner to learn beast taming skills. A beastmaster needs to fight monsters and ferocious beasts. It's not just a game. If you are not a beastmaster, even if a dominant beast pet accidentally recognizes you as its master, if you fight monsters and ferocious beasts, the aftermath of the battle alone can kill you. What's more, if you encounter a speed-type ferocious beast, if you are not a beastmaster and have no ability to protect yourself, it will behead you in minutes. Only a fool would be fooled. That being said, but there is no shortage of fools in the world. Just like in the previous life, someone claimed to be Qin Shi Huang, was trapped in the imperial mausoleum, needed 10,000 yuan in starting capital, and would be rewarded handsomely after getting out, and would be appointed as a general. And people were fooled. This world is no exception. Chen Yinxin was one of them. He had a dirty head and a disheveled face, and his body looked as if he had rolled in a garbage dump. A foul odor emanated from him. He tightly grasped the flyer in his hand, like a drowning man grasping at the last straw, and his force was so great that the scabbed wound on the palm of his hand broke again. An orphan wants to be a beastmaster? Get down on your knees and eat shit. Ha ha ha. A bastard without a father or a mother. What's that flyer you're holding? A peasant wants to become a beastmaster? Inferior people will always be inferior people. The bully's words echoed in my ears. He stumbled to the address on the flyer, opened the door, and the evening sun rushed in. Really? can you really let me become a beastmaster? He stared at the man in a suit behind the desk. What can you give? Life, body, everything of mine, everything you need. Chunin roared like a wild beast, like a beast in desperate situation. The man in the suit stood up, light and shadow intertwined. His shadows spread and encroached on the light, and the shadows on the wall were like evil spirits with bared fangs and claws. You can even feel something moving in the shadows. Make a deal. Chapter 10, Big Explosion. System's incredible reward. We had a quick dinner at a restaurant outside. Lu Chun returned home, but it was empty. His aunt Lu Yurong had gone on a business trip half a month ago for work. The company she works for is an ancient ruins cultural protection company. An ordinary site was discovered in the next city. The place where I was on a business trip was where a group of mentally ill church lunatics gathered and were wiped out some time ago. For her safety, Lu Chun asked her to bring the magic mirror doll with her. By the way, I haven't claimed the system reward yet. Daily tasks. Conduct mental meditation completed, perform elemental training on pets completed, and perform physical training completed. You can receive rewards. Special mission. Please crush everyone's doubts about your ability, slap them in the face, and shock the whole audience completed. You can receive rewards. Daily tasks, as the name suggests, need no explanation. Special tasks are trigger-type tasks. When you are ridiculed by the crowd today, the tasks will be triggered and pop up. It's time to reap the rewards. Come one by one and claim your daily mission rewards first. Congratulations to the host for completing the daily task and obtaining the basic reward, primary blind box. Complete daily tasks for 40 days cumulatively, 100 days in the next stage, and receive an additional reward, elemental enhancement crystal. Primary blind box. You can open a primary blind box and get ordinary things with a high probability. Element enhancement crystal can improve the pet's proficiency in controlling any element. Open the blind box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Advanced Pet Skill Book Flame Vortex. Lu Chun raised his eyebrows. Yes, the Elemental Enhancement Crystal and the fire-related Advanced Skill Book Flame Vortex are both suitable for Chi Tian. He summoned Chi Tian out. Are you ready? Chi Tian. The little monkey was shocked, with an expression of indescribable excitement on his face. Are you finally going to cheat for me again, Beastmaster? Lu Chun silently said in his heart. Use the Elemental Enhancement Crystal to enhance the fire system. Feeling the changes in his body, he felt that his flame had evolved, and even his understanding of the fire element became more profound. The little monkey looked at Lu Chun in shock. Is this my beast tamer? He is so terrifying. Name Rock-Hating Monkey. Level. Middle level extraordinary. Attributes. Rock fire. Bloodline. Lower king. Not strong enough to fully fuse Zhiyin's bloodline. Current fusion progress is 44%. Fully fused to reach totem. Bloodline talent. Shape change. Vajra indestructibility. Element control. Fire proficient mastery. Rock proficient. Skills. Rock claw low. Flame fong low. Flame fist low. Flame jet medium. Rock spike medium. After 40 days of cultivation, Chi Tian's attribute panel has become very luxurious. Unfortunately, the skill book cannot allow Chi Tian to master the skills immediately, and he still needs teaching and learning. The next step is to collect the rewards for the special mission. The 4 words receive rewards after the special task are different from the receive rewards of the daily task. The fonts in the former are all shining in gold. He fiercely clicked on the golden button to receive the reward. Congratulations to the host for completing this special mission. Since this is the first time you have completed it, I will condense the prototype of super god-level spirituality for you, the Lord of Taishur. The moment the system's mechanical voice fell, Lu Chun felt that the world before his eyes had changed. He came under a starry sky. A long staircase made entirely of starlight of different colors leads to the sky. Each step is composed of a star field. Amidst the endless starlight, Lu Chun transformed into an indescribable figure, sitting at the top of the long steps on the throne. His sleeves are wide, and they are connected to the misty starlight clouds, which is extremely dreamy. Lu Chun was shocked. Wasn't this the vision when his talent was awakened? He had turned into the supreme being sitting on the throne? He subconsciously raised his head and looked at his body. It was ethereal, sacred, supreme, indescribable, undefinable, and impossible to look directly at. Buzz! Lu Chun felt that he could control the stars to absorb and exhale starlight power with just a thought. He tried it. Each step is formed by a piece of star field. The first step is white, the second step is red. At this time, except for the first step, the stars on the other steps of the stairway to the gods became silent and dim. He discovered that only the stars on the first step were responding to his call, and white starlight condensed and floated towards him. However, these star powers were not integrated into his current supreme body. Instead, they used his body as a medium to open a channel and were absorbed by his spirit in reality. Moment, Lu Chun could vaguely sense that in reality, his scattered mental power was being transformed and tainted with white starlight. Feeling a little tired, Lu Chen's eyes blurred, and he returned to reality again. Flipping through the information I know in my mind, the upturned corners of his mouth are harder to suppress than AK. Invincible. Spirituality, full name soul, the basis of life. A power that only beastmasters possess. This time he directly condensed the super god-level spirituality, the Lord of Taishur. Effect. Ignore any pollution, the spirit is as solid as iron. Indestructible when seeing God, spirituality is eternal, immune to curses, prying, and all negative effects. He can enter the state of the Lord of Taishur at any time, draw in the starlight, and enhance his own spirituality. At this time, only a part of his spirituality was condensed, and most of it was still colorless and translucent. When all the spirituality is transformed into white starlight, you have entered the stage. At the same time, spirituality is also closely related to the beast taming space. As your spirituality advances, your beast taming space will also advance. It is estimated that he will be able to contract a second pet beast soon. All system rewards have been claimed. The only thing left is the advanced fire skill, Flame Vortex. The college entrance examination results will not be announced until a few days later. Practicing Flame Vortex requires a larger venue. Well, let's go back to my hometown. I haven't been to see my grandma for a long time. Day City is a third-tier city. There are the most such cities in Daxia Kingdom. It has insufficient beast taming resources, and the level of the Beast Taming Association is also the lowest. Yunnan Township is a suburban township under the jurisdiction of Day City. It is rich in cloud eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus leaves are one of the evolutionary materials for the grass-type beast pet straw bear, and it needs to swallow 1 ton of eucalyptus leaves to evolve. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. At this time, his spirituality was constantly drawing the power of the stars from the Taishur space. Taishur space was the name he gave to the starry sky with the long steps to becoming a god. Lu Chen opened his eyes. His eyes were deep. The spiritual body, more than half of its body, is already filled with star mist. His beast taming space was expanded and strengthened, and the sky in the beast taming space, which was supposed to be pitch black, actually had stars appearing. A voice came from downstairs. "Achan eat. Yerikome." Lu Chen went downstairs and saw a little old lady who looked in good spirits, with silver threads mixed in her black hair. Grandma Lu Ying. He has been back to Yunnan Township for 2 days. Looking at the empty dining table, he blinked his eyes. "Grandma, where's the food?" Today, Zhou Longfu in the village held a banquet for his son's graduation and invited the whole village to have dinner together. Oh! Zhou Longfu, a boss in the village, opened a pet business in Guangjiang City, the capital of Zhongbei Province. Aren't the college entrance examination results out yet? Why is there already a college entrance examination banquet? Arrived at the banquet venue. A burst of compliments could be heard from a long distance away. Many people in the village gathered around a middle-aged man with a big belly, and next to him was a young man with an arrogant look. Zhou Longfu's son is named Zhou Kai. Lu Chen and his grandmother found an empty table and sat down. The food was served quickly, and it was quite good. Thank you all for coming to Xiao Kai's graduation party. Xiao Kai has been studying in Guangjiang City, the provincial capital, since he was a child. Bring him back to meet his uncles and elders. By the way, let's offer sacrifices to our ancestors and let them know that Xiao Kai has made it big. Based on the estimated scores, if nothing unexpected happens, you can be admitted to a first-rate beastmaster school, and you may even be noticed by the 4 top schools. Zhou Longfu held the wine in his hand and talked a lot, and soon came to the banquet table where Lu Chun and his grandmother were sitting to toast. "Aunt Lu, long time no see. You are still as young and strong as ever. This is Xiao Chen, right? He has grown so big in the blink of an eye. I remember he is in his 3rd year of high school this year. Has he awakened his talent for beast control?" "Awakened? That's great. You just took the college entrance exam. What's your estimated score?" "Billions of things. SOSO? Then you can probably only get into a 3rd-rate beast taming school. You and Zhou Kai should learn from them. I tell you, the educational resources and teaching methods in Guangjiang City are completely different. Let Zhou Kai tell you some of his experiences." They will be useful when you get into the school. Besides, if you two build a good relationship, Xiaokai will definitely be able to attend a first-class beast taming school, and they will also be your connections in the future. Zhoukai was a little proud of showing off in front of his peers. He took out his mobile phone and said, "Scan the QR code and add me. Only our ancestors are from the same village. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even have the qualifications or the opportunity to add me. Maybe I'll be the person with the highest status in your friend list in the future." Lu Chun was speechless, but still took out his mobile phone to scan the QR code and add a friend. Zhou Kai raised his head. "That Lu Chun, right? If you have any questions during the process of training your pet, feel free to ask me. Wait until the college entrance examination results are released, and then see what beast school you can attend." He patted his chest and said, "If you choose to apply to a city in the same city as mine and to study in the same city as my university, I will protect you in the future. Kid, have you seen your brother Kai? You should learn from him in the future. You too, Guzzi, you just wander around the mountain naked every day." Zhou Kai dared to peek at me taking a bath when he was a child. I knew he would be extraordinary. Listen to the praise from people around you. He felt as if he had drunk a glass of ice cola in the dog days of summer. Cool. He has visited all his relatives in the city in the past 2 days and has heard this many times. But I never get tired of listening to it, especially when those relatives who once looked down on me keep praising me. It feels so good. Is this how fortune changes? He is Zhou Kai, a poor student who is hated by everyone. His own father has said countless times that he is disappointed with him and said, "I should have thrown you against the wall earlier." I didn't expect that he actually awakened the SS-level beast taming talent. His estimated score is more than enough to get into a first-rate beast taming school. He finally became the other people's child in the eyes of others. Even his father boasted to his mother every day, "I said that time was good, and a dragon could be born after finishing at that time, and you still said I was fast." He assigned Lu Chun to the Kalami friend list group. "Grandma, I finished eating. I'm going to take a walk in the back hills." Lu Chun found an excuse and left. The results are about to be announced. "Aren't you waiting for the college entrance examination results?" Zhou Kai asked. No. Oh, Zhou Kai smacked his lips. That was fine. In his opinion, Lu Chun was afraid that he would crush him into pieces when the results came out. "Young people, you have too much self-esteem. What a pity. Without someone to compare myself with, I can't show how awesome I am. Come on, uncles, aunts, let's continue eating while waiting for the college entrance examination results to be announced." Lu Chun walked all the way to the open space at the back of the mountain in the village. "Come out, Chi Tian." He released the rock-hating monkey. "I've been back for 2 days. I started practicing the advanced skill Flame Vortex." Whisper. It was a rare day of relaxation for him these past 2 days, and he just completed his daily tasks and practiced visualization at home. A vortex of flames. Advanced fire skills require that the use of the elements of gathering, releasing, and flowing must all reach the mastery level. This is not a big problem. Chi Tian's current level of control over the fire element is mastery level. The mastery level of control over the fire element means that the 4 means of using the element have reached the mastery level. Lu Chun explained the skill characteristics and release method of Flame Vortex to the Yin monkey in detail. Flame Vortex is an advanced skill of the intermediate skill Flame Jet. Think carefully about the feeling of using a flame jet, but don't spit it out. Instead, continue to gather energy until you can't hold on any longer. At the moment of spitting it out, add the flow method to apply. Chi Tian seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, the energy of the fire element surged through its body, constantly gathering and condensing in its mouth, and its cheeks became more and more bulging. Boom! The air became hot and scorching. Flames spewed out of its mouth, and countless flames swirled and turned into a huge vortex of flames, sweeping towards the distance. Wherever it passed, the ground turned black, and the grass stems on the ground were sucked into the vortex and turned into ashes in an instant. Success! As expected of a Yin monkey with Zhuyin's bloodline, he learned the skill in one go. Suddenly, he felt a sense of separation and disharmony coming from the space. What the hell? Where is this? Lu Chun suddenly looked around. In the blink of an eye, the world changed and the normal vegetation around him turned dark. The whole world turned gray and was filled with an uncomfortable atmosphere. There are countless whispers in the ears, which make people feel mentally distorted. Could it be that I traveled through time again? Chapter 11 Taboo. The pollution of a drop of blood. Number 1 scholar. looking at the unfamiliar environment. Lu Chen opened his mouth. No, this situation doesn't seem to be time travel. He recalled the knowledge points about secret realm in the textbook. I'm being drawn into a secret realm? Secret realm. Full name: secret realm of space and time. A space independent of the world, with its own ecosystem. Sometimes it will suddenly intersect with the space of the main world. Some will even be firmly attached to the main world, forming a stable channel, and finally the space barrier will be absorbed by the main world, and the secret realm will be completely integrated into the blue planet. That's all the space the textbook has on the secret realm. After all, one can only awaken the talent for taming beasts in the third year of high school, and most people don't know if they can become a beastmaster. Naturally, there won't be too much introduction in the textbooks. The knowledge about taming beasts will be taught at the Beast Taming Academy. Suddenly, the whispers in my ears kept on murmuring, like devilish sounds filling my ears. His mind was in turmoil, and the world before his eyes suddenly changed. He found out he was in a black and white, silent world. A huge moon appeared in this world. A blood-red moon hung high in the sea of consciousness. In the center of the moon was a shadow, with a rusty iron sword inserted in the shadow. What's going on? This state is a bit like entering the Taisher space. Suddenly, the shadow moved. Lu Chun was instantly horrified. That wasn't a shadow. It was a pupil. This moon is not a moon, but an eyeball. There are countless tiny tentacles wriggling around the eyeballs. Blood cascaded down the wounds cut by the rusty sword. The bloody waterfall was extremely conspicuous in this monotonous black and white world. He was forced to start visualizing this strange eyeball. I want to imprint it in my soul, in the beast control space. Lu Chun had the illusion that his soul was twisting and his flesh and blood were proliferating disorderly. He even felt the skin on his face and forehead surging, as if something was trying to squeeze out of his flesh and blood. That's when endless starlight appeared in the strange world, and the Taisher space suddenly appeared. The starlight figure, who looked exactly like him, stretched out a huge hand made entirely of starlight and came across the border. Put your index finger and thumb together. Ha! It was like crushing a small insect, and the bloody eyeball was crushed. Consciousness returns to reality again. The whispers in my ears stopped. Lu Chun, is this spiritual pollution? He remembered the effects of his super god-level spirituality, Lord of Taisher. Ignoring mental pollution, his spirit is as solid as a rock, indestructible when seeing gods. His spirit is eternal, and he is immune to curses, prying eyes, and all negative effects. At first, he thought that the so-called ignoring mental pollution could ignore the hypnosis, suggestion, and other skills of the mental pet. Now it seems not. He looked at this secret realm. What on earth was going on with this secret realm? Jigu! Hearing the noise all around, Chi Tian immediately protected Lu Chun behind him and looked around vigilantly. There was a rustling sound. The creatures that appeared in front of Lu Chun were shaped like African hyenas, with vines wrapped around their bodies. They bared their teeth, their sharp fangs exposed and dripping with disgusting saliva. Grass vine dog would attribute. But this situation is wrong. Lu Chun looked at these straw vine dogs, and his whole bodies underwent deformed changes, with red eyes growing disorderly on their faces. Some even have countless small flesh balls squeezed together to form a flesh mass. There was no intelligence in his eyes, only tyranny that twisted and destroyed everything in front of him. Name: Ivy dog, distorted, soul polluted. Level: lower extraordinary. Attribute: wood. Description: it was originally a supernatural creature living in a secret realm. But not long ago it passed by an indescribable space and a drop of its blood fell into the secret realm. Under the ecological radiation from a high level, the ecology of the secret realm changed. The bodies of the creatures were deformed, their souls were polluted and twisted, and they turned into monsters. The core of the mutation is the leader of the grass vine dogs, the steel-bone vine wolf. Defeating the mutant core will destroy the abyss. Lu Chen's heart shuddered. These are monsters? Monsters, as described in textbooks, are the great enemy of mankind, but no one has ever said that normal supernatural creatures can be irradiated and turned into monsters. What on earth are those weird eyeballs? How strong is it? Isn't it too scary? The life radiation of a drop of blood caused such a horrible change in a secret place. Would a serious thing twist other creatures into such a weird shape? Lu Chun felt as if he had touched upon some secrets, a side that ordinary people could not access. That strange bead reminded him of a word from his previous life on Earth. The indescribable evil god. Could it be that all the monsters in this world were created in this way? He was still frightened, but luckily he ignored the pollution. The little monkey had a soul contract with him, so he could also ignore the pollution. Ding, trigger the mission. Kill the steel-bone vine wolf and destroy the abyss. Has the mission been triggered? Facing the mutated monster that was rushing towards him and was already killing him, Lu Chen's eyes flashed coldly. Qi Tian, kill them all. Whisper. At the same time, at the entrance of the village, a commercial vehicle stopped. Xia Haiqiang, principal of Days No. 1 Middle School, and Wang Hengze, director of the Education Bureau, got out of the car. The trunk door opens. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of extremely eye-catching long legs, straight and white, without a trace of fat. A royal sister walked out from the car. She had delicate features, watery eyes, and a teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. Her tall and well-proportioned figure was revealed as she got out of the car. She looked around curiously. Was it a village under the jurisdiction of a third-tier city? She had never seen it in the ancient capital. This is Lu Chen's hometown. I sent a message to ask him yesterday, and he came back 2 days ago. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze said with a hint of restraint in their words. This girl comes from one of the 4 top academies, Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. They can't be careless. Day City is just a third-tier city, and the 2 beastmasters are only at the transcendent stage. The person in front of him represents the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, one of the 4 top beast taming academies. 4 top universities. The cradle of the strong. Countless high-level beastmasters come from these 4 top institutions. The Beastmaster Association of Daxia was founded by these 4 top institutions. There are 4 top beast taming academies, but these 4 academies do not exist at all in the volunteer application list. There is no way to apply for the exam. They are by invitation only. Every year, only 1 or 2 students from remote provinces receive an invitation letter for admission from one of these schools. This year, 2 people in the entire Jiangbei province received admission invitations. 1 person from Osua City. 1 person in Guangjiang City, the provincial capital. The one from Guangjiang City only received an invitation from 1 top university. The one from Osua City received invitations from 4 top universities at the same time. Princess Luoan, the 2nd place in the college entrance examination of Jiangbei province. Lu Chun, who ranked 1st, did not receive any invitation from any top university. Really, we are not lying to you. Lu Chen's spiritual energy value is really 1900, and his beast pet is a mid-level extraordinary level. Both of them felt a little aggrieved. With Lu Chen's achievements, they thought that Lu Chun would be sought after and become famous throughout the country. But what no one expected was that because the results were so amazing, they were questioned by the 4 major universities and the education departments of all major first-tier cities. No top university has issued an invitation letter for admission. Fortunately, Xingyu Academy sent someone to test Lu Chen's abilities in person. If there was no cheating or mistakes, they would clear his name and invite him to enroll. Let me test it in person, and you'll know. Su Mayer said. There were some old ladies gossiping at the entrance of the village. Xia Haiqiang stepped forward and asked, Hello, sister. We are the admissions teachers of the Beast Taming School. Can you tell me the way? The admissions teacher of the Beast Taming Academy? I'll take you there. They're still eating. An old lady stood up and said, We were just discussing that boy. When he was little, he was naughty and watched the widow bathing. I didn't expect him to be so successful when he grew up. Soon, led by the aunt, we came to the open-air square where the banquet was held. Hey, Longfu, this person is looking for you. It's from the admissions office of the Beast Taming Academy, the aunt shouted from afar. Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai were stunned. What the hell? The college entrance examination results haven't been released yet. Why did the teacher from the Beast Taming Academy's admissions office come to my house? There is no need for an admissions teacher to come to your home. Now that the college entrance examination results are out, can't we just fill in our application forms? Zhou Longfu's first reaction was that he was a liar, but that didn't make sense. Aren't the people walking in front the principal of No. 1 Middle School and the director of the Education Bureau? He was still confused when he heard his son shouting as if he had received an electric shock. Dad, 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 Dad. You look at the symbol on the chest of the woman behind you. Zhou Longfu took a closer look and was also shocked. Mom, this is the logo of the 4 top schools, Xingyu Beast Taming School, Jinlin Beast Taming School, Changli Beast Taming School, Sanyou Beast Taming School, Xingyu Beast Taming School. The 4 top universities that are not on the college entrance examination application list. The only way to enter these institutions is by invitation. Now, even teachers from admissions offices of top universities have come. Doesn't that mean that my son can enter a top university? The father and son opened their mouths wide, hit by the huge surprise. Zhou was so excited that he almost fainted. Did I do so well in the exam? I had only boasted before that I would be accepted by a top university, but I didn't expect that my boast would come true. Hello, I represent Xingyu Academy. Su Meier introduced herself. Everyone around was stunned. In the countryside, I have never seen such a beautiful girl before, and her temperament shows that she is from a big city. Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai, who always boasted that they had seen the world in the provincial capital, were also stunned. Is this a top university? Is this a first-tier city? Are all the girls so pretty? Zhou Longfu came back to his senses and said, "Hello, teacher. Please sit down. I never thought that my son could be admitted to a top university." Zhou Kai was very excited. "I accept the invitation. Thank you for the invitation from Xingyu Beast Taming School. I will work hard after I enroll." Su Meier narrowed her eyes, looked up and down at the young man in front of her. Disappointment flashed in her eyes. The mental energy value is about 900, which is far from 1900. She turned around and wanted to leave, feeling that it was a wasted trip. Sorry, you are Lu Chen's father?" Xia Haiqiang, the principal of number 1 middle school, was a little confused. Didn't Lu Chen lose both his parents when he was young? How could he have a father? He turned around and looked at Zhou Kai in confusion. Who are you? Zhou Longfu and his son were stunned. "Aren't you here to look for my son? Let's look for Lu Chen." Zhou Kai raised his voice. "Who?" "We are here to find Lu Chen. He is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province." Chapter 12. Little Karami Boss God. Zhou Longfu and his son Zhou Kai were petrified on the spot. Lu Chen, the top scorer in the Jiangbei province college entrance examination. Zhou Kai opened his mouth wide. Lu Chen, that kid just now, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province? Is this not a dream? Didn't he say that he did so average in the exam and could only go to a third-rate beast taming school? The strong contrast in identities made him feel dizzy and a little unreal. He pinched himself. "Shoo, it hurts. This is not a dream." Thinking of how he had spoken so arrogantly in front of the other person just now, his face instantly turned red. He felt like a clown. Number 1. It's a remote village and not very familiar with the 4 top beast taming academies. But when it comes to the top scholar, they understand. There was an uproar immediately. "Aunt Lu, your Lu Chen is the top scholar. Our Yunnan Township has produced a top scholar. This is great news for our ancestors. Number 1 scholar, I heard he can make a lot of money in the future." It's more than just making money. It shows that Lu Chen has a great talent for taming beasts. He will become a very powerful beast tamer in the future. Zhou Kai came to his senses. What did these ignorant villagers know? They had never left Day City in their entire lives. Making money? That's just a side benefit. 80% of the world's strongest people come from the 4 great universities. As long as they don't die prematurely, the future achievements of the students from the 4 universities are guaranteed to be 3-star beast tamers. That is, transcendence-level beast tamers. This is still the case for ordinary students. Genius students are guaranteed to be overlord-level beastmasters, or the so-called 5-star beastmasters. For this kind of people, money, they don't need to earn it themselves. There are plenty of people who will find ways to give it to them. He silently opened his phone and found Lu Chen, whom he had just added in the Kalami group in his friend list. "You have moved your friends into the Big Brother group." Lu Chen's grandmother Lu Yingying was also confused. When Lu Chen came back 2 days ago, she did say that he should be the top scorer. She didn't take it seriously. This little bastard had been naughty since he was a child, so she just treated it as a joke. I didn't expect it to be true. A top-notch beast taming academy? She sighed inwardly and decided to take this path. Ah Chun, he went to the back mountain. Suddenly, the cell phone of Education Bureau Director Wang Hengze vibrated, and he answered the call. "Director Wang, are you in Yunnan Township?" Yunnan Township has detected the fluctuations of the Abyss Realm. The Abyss Realm has descended, and the area around the Abyss Realm has been sealed off to prevent anyone from being contaminated by the power of the Abyss Realm. It is a micro-abyss, and the monsters inside are limited to elite level. The detailed map coordinates have been sent to you. The people from the Beast Taming Police Department will be here soon. Wang Hengze checked the map and found that the coordinates were on a mountain nearby. He hurriedly asked, "Where is the back mountain?" A villager pointed and said, "It's the mountain next to it." Wang Hengze's expression changed drastically, and he whispered to Xia Haiqiang and Su Meier, "Oh no, a miniature abyss realm descended there. I hope Lu Chen won't be sucked in. Upon hearing this, Su Meier released her pet without any hesitation, jumped on it, and galloped towards the back mountain. Xiao Haiqiang and Wang Hengze hurried to catch up, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Zhou Longfu sighed. Isn't this too hasty? Is this how popular the top scholar is? Zhou Kai, however, had a serious look on his face. He was close enough to hear their conversation. Abyss Realm? He heard this word from a senior student after he finished the college entrance examination 2 days ago and estimated that his scores would be enough to get into a top university. It is a kind of secret place, but it contains horrible spiritual pollution. The demons, mankind's greatest enemy, are related to the abyss. I'll go take a look too. Zhou Kai said this and ran over. Bang! There was a gust of flying sand and rocks. A monkey several meters in size with its body covered with rocks was knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Chi Tian, the rock-hating monkey, used his bloodline talent, Shape Change. At this time, the rock shell on his body had been smashed into pits and holes, like a tattered piece of clothing draped over his body. Lu Chen looked at the steel-bone vine wolf standing on the huge rock. The polluted core of this abyss. Wood type, 5 meters in height. The surface is covered with circles of vines, which can extend the attack on the enemy. However, these vines, which are plants, are covered with balls of flesh and blood. The end of the original steelbone vine wolf's tail would bloom and bear fruit with the seasons. Vine fruit. It is a resource that can purify the energy of wood-type pets. Now, the fruit in the flower bud at the tail of the steelbone vine wolf has also turned into an eyeball. Strength. Middle elite level. Description: the core pollution source of the mutation. He is at the middle elite level, while Chi Tiankai is at the middle extraordinary level. It is a big gap, so it is a bit difficult to deal with him. His tone was filled with headache, but his face was filled with a smile of confidence. Chi Tian, have you suffered enough? Roar! Chi Tian nodded. It has 2 bloodline talents. Bloodline talent 1. Form change. After use, Chi Tian will transform into a giant ape. The stronger his strength, the larger his body size. Bloodline talent 2. Vajra indestructibility. It grants Chi Tian extremely strong defensive capabilities in his normal state. At the same time, when he enters the giant ape form, this talent will turn into rock armor covering his body surface. It has a strong ability to withstand damage and converts the damage into energy storage. When the rock armor is completely broken, the accumulated energy is fed back to itself and fully released in the body. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Do you think you have won the game by breaking the rock armor on Chi Tian's body? Sorry, at this stage, only you are qualified to see Chi Tian's true demeanor. Chi Tian, activate the blood talent, diamond indestructibility, 2nd stage." Chi Tian stood up and let out a low roar. The hard rock shell on his body turned into powder and flew away, revealing his gray hair. At this moment, its momentum is rising and blood vessels are flowing under the epidermis of the arm. The flame pattern on its forehead suddenly exploded and turned into a burst of flames that burned fiercely. A single spark can start a prairie fire. The flames start from the forehead and spread. The flames swept from the head to the tail, and wherever they passed, the gray hair faded and turned into golden red hair. Finally, the flames gathered at the end of the tail, turning into a ball of flame that would not go out, burning at the end of the tail. Lower elite class. Chi Tian's eyes were like flames. Ah! With a roar, it kicked its feet. A ball of fire erupted from the soles of its feet. The ground shattered, and a propulsion force was created. It was so fast that it arrived in front of the steel-bone vine wolf in an instant, so fast that the opponent had no time to react. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless vines emerged from the steel-bone vine wolf's body, like tentacles. The air was sucked out, and all the tentacles and vines came towards Chi Tian to strangle him. Boom! Every pore on Chi Tian's body released scorching flames, wrapping him into a big fireball. The fire element naturally restrains the wood element, and the tentacles and vines were burned to ashes. Chi Tian clenched his fist and pulled the bow back with his right arm as hard as he could. One could clearly see the blood vessels under the skin turning fiery red, and the fire energy gathered on his fist. The fist, as big as an iron pot, felt like it had grabbed a scorching sun, blazing and terrifying. Charging completed. Sizzle. The fist penetrated the chest and exited the back. The body of the steel-bone vine wolf was pierced through, and the pierced part melted. The opponent's vitality is also amazing. The vines on his body are still swaying vertically like tentacles, trying to attack Chi Tian. Chi Tian strung it on his arm and lifted it to the same height as himself. He opened his mouth, and rich fire elements condensed in front of his mouth. A fierce column of fire was reflected in the disorderly, growing eyeballs on the steel bone vine wolf's face. A streak of fire shot across and rushed into the sky. Sizzle bang. A headless wolf corpse was skewered on the arm. The brain was gone, and the tentacles and vines also entered the sage state, hanging limply. A snake with a pair of wings on its back and scales all over its body that looked colorful in the sunlight flew down from the sky. How about the wind-winged tongue snake? Su Mayer asked. The wind-winged tongue snake shook its head. Under the infrared thermal energy perception, it did not sense any other human life fluctuations. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Heng's hearts suddenly sank to the bottom. Lu Chen's phone was unreachable, as it indicated that the phone was out of service area. I couldn't find anyone in the back mountain. There is a high probability that he was drawn into the abyss. Can we get in? Xia Haiqiang looked at the land ahead with some reluctance. It is obvious that the place is out of tune with the surrounding space, and even the color tone is not the same as the surrounding area. The space hasn't stabilized yet, so we can't go in. It will take at least 2 hours for it to stabilize. Xia Haiqiang was extremely anxious. 2 hours is too long. According to the energy level reaction, there are elite monsters in there. Lu Chen's beast pet is only at the middle extraordinary level. Su Mayer glanced at the two of them and said, "There's no hope. It's probably been contaminated and distorted. Without spiritual concentration, the soul is weak and defenseless. After 2 hours, not to mention whether he would be torn to pieces by elite monsters. Even if he survived, his soul would be polluted and twisted. Unless he can solve the pollution core, it will turn out to be an elite monster. Even if you are not lying, his beast pet is only at the middle level extraordinary level. Do you think it is possible to kill it? The chance of survival is less than 0.01%. I haven't finished talking yet." She stared ahead in astonishment with her beautiful eyes, her cherry-like mouth slightly open. The space ahead shattered like bubbles. They saw the ground was covered with corpses of monsters. The most eye-catching thing is the headless wolf corpse that is as big as a hill. Even though it is dead, one can still vaguely sense the residual power of the opponent's elite level. Amid a sea of blood and corpses, a young boy stood there with a little monkey. He looked up, and the deep eyes, coupled with the corpses all over the ground under his feet, made it seem as if the other party was not slaughtering the elite class, but the overlord class. Su Mayer, who slaughtered the elites like a dog, trembled slightly. Chapter 13 Chi Tian Evolution, Yangyin, the Flame of the Sun. At this time, Zhou Kai also ran up the mountain panting. He also saw the mountain full of monster corpses and the hill of corpses next to Lu Chen. His mouth opened wide again, and his pupils lost focus. After a long time, he woke up as if from a dream and took out his cell phone with trembling hands. Create a new friend group God. You have successfully moved your friend Lu Chen from the Big Brother group to the God group. Grandma's house. The spirit is not polluted either. Su Mayer looked at Lu Chen as if she was looking at a monster. They had been back from the back mountain for more than half an hour. Lu Chen's mind and body have been checked several times, and there is no sign of his soul being polluted. Without condensing his spirituality, he entered the abyss, but his spirit showed no abnormality. With the strength of the middle-level extraordinary class, he directly passed through a micro-abyss realm and killed the elite-level pollution core. If it happened to those aristocratic families, he could accept it. After all, those aristocratic families have the best resources and the best education. They have learned about taming beasts since childhood and have had a large amount of rare resources to squander. The problem is that this happened in a third-tier city. It happened 40 days ago to an ordinary student before he awakened his talent for beast taming. This shocked her. Genius. Unparalleled genius. There is no doubt that his college entrance examination results were not inflated at all. She had a beautiful smile on her face. She leaned forward with her hands on the sofa and said with a smile, "Since you can kill a mid-level elite monster, it seems that there is no need to verify the authenticity of your achievement." Lu Chen looked at the other person straight in the eye, and his eyes glanced down uncontrollably. I felt thrilling immediately. Hiss, white lace, her child's dining room will be so big and so white in the future. This isn't obvious through the clothes. Check my results. Xia Haiqiang slapped his forehead and said, "I forgot to introduce you, Lu Chen. This is the representative of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, Su Meyer. He told him every detail of the matter. Soon Lu Chen knew everything that had happened. So that's how it is. Are you questioning the falsification of college entrance examination results? It's okay. I will clear your name. I think you will receive admission letters from the 4 top universities soon. Su Meyer came forward and said in a gentle voice. At the same time, on behalf of Xingyu Academy, I would like to invite you to officially join Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. She looked at Lu Chen. Her eyes were moist as if tears could drip out of them, with expectation in them, and she looked pitiful like a seductive little goblin. It was obviously a normal sound, but it made Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze feel a little numb. They even wanted to answer on behalf of Lu Chen. I choose Xingyu Beast Taming School. Okay, I choose to join the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. Lu Chen replied. Other beast taming academies suspected that his college entrance examination data was wrong, and they didn't even send him an admission notice, and they didn't even think of verifying the authenticity of his results. Only the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy sent someone to review his application, and after the review was confirmed, they personally invited him to join the academy. Isn't it obvious which beast taming school to choose? Su Meyer looked at Lu Chen, whose eyes were clear. He was shocked inside. Was he totally unaffected by his own charm? A fledgling beast tamer. How is this possible? In addition to shock, there was an inexplicable meaning in her eyes. She took a deep breath and hid her complicated thoughts. Don't worry. Let me make it clear to you first. Among the 4 top universities, our Xingyu University has been ranked at the bottom in recent years. The strongest among them is Jinlin Academy, followed by Chongli Academy, Sangyo Academy, and finally our Xingyu Academy. Lu Chen still didn't hesitate. It's Xingyu Academy. It doesn't make much difference to him which university he goes to, let alone its ranking. There is no other reason. There is a trick. It doesn't matter where you cheat. I was right about you, Su Meyer said with a smile. Welcome to join us, little boy. Junior, are you a student too? Yes, please call me senior. I'm 2 years older than you. Come on, let's add Yusin as a friend. Yusin is a social software similar to WeChat. The 2 parties added each other's contact information. This made Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze on the side sigh. Is this the treatment for geniuses? On the way here, Su Meyer didn't even look at them directly. The other party's identity is also terrifying. The president of the Beast Taming Association of Jiangbei Province personally called and repeatedly reminded them to take good care of Su Meyer. Lu Chen remembered something important, and he asked, "What happened to the secret realm I accidentally entered today?" Su Meyer said, "Generally speaking, you will only be exposed to these things after entering the academy, but it's not a big problem to tell you now." Su Meyer touched the little snake in her arms. Wind-winged tongue snake, silent barrier. The polluted secret realm is called the Abyss. It is some kind of existence called taboo, or it is related to taboo. It is the radiation of their power. This radiation is not initiated by them. It wasn't them who took the initiative. It's like you're walking down the street and accidentally collapse an anthill, killing a few ants. You should have learned world history in your textbooks, right? Lu Chen nodded, recalling the knowledge in the textbook. In the world thousands of years ago, there were no supernatural beings, and there were not so many creatures capable of using supernatural powers. There is no such thing as a beastmaster. It's just an ordinary world. Thousands of years ago, the world of Blue Star underwent a great change. The territory of the entire blue planet has expanded countless times, and all kinds of creatures have undergone bloodline leaps and evolutions. Everything in this world, whether living or non-living, can give birth to spirituality. Mountains, clouds, thunder, and lightning can all give birth to spiritual intelligence and enter the door of transcendence. Blue Star officially entered the era of the extraordinary from the era of no extraordinary. After more than 100 years of chaos in the early days, humans at the bottom of the food chain discovered that they could awaken their talent for taming beasts, open up their own taming space, contract with spiritual species, step into the realm of transcendence, and become beastmasters. Since then, beastmasters have stepped onto the stage of history. Su Meyer continued to explain. The academic community speculates that it may be that Blue Star collided with a higher-level world. In other words, Blue Star accidentally entered into the fragments of a broken world. That high-level world is in a state of fragmentation. The Blue Star is like a magnet, constantly attracting the broken fragments of that world. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why the area of the blue planet continues to grow. His tone became serious. They are the forbidden existences of that world. There is even a speculation that the world was destroyed by them. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. So this is how the great changes on Blue Star happened. He continued to ask, then why do ordinary people like us not know about the existence of the Abyss Realm? When the forbidden power radiates, all life will be distorted, the mind will be twisted, the flesh and blood will proliferate disorderly, and they will become monsters. That's how our human enemies, the monsters, came about. The abyss is filled with forbidden radiation and various strange pollutions. He paused and said, the more stable your mind and spirit are, the longer you can hold on, and the greater your chance of survival. This situation is like a ghost appears in front of you, and I tell you it is a person pretending to be one, and I tell you it is a real ghost. Which one would make you more mentally stable? After hearing this, Lu Chen understood. Isn't it just the sand value? If the truth is revealed, ordinary people will immediately fall into a state of panic when they mistakenly enter the abyss. For specific things, when you go to school, you will be taught systematic knowledge. I'll send you a beast tamer encyclopedia. I have to rush back to the academy, so I'll leave first. The wind-winged tongue snake in her arms flapped its little wings and flew up, soaring into the wind in the yard. An invisible pressure permeated the yard. It turned into a huge monster with a body length of more than 10 meters. Little brother, if you have any problems, remember to look for me when you get to Xingyu Academy. Tell me your sister's name, and I'll protect you. By the way, your score is not only the top scorer in Jiangbei Province. Today, the ranking list of college entrance examination scores of various provinces will be released. The National College Entrance Examination ranking list will be released tomorrow, so you can look forward to it. Su Mayer winked playfully, soared into the sky, and disappeared into the sky. Hiss. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze looked at each other. They knew that Lu Chen's grades were also terrifying in a first-tier city. Could it be? Their pupils are constricting. If this is true, then it would be no less than a major earthquake in the entire Daxia. No wonder the 4 major universities thought it was cheating, and Xingyu University even specially arranged people to review it. Lu Chen doesn't care about his own grades. Upper rebirth stage. This senior seems a bit fierce, and it doesn't seem to be her main pet. Then we'll take our leave as well. We still have to deliver the admission letters from the 4 universities to classmate Luo Anfei. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze also said goodbye and left. After fighting in the abyss for so long, his body was dirty. After seeing them off, Lu Chen took a bath, rubbed his hands, and it was time to draw the prizes. System. Receive the mission reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the Abyss mission and obtaining the special treasure Essence of the Sun. Sun Essence, special treasure. Granted to a pet, it can make the flame of a fire-type pet acquire sun-related properties. Characteristic secret treasure. This is the first time I hear it. Lu Chen immediately opened the Beast Tamer Encyclopedia that Su Mayer sent him. Found the special treasure. Specialty secret treasure. Something superior to the attribute secret treasure. Extremely rare, with harsh conditions for its birth, can give pets special characteristics. After use, the appearance of the pet will change slightly, also known as small evolution. Note, do not integrate a treasure that is not suitable for your pet, otherwise it will ruin your pet. A pet can be integrated once at each growth stage. That is, after the initial form is integrated, the next integration must be after the evolution. Is the integration of characteristic secret treasures also called small evolution? Chapter 14. The Beast Tamer Egg from the Super Ancient Times. Summon Qi Tian. Woo! Qi Tian greeted weakly. In the second stage of Vajra indestructibility, he exploded with strength that was not appropriate for his level, causing great damage to his body. After using it, you will fall into a state of depression for a day. You're going to become stronger again, Qi Tian. Swallow it. Lu Chen flipped his hand, and an amber appeared in his hand. A flame is trapped in amber. The flame is golden with brilliant orange-red interwoven into the background, and has hints of golden morning glow. The fireworks around the outside are white. It was as if it was condensed from the hottest and purest essence of fire in the world. The moment I saw this thing, the Rockian monkey felt that the flames in his body were compressed to the extreme, and he trembled inside, as if he had met the king of flames. At the same time, its eyes were staring with great desire. This thing had a fatal attraction to it. All the cells in its body are active and eager. Eat it and see what kind of properties you gain. Qi Tian couldn't wait to swallow it. The amber-like substance melted in his mouth. In an instant, golden light enveloped Qi Tian's body. People can't feel the changes inside at all. Qi Tian felt as if there was a huge sun burning inside his body. All the cells in his body were changed, especially the flames on his body, which changed from the inside out. Half a minute later, the light dissipated and Chi Tion's figure reappeared. Its appearance has changed significantly. First, its size grew by another level and now reached Lu Chen's chest. The hair also changes a lot. It was originally lime-colored, but now the roots of the hair are gray, slowly transitioning to a sun-like orange-gold color. There is a tuft of hair on the head that slowly fades from red to white. There is a ball of flame burning behind the tail, with a few golden sparks in the flame, like the brilliance of the sun. The overall feeling is even more magical. It is indeed a special treasure that is known as a minor evolution. Lu Chen was curious about what kind of characteristics Chi Tian had acquired. Name: Rock-Hating Monkey. Level: Middle Level Extraordinary. Attributes: Rock Fire. Features: Yang Yin, newly added. Bloodline: Lower King, Middle King. Fusion progress 44%, 50%. Bloodline talent: Shape Change, Vajra Indestructibility. Elemental Control: Fire Proficient, Rock Proficient. Skills: Low-level skills: Rock Claw, Flame Fong, Flame Fist. Intermediate skills: Flame Spray, Rock Spike. Advanced skill: Flame Vortex. Is the characteristic Yang Yin? Flame of the Sun? It sounds awesome. Whoa! Chi Tian looked at his hands in disbelief and felt the power surging in his body. Moreover, the side effects of Vajra Indestructibility were also cured. Beastmaster, I feel very strong now. Let's go and try out the skill changes. Half an hour later, abandoned land in the village. The charred earth was melting, and magma was raging on the ground. The extremely hard granite melts like a candle. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. The temperature of the flame is higher, and it has the characteristics of the sun's fire, which not only has a restraining effect on the abyss system. With the same level of elemental control, even water is difficult to destroy. It also has a negative burning condition that corrodes the bones and marrow. Lu Chen returned to his grandmother's house. A typical rural small flat building with a fenced yard outside. There is an old cloud eucalyptus tree in the yard. The lush branches and leaves were like a huge green canopy, providing shade for most of the yard. Lu Chen stepped into the yard. I saw my grandmother enjoying the cool under a cloud eucalyptus tree. She had her chin supported by her hand, her eyes staring blankly ahead, but her thoughts were drifting to who knows where. The sound of the door being pushed open brought him back to his senses. Chin is back? He is indeed my grandson, and he is actually the top scholar. She looked up and smiled. I heard from Lu Yorong that you know that the magic mirror puppet is not simple. Lu Chen nodded. Oh, Grandma, my mother and the magic mirror doll? I haven't finished talking yet. I didn't see her for the last time either. Grandma said she is just an E-level beastmaster. I don't know why she is so strong. She has been saying for years that she was working outside. Lu Chen, even you were covered in blood, and the magic mirror doll came to me holding you, who was still in the cradle. This is something she left for you, placed in your swaddling clothes. Grandma took out an oval stone the size of a baby's head. In addition to these, she also left a letter, saying that if you have a great talent for taming beasts, then she can give you this thing. She pointed to the oval stone in her hand and said, if you don't have the talent, then just find a random place to throw this thing away. That night, it really is invulnerable to water and fire. Even Chi Tian's Yang Yin flame is immune. Lu Chen fiddled with the stone in the room for a while, and even hit it with a sledgehammer, but it didn't move at all. What the hell is this? There was really nothing he could do, and he couldn't figure it out, so Lu Chen threw it aside. The daily evening classes began. Start to absorb the starlight to enhance your own spirituality. After today's events in the Abyss realm, he has attached great importance to the Taisher space. Ignore mental pollution. At the same time, the starlight giant on the long steps crushed the forbidden shadow with a snap. Strong yuppie. He came to the Taisher space. In an instant, he noticed something different. A drop of blood floated on the side of the star giant. The eyes of God gives information. A drop of blood from a forbidden follower can be used as a material for the special evolution of a certain beast pet. Lu Chen. Could this be the source of the pollution of the secret realm into the abyss? Is this also an evolution material? Why do you bring everything home? You don't dare to throw it away. Lu Chen had no choice but to use starlight to condense a container and put it in it. Then start to receive the starlight. Wait, he felt that besides himself, there was something else absorbing the starlight. Beside me, an oval-shaped stone appeared out of nowhere and was attracting the power of the stars. Luchin. How did this stone get in? As the starlight was swallowed and exhaled, Lu Chin's divine eyes changed, and the other party revealed information. Mysterious egg fossil state. Description: the embryo has not yet formed, and the beast egg is turned into a fossil. But even though it is turned into a fossil and has become a dead fetus, it still retains the last bit of vitality, and its vitality is extremely tenacious. Is this thing a beast egg? My mom left me an egg? It's already a dead fetus. What's the point of playing with it? That's what I said. There was a solemn look in Lu Chen's eyes. This egg looked extraordinary at first glance. Not to mention that this beast-taming egg can actually follow him into the Tai-Shur space. Just to say that it has become a fossil. This must be traced back to tens of millions of years ago, right? After tens of millions of years, it still has a trace of vitality? What level of extraordinary creature left behind this egg? In other words, if this thing hatches, what kind of creature will it be? Why did his mother leave this thing to him? Doubts popped up in his mind one after another. Chapter 15. Luo On-Phase Harvest, National Ranking Announced. The college entrance examination results of each province have been announced. The admission score for each beast taming academy has also been announced, and the application channel has been opened. All high school seniors first check their grades. Dad, my score has reached the admission score of a second-rate school. Wow, Xiaofeng, I can't go to the same school with you. Although my overall grades at Aben High School were not ideal, I was able to get into a top-notch university. Some are happy while others are sad, something that happens in every city. After students from Jiangbei province looked at their scores, they opened the college entrance examination rankings of their province. Lu Chun, Princess Luoan, Li Xiudan. The students in Ozawa City looked at the name that topped the list in their province without any surprise. They just took it for granted. The top two candidates in the imperial examination in Jiangbei province both came from Day City. This makes all the high school students in Day City proud, and it can also be used to brag about it in the future. The big guy and I once advanced on the same stage. A heated discussion began among the senior high school students in Ozawa City. Damn it, why won't the National College Entrance Examination rankings be released until tomorrow? Because each province has slightly different college entrance examination scores, we have to convert them for each province before we can come up with a comprehensive ranking. I see. Then where do Lu Xin and Luo Xin rank in the country? It's hard to say. We don't know the formula for calculating the national ranking, but in previous years, the top scorers in our Jiangbei province were ranked around 1,000 in the National College Entrance Examination list. And this is even when there are extra points for the college entrance examination in remote areas. Damn, is the gap so big? As for the beast taming province and those first-tier cities, the gap between us and them is as big as the sky. I heard from my distant relatives that in a first-tier city, you can spend 1 million and find out whether you can become a beastmaster in the future when you are in primary school. From the beginning of junior high school, there are beastmaster classes and ordinary classes. I heard that the teachers are all professional beastmasters. The record holder for the college entrance examination in Jiangbei province, Yi Shun, was ranked in the middle 600th place. Everyone was silent. The gap was indeed huge. But Lu Xin will probably make it into the top 100. Damn, even the Lu Xun is only in the top 100? How abnormal must the national champion be? That's not something we can imagine. Snort. Looking at the name on the list, the name that was suppressing me. Concubine Luo frowned and snorted softly. Then she regained her confident look. If you can surpass me once in this life, you should be proud of yourself. You won't have another chance. In just a few days, you have been far surpassed by me. A smile formed at the corner of her mouth. That moment, her eyes were like top-grade ice crystal glass, and even her eyelashes seemed to be covered with frost. The blue is so deep that you can even see a pure white world of ice and snow reflected in her eyes. In the world of ice and snow, there is a huge bird that blocks out the sky and the sun. Its entire body is made of ice, and when its wings are spread, it blocks out the sky and the sun. She went out these days to take advantage of the great opportunity she had obtained in her previous life. A spiritual condensation method derived from the quickly frozen black phoenix, one of the 3 legendary divine birds. It can condense the legendary ice phoenix spirituality and possess the characteristics of nirvana. Even if the mind is polluted by taboos, it can be avoided through nirvana. In her previous life, her ability in school was mediocre, and she was in the middle. After graduating from the academy, she went out to gain experience and fell into an unnamed cliff. There was a small ruin below the cliff. It was a relic from ancient times, and the creature used for sacrifice was one of the three sacred birds that had been hailed as one of the three sacred birds in ancient times, the quickly frozen black phoenix. She obtained this method of spiritual concentration, just started her journey to become the goddess of Luo River. Unfortunately, this spiritual condensation method requires a trace of the spirit of the quickly frozen black phoenix before it can be condensed. After accepting the inheritance, the frozen black bird sculpture in the ruins turned into dust and disappeared. Moreover, the gains from this trip are not limited to this. She looked at the ice crystal fox in her arms. We can start now, ice crystal fox. You have already entered the transcendent stage for 2 days, and your realm has been consolidated. Michi-mi, relying on the memories of past lives and foresight. After obtaining the spiritual concentration method, she went to the next city and found a special treasure. Unmeltable ice special treasure. After use, your pet can gain ice-related characteristics. She began to incorporate characteristics into the ice crystal fox. The ice blue light enveloped the ice crystal fox. The air inside the room became condensed and a layer of frost formed on the windows. Half a minute later, the figure of the ice crystal fox appeared. Its fur turned ice blue, a tail appeared behind its butt, its eyes were blue-white, and its pupils were like ice crystals. Name: Ice Crystal Fox. Level: Lower Extraordinary. Attribute: Ice. Features: Frost Control. Luo Anfei raised her head and looked at the person whose name was suppressed below hers. The gap between us has already started to widen, and it will only get wider and wider, until you won't even be able to see the back of me when you look up to me. If you can crush me once when I am insignificant, then you will be proud of me when I stand at the top of the sky and rule the universe. The Ice Phoenix spirit can avoid spiritual pollution. A top-level secret treasure that is compatible with your pet. These are things you can't imagine. Next time we compare, what can you use to defeat me? Lien, who was still studying the ancient beast egg in the room, sneezed several times. Who is thinking about me? The next day, it finally came out after much anticipation. Amid the anticipation of countless people, the National College Entrance Examination ranking list was released at 10 a.m. I am the top scholar in the country. I am invincible. You can do whatever you want. The top prize will be mine. The top scholars of other beast-controlling provinces and first-tier cities are not as good as me. Who else can be the top scholar in the country? Many people who believe they are qualified to compete for the top spot in the National College Entrance Examination clicked on the ranking list with confidence. Lu Chen? Who is this? Oswa City. Old Xia, how is it? I'm looking. Luo Anfei ranks 188th in the country. Xia Haiqiang's voice was trembling as he spoke. Wang Hengze clenched his fist and said excitedly, I have broken the record of the Night King. Where's Lu Chen? There's no 100 to 150, and there's no 50 to 100 either. Awesome. That means we're in the top 50. Wang Hengze said excitedly. How much? Old Xia, say something? Why are you mute? Not in the top 50. Could it be the top 30? Neither nor. Wang Hengze, director of the Education Bureau, looked at Xia Haiqiang, who was petrified, pushed him away, and glanced at the screen. For a moment, he almost forgot to breathe. Both of them were petrified. After a long time, the two looked at each other. There was no excitement or joy in their eyes, only emptiness. It was because their emotional threshold had exceeded the limit, and they didn't know what expression to use to respond. Isn't this too outrageous? Yesterday, Su Mayer said that we can look forward to the National College Entrance Examination rankings. They estimated that Lu Chen would make it into the top 100. Even if they were brave enough to guess, they could only guess that he would be in the top 50. The top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination? This is something I dare not even imagine in my daydreams. It took the two of them a long time to recover from their shock. They slapped their thighs hard and said excitedly, We are famous. Our day city is going to be famous. We have cultivated a National College Entrance Examination champion, surpassing the beast-controlling provinces and first-tier cities. Zhou Kai looked at the name at the top of the list and took a deep breath. Fuck, he is worthy of being called a god. Not only is he the top scholar in Jiangbei province, he is also the top scholar in the whole country. He turned on his cell phone. He found that the hot search had already dominated the screen, so he took a look and immediately became anxious. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. Chapter 16. Hot search on the entire network. School starts. Mechanical products. Hashtag National Unified College Entrance Examination results officially released. Hashtag Hashtag shocking. The top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination actually came from Dae City, which is under the jurisdiction of Gyeongbuk Province, a remote and unknown province. Hashtag, this is the first time in the history of the college entrance examination that a candidate from a non-first-tier city has become the top scorer. Hashtag. Beast taming expert Yu Beicheng has something to say. The educational resources in third-tier cities and first-tier cities are different. In first-tier cities, students are divided into beast taming classes and ordinary classes from primary school to junior high school. Because it is a first-level city, you can spend 1 million and you can detect whether you have the talent to tame beasts when you are 12 years old. If you have the talent to tame beasts, you will definitely awaken the talent to tame beasts when you are 18 years old and become a beastmaster. They start to temper their spirits in junior high school to prepare for future spiritual concentration and learn knowledge of taming animals. The school also specially captures docile wild pets for students to practice fighting. Even the teachers are professional beastmasters. These advantages are not available in second and third tier cities. In second and third tier cities, teachers are ordinary teachers who teach ordinary knowledge. Students only know who has the talent of a beastmaster 1 month before the college entrance examination in their senior year of high school, and they have not even learned the knowledge of beastmastering. Given this gap, how can students from third-tier cities surpass students from first-tier cities? Moment. This post set the internet on fire. I was wondering who Lu Chen was. Turns out he was from a small third-tier city. Cheating, absolutely unparalleled. According to rumors, I heard that the spiritual energy value of this top scholar is 1900. 1900? Are you kidding? I'll share some data. In last year's college entrance examination, among all the third-tier cities in the country, there were less than 120 people whose mental energy value exceeded 1,000. There are nearly 100 third-tier cities in the country. You tell me that the mental energy value is 1,900? 1,900? Fake. Must be cheating. Really, he and I are from the same city, and the rank of his pet is middle-level extraordinary level. I don't allow you to say that. I saw with my own eyes today that he killed an elite monster. During this period, some people spoke up for Lu Chun, most of whom were high school graduates from Dae City. They debated with the scholars and spoke in a very coherent manner. But as a trending search topped the list, they were also drowned out. Look, someone interviewed Jinlin Academy, Changli Academy, and Sangyo Academy. The 3 universities said that they knew the results might be cheated, so they did not send out admission invitation letters. Video. The top universities that were hailed as holy places by countless candidates have all come to an end. It seems that everyone has someone backing them up and has found a backbone. This is equivalent to completely confirming that the top scorer in the National College Entrance Examination cheated. The haters are having a blast online. Even though Dae City released the footage of Lu Chen's college entrance examination, no one took it seriously, and it was considered cheating. After all, in the age of beast taming, there are not too many illusions, and mechanical beast pets can even generate fake videos. How can a mere third-tier city like you be more authoritative than the 3 top universities? The incident escalated on the internet. Soon after, Xingyu Beast Taming Academy also issued a statement. The results are correct, and you have been admitted to our Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. Faced with netizens who are crazy about killing, this is undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Inviting cheaters to enroll? Awesome. No wonder Xingyu Beast Taming Academy has been suppressed by the other 3 academies over the years. There's a reason for this. The other 3 top universities also made sarcastic remarks. Congratulations on your school winning the National College Entrance Examination champion, but our school does not recognize this national ranking list. Under their joint name, except for Xingyu Academy, the other academies removed Lu Chen's name, turning the person who was originally ranked 2nd in the National College Entrance Examination into the national top scorer. This made countless people applaud. Lu Chen slept until he woke up naturally and saw a bunch of unread messages. After understanding it, he didn't take it seriously at all. Not to mention that Xingyu Beast Taming Academy has already invited him to join, even if no school wants him. Is it important? Do I need to explain? Cyberbullying? It's just a little bit of wind and frost. A week passed in a flash. Ordinary liberal arts students have summer vacation. There is no such thing as summer vacation for students of the Department of Zoology. 7 days after the college entrance examination results are released, the major beast taming academies will start school. Gyeongbuk Province only has an airport in its capital city, Gwangyang City. Gwangyang Airport. A graceful figure walked along the way, attracting countless people's attention. Her flawless face looked as if kissed by an angel. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her simple everyday clothes made her look even more stunning. It's a pity that he is too cold indifferent and frosty, with a pair of emotionless eyes that make people afraid to approach him. Lu Chun, who was walking beside concubine Lu Owen, received countless malicious glances along the way. If eyes could kill people, he would have died countless times already. Countless people looked at the man next to the frosty beauty with eager eyes, and at the same time, they felt that he looked familiar. Lu Chun sighed. The charm of this big lump of ice is still as great as ever. Why did you choose Xingyu Beast Taming Academy? Lu Chun joked. Could it be that you chose to go to the same school with me because you saw that I was bullied by the other 3 academies? Lu Chun received a haha and an expressionless death stare. It was impossible for her to choose Xingyu Beast Taming Academy just to be able to study in the same Beast Taming Academy with Lu Chun. There is a reason for choosing Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. Living her life over again. She wants to take in all the opportunities, secret treasures, and evolution sequences that she missed in her previous life. The detours I took in my previous life will never be repeated in this life. The reason she chose Xingyu Beast Taming Academy was because it had what she needed. Carrying luggage, boarding the plane. This world doesn't even need security checks. Damn, aren't they afraid that terrorists will blow up the planes? This is too much of a lack of attention to safety. This is the beast taming world of extraordinary beings. It seems that there is really no need for security checks as beast tamers are walking human bombs. The plane is not the same as the one in the previous life. The whole plane is filled with a cyber sci-fi metallic feel. The whole body is light gold in color, like an eagle spreading its wings, with layers of gradual protrusions on the wings. The plane is about to take off and the cabin door is about to close. The destination is the ancient capital. All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. It is forbidden to release pet animals on the plane. On the plane, most of the passengers are young faces, and they are prospective college students heading to the ancient capital to study. Ancient capital, one of the 5 main cities of Daxia. Well, it may be a bit confusing to say main city. The previous name of the main city was called Domain, Eastern Region, Southern Region, Western Region, Northern Region, and Central Region. The 5 regions of Daxia. The ancient capital was previously responsible for commanding and governing the entire Eastern region. The main city is also a first-level city, but people like to call the ancient capital the main city to distinguish it from other first-level cities. Xingyu Beast Taming Academy is located in the ancient capital. The population is tens of millions. The plane took off and the ground began to get smaller and smaller. Soon, the entire city shrank in sight, and the buildings became as small as toy building blocks. Sizzle. Suddenly, countless flashes of lightning flashed on the wings and continued to accumulate in the engine. Then suddenly released. An extreme feeling of being pushed back came. The plane cut through the sky, and the sonic boom shattered the clouds in the sky. Lu Chun. Holy shit, the plane used a skill? If I'm not mistaken, that's the intermediate skill of the Thunder system, Thunder Flash. Many people on the plane were also exclaiming. Someone explained, "This is the model Lei Falcon I aircraft. Is this your first time flying? It's the product of a mechanic, a combination of beast control and machinery." Lu Chun suddenly realized. Mechanic. They are also beastmasters, but what they tamed were not beasts, but mechanical creatures. He had only heard about it in textbooks. I haven't seen it in real life either. I heard there is a city called Mechanical City, which is the base camp of mechanics. Many of the devices in our lives that possess extraordinary powers are manufactured by mechanics. Soon, the plane left the urban area. Below, all you can see is the vast verdant forest spreading across the boundless land. The dense treetops are stacked layer upon layer like green waves. Looking further away, the forest landscape comes to an abrupt end, and various rocky and hilly landscapes appear. You can vaguely see a lot of ferocious beasts roaming around, because the area of the blue planet is constantly expanding. The cities of Daxia are scattered across the human territory, and each province is far apart. Traffic is blocked, and it is difficult to travel across provinces. Airfare is outrageously expensive. Except for beastmasters, most ordinary people will never leave the province where they live in their entire life. Fortunately, the ferocious beasts living in human territory are all relatively peaceful. Those brutal beasts are all outside human territory. The same old scenery soon becomes boring. Lu Chun closed his eyes and took a short rest. I don't know how much time had passed. He felt his shoulders were a little sore, heavy and a little cold. Turning my head, I saw. It was a perfect side profile. and it was unknown when the big, icy guy fell asleep on his shoulder. Just sleep and drool. The plane is about to arrive in the ancient capital. All passengers, please prepare to disembark. The radio just happened to sound. Lu Chen saw the girl on his shoulder wake up, her long, slightly curled eyelashes trembling, and then she fell back asleep in an instant, changing her sleeping position and turning her head towards the corridor. Lu Chen, wake up. She must be awake. Half a minute later, concubine Luo woke up and sat dignifiedly in her seat, with an expressionless face and eyes not looking away. Lu Chen pointed to the water stain on his shoulder. Luo Fei turned her head and asked coldly, "Is the air conditioner dripping?" Lu Chen, "God damn, the air conditioner is dripping. This isn't water dripping from the air conditioner. This is clearly," looking into the other person's murderous cold eyes. "It's not the air conditioner dripping. It's my new clothes. They're made by a mechanic. They have the ability to absorb water." Oh, magical. The plane descended, and a magnificent city slowly unfolded in front of Lu Chen and his friends. The sky is blue and boundless. Buildings are lined up one after another, spreading out from the city center, one ring after another, with roads running in all directions. You can't see the end of the city when looking from the air. The plane descended slowly. We have arrived at the ancient capital. Chapter 17, he is Lu Chen. Thousands of people are watching. Ancient capital. Once the main city of the eastern region. It has a huge area. In addition to the ancient capital city, there are also some satellite cities nearby that rely on the ancient capital. Jinsui City is one of the satellite cities of the ancient capital, a grain city that grows a large number of grain crops. A remote village. Farmers build their own houses and courtyards. "Son, you're back." Seeing her son, who had run away from home, appear outside the gate and come back, Zhao Xianglan's haggard face was filled with joy. Ever since his son failed to become a beastmaster, he has been in a slump. "Where have you been, little brat? If you can't become a beastmaster, then you can't become one. It's fine to be an ordinary person. I am already a beastmaster." Zhao Xianglan and her husband looked at each other with a flash of worry. How could someone who had no talent for taming beasts become a beast tamer? Could he have a mental problem? It was all her fault that she was useless, which made her son's dream of becoming a beastmaster come to nothing. Zhao Xianglan suppressed the pain in her nose and said, Okay, you have become a beastmaster. Dad, Mom, you are the only ones left in the village. Why don't you join us?" Looking at their son with empty eyes, they felt something was wrong just now. Their son's voice was a little difficult, as if he had not spoken for a long time. "Son, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. You little brat, why are you talking so weird?" Zhao Xianglan's husband had a bad temper, and he raised his hand and gave the other man a slap. Zhao Xianglan let out a scream of fear. The husband stared blankly at his hand, which was stuck inside his son's skull. Half of his son's face was like a deflated balloon, hanging limply by his neck without a trace of flesh and blood. The other half of his face was expressionless, and his eyes were still empty and dead. At the same time, through their son's shriveled head, they also saw outside the door. All the villagers in the village were standing on the road outside their door. A pair of empty eyes stared at them. When a gust of wind blew, their bodies seemed to be left with only skin, and the skin on their faces rippled like waves. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. At the end, the feet of these people left the ground. Their shrunken skins were like human skin clothes, swaying in the wind. The strange thing was that they were not blown away by the wind, as if there was an invisible thread pulling them. The scene was like a sunny day with a strong wind. The airport in the ancient capital is too big. This was the first time in his life that he had walked out of Day City. The airport covers a huge area. Through the transparent glass, the sharp-eyed Cheng Lu could see some huge monsters in the distance, like a war fortress, but with giant thrusters, and it can fly. Although he has memories of two lives, the ancient capital is more prosperous than any city in his previous life. Even in the airport lobby, there are various colorful translucent floating screens. In an instant, he felt the gap between a third-tier city and a first-tier city. Even though he has lived two lives, he is like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, looking around everywhere. Please go here to register as a new student of each institution. After picking up the luggage and walking out of the baggage area, I saw a conspicuous sign in the air. Also with arrow sign. Following the arrow sign, the place that was previously crowded with people of all ages suddenly became filled with only young faces. These are all. Lu Chen once again felt countless jealous gazes. The big lumps of ice have become a beautiful scenery among the crowd. The hearts of adolescents are always restless, and countless people are moved and feel that they have fallen in love. Of course, most people don't have the courage to approach the aloof big ice block. But there is no shortage of pretentious people in the world, especially seeing that Lu Chen and Luo Anfei didn't seem to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. When they were almost at the end of the sign, someone finally couldn't help it. "My beautiful lady, may I ask which school you are from? My name is Li Yaobin. I've been to Goodham many times. Would you like to add my contact information?" Seeing that the cold beauty didn't even look at him, Li Yaobin didn't feel distressed. He said to Lu Chen, "Where are you from, buddy?" Lu Chen answered honestly, "A small third-tier city." Li Yaobin became even more arrogant. He came from a second-tier city, a student from a mere third-tier city. It seemed that he could only go to a third-rate university. The end of the sign. The huge square is divided into different areas. There are cars parked in every area. Li Yaobin pointed at the parked buses and said, "These are all from second and third-rate schools." Dozens of people squeeze into one bus. "I'm from a top university, and it's a luxury business car." At the end of his speech, the man named Li Yaobin raised his chin with a hint of pride, just like a peacock spreading its tail to show off. "Let's take our school's car together. I'll ask the driver to take you. Do you see the car in that area? That's the welcoming car for the top-level school, Xingyu Beast Taming School." It was an area quite far away from second-rate and third-rate institutions. It's more like the second-rate and first-rate universities don't dare to get close to each other, so they stay far apart. The vehicles parked there are full of sci-fi metallic feel and unique shapes. That's the welcoming vehicle for the Xingyu Beast Taming School. It's a mechanical creation, expensive to make, and it can fly. It can automatically transform into car mode and flying motorcycle mode. I ranked 5th in our province's college entrance examination, and I almost got into the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. His face was full of pride, as if being able to almost enter the Xingyu Academy in this life was something worth bragging about until old age. "Okay, no more talking. We should be the last few batches. Let's take the car of our first-class school," he said to Lu Chen. "You should thank the beautiful lady next to you. It's because of her that you can take the car of the first-class school with me." "Hey, classmate, where are you going?" Concubine Luo and walked straight away. "Excuse me, let's take our school's welcome bus." He hurriedly chased after him, but felt something was wrong because he stopped in a daze and slowly opened his eyes. He saw the two of them walking straight towards the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy's welcome bus. The two seemed to be going against the flow, as they were the only ones heading towards the welcome car area of the top Beast Taming Academy. Countless people stopped and looked at the two of them. Impossible? He's just pretending to be cool? Li Yaobin couldn't believe it. In his mind, he imagined the other party being driven away in disgrace and then running to take a bus. However, this scene did not appear. Whoosh! The vehicle took off and flew away into the air. Only Li Yaobin was left standing there dumbfounded. The destination has been set, and it is expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat. The main driver's seat was empty, with only electronically synthesized mechanical sounds echoing. This is driverless. You can also switch to motorcycle mode. Although you can't control the destination, you can turn the throttle to determine the speed. The chicken moved. Lu Chen was very excited. Motorcycles. Which man doesn't like motorcycles? Today he will transform into the Ghost Fire Boy Chen. Motorcycle mode requires less than 2 people to ride, and they must sit in the back seat behind the front passenger. "Can I switch to motorcycle mode?" Lu Chen asked Luo Anfei. The other party said simply, "Whatever. Switch to motorcycle mode." Click, click, click. The sound of gears turning continued to be heard, and the entire vehicle changed in an instant. Just like Transformers. The exterior is a streamlined black and red one, looks domineering and ferocious, and has flight thrusters at the tail. A circular electromagnetic force field appears around to resist wind resistance. "Let's go." Lu Chen suddenly twisted the accelerator, feeling a push on his back, and the rocket thrusters at the tail pulled out a long and gorgeous flame. 30 minutes later, destination reached. Because he was having so much fun, he deliberately slowed down, so it took him longer than expected. The locomotive sped down from the sky and landed on the ground. A beautiful sudden break and drift. Due to inertia, Luo Anfei was caught off guard and bumped into Lu Chen's back. Lu Chen suddenly felt the touch and pressure on his back, and 2 soft lumps hit him hard. He could even clearly feel the change in shape of the 2 soft lumps when they were flattened. Suddenly, he also felt the air behind him suddenly become icy cold, and noticed the slightly unfriendly look from Big Ice Ball. Lu Chen said awkwardly, My, I'm so excited. At the same time, I was secretly surprised. I had never expected that the big lump of ice could be so big and so soft. What appeared before the two was a magnificent, grand, and spectacular campus gate. Lu Chen was a little frightened. Just now, I looked down at the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy from the sky. The entire Xingyu Beast Taming Academy is as big as Day City. God of Roads, you are finally here. A voice sounded, and Lu Chen saw Zhou Kai jogging towards him with an excited look on his face. We added each other as friends before because we are from the same village and we communicate with each other from time to time. Zhou Kai applied to a top-notch university in the ancient capital. They call it being able to get closer to the God of Roads and get a taste of God's breath. So naive. Is this my sister-in-law? Zhou Kai said subconsciously. In an instant, he shivered all over, felt the air turn cold, and his hair stood on end. This is concubine Luowen. Oh, the runner-up of Jiangbei province. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Indeed, only this kind of person is worthy of becoming a god. Why are you here? I arrived 2 days ago and spent 2 days in the ancient capital. This is a top university. He pointed at the surroundings and said, Like these people, I came here specifically to admire the awesomeness of this top university. Of course, their main purpose is still related to you. Is it about me? Well, they are curious whether you will come to Xingyu Beast Taming School. He looked excited. Some people even opened a bet and placed a heavy bet on you coming. Lu Chen, you all come here to see the monkeys, right? Then why are you shouting at me so loudly? Really? Suddenly someone pointed at Lu Chen and said, Look, Lu Chen is here. Moment. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Chapter 18. Yours, all yours. Let's go together. Countless eyes were looking at him. The scene was a bit noisy, with whispers coming one after another. There were many words and phrases such as cheater, fake champion, how dare he come, shameless thing, really dare to come, he looks handsome, how can he be so shameless, etc. He even heard some other voices. Damn it, this cheating bastard actually has a girlfriend who is so beautiful. Lu Chen. Princess Luowen? At the new student registration area, there were also new students from the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy reporting in. They were all new students from third-tier cities. 2 days ago was the registration day for students with household registration in first-tier cities. Yesterday was the registration day for students whose registered residence is in second-tier cities. Today is the registration day for students whose registered residence is in third-tier cities. They frowned and looked at Lu Chen with disdain or contempt, or even some disgust. They struggled to get into top universities from third-tier cities. Lu Chen got here by cheating, which was a humiliation to them. But that's all. No one jumped out to complain and shouted, You trash, cheater, let me teach you a lesson. After all, unless there is a deep hatred, only a fool would offend someone in person. This world is not just about fighting and killing. Who would make enemies everywhere for no reason? Isn't that a brain damage? Unless there is a conflict of interest. However, among this group of people, there is a person who has a conflict of interest with Lu Chen. Lu Chen Luo Anfei. A figure walked towards Lu Chen and the others with great momentum and anger. Li Xiuren, are you qualified to yell at Lu Chen here? Zhou Kai was immediately unhappy. Get out of here, you loser who lost in 3 moves. Li Xiuren has a strong build, but looks somewhat feminine, with dreadlocks that reach his ears. Zhou Kai's opponent in the college entrance examination practical test was Li Xiuren. After 3 rounds, he was beaten by the opponent's pet and lost his combat effectiveness. Li Xiuren has always been the number 1 since he was a child. Even though he awakened his talent and became a beastmaster, his scores in all aspects of the college entrance examination were still far ahead of others. When I received the admission letter from Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, he had already accepted that he was the top scholar in Jiangbei province and had even opened a bottle of champagne halfway through the journey. Unexpectedly, he ranked 3rd in Jiangbei province and 600th in the country. The people who were pressing down on him were from a remote city in Jiangbei province. One of them ranked 1st in the country, and the other ranked 188th, both breaking the highest record in Jiangbei province. Li Xiuren stared at Lu Chen intently. You have been boycotted by universities across the country and removed from the national rankings. Do you really have the nerve to come here? He glanced at Luo Anfei again. Facing the goddess-like existence, he was not infatuated with her flawless appearance. He said, In Day City is a cheating city. Lu Chen cheated, and your grades, Luo Anfei, were also cheated. I am the top scholar in Jiangbei province, and you two are despicable cheaters. One is ranked first in the country, and the other is ranked 188th in the country. This is simply a joke. He stared at the two of them and said, "Do you dare to fight me? Let me see what level you, the number 1 and number 188 in the country, are at." The people watching all looked as if they were enjoying a good show. It's fun to watch. Luo Anfei ignored it directly. How could the great goddess of Luo River care about ants? However, in his previous life, Li Xiuren was indeed the top scholar in Jiangbei province. It's a pity that I met you in this life. He glanced at Lu Chun. Oh, and this lucky guy. Lu Chun shrugged. I dare not. I admit defeat. Yours, the top prize is yours. Oomph, you cheating bastard. You're at least self-aware. Li Xiuren snorted coldly and walked away with satisfaction. Lu Xinyu, Zhou Kai felt a little uncomfortable. He knew how powerful Lu Chen was. Beating Li Xiuren was like beating his son. You're just bored, and there's no benefit. Why are you fighting? Are you going to be treated like a monkey and watched by others? This is a typical self-proving trap. He said I'm not number 1 in the country, and he wants me to prove it? If you say I'm very small tomorrow, do I have to take my pants off and scare you to death? Zhou Kai suddenly realized that God is indeed God. He finally understood. Hearing these words, concubine Luo and felt a rare sense of admiration. This character is fine, but the words are a bit vulgar. Little did he know that the main reason why Lu Chen ignored him was because he did not trigger the system task. If there is no benefit in fighting, then isn't it a waste of time? If the system task is triggered and he is asked to go to a kindergarten or a nursing home to bully children and old people, he will go there happily. Farewell, Zhou Kai. The two walked into the school gate. After entering the gate, the first thing you have to do is walk on a straight road that is wide enough for 8 horses to run at the same time. Both sides of the road are planted with exotic flowers and trees. Only when you reach the end of the road can you truly enter the university. The end? The noisy sound could be heard from far away. Bang! There was an explosion ahead, and a crowd gathered. In the open space, 2 beast masters were fighting with their beast pets. One of them was someone Lu Chen knew, Li Xiuren. His pet is a poisonous marsh frog, a large upright toad with 4 webbed feet that are an unhealthy dark purple, as if it had been poisoned. His opponent is a clay puppet. Upper Awakening Stage vs. Upper Awakening Stage. Both parties are the same level. After a few seconds, the earth golem used clay to stick to the feet of the poisonous swamp frog, and then opened its mouth and spit out sludge bombs. Bang, bang, bang. The poisonous marsh frog was blown away and suffered serious damage. Li Xiuren's face changed. Little frog. Lu Chun thought he could fight back and forth. But unexpectedly, Li Xiuren lost in just over 10 seconds. The battle is not on the same level. It's like 2 people of the same weight. One is an ordinary person and the other is a fighting champion. And they fight without restrictions. The former can be killed instantly by the latter. That's your level. Number 1 in the province? None of you can beat me right now. I'm just ranked 300th in the Ancient Capital's college entrance examination. The beast master of the earth puppet was extremely arrogant. A bunch of rubbish, a bunch of country bumpkins. How dare any of you come to our beastmaster school? How can a group of people who have only awakened their beast taming talents for 40 days and are taking the college entrance examination be able to attend the same school as us? We spent millions of dollars to know in advance that we could awaken our beast taming talents. We started learning about beast taming and fighting since middle school. We studied hard for 6 years. Do you think you can surpass us in just 40 days? Remote provinces and low-level cities have preferential treatment based on their college entrance examination rankings. If you, the so-called top scorer, were to take the college entrance examination in our ancient capital, we would beat the shit out of you. Second-tier cities are barely okay, but third-tier cities should not be admitted to universities. Especially you, Jiangbei province, right? You are useless. You can't even take a single move from my beast pet. It is you, Jiangbei province, who made us be laughed at by all the schools across the country. I don't know how you deceived our school and actually admitted that someone from a third-tier small city was the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. He folded his hands and said, "There are 5 of us. You can pick anyone you want, and you can leave if you win." People from remote provinces gnashed their teeth. Being blocked at the gate and killed indiscriminately is simply humiliating. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart that the gap between himself and the students in the first-tier cities was so huge. The battle command of his pets and the connection of their skills were more than 1 level apart. Those who ranked highest among them in the National College entrance examination were all defeated miserably. There were 5 people blocking the road. All of them were local students of the ancient capital. Concubine Luo An's expression remained unchanged as she walked straight inside. Suddenly, one of them's eyes lit up. What a beautiful girl! I didn't expect there would be such a beauty in a third-tier city. Be my girlfriend. I'll let you in. And let me. Before he could finish his words, a white figure flashed by. The other person's mouth was frozen by thick ice. The earth puppet wanted to avenge its master, but it didn't dare to move. Because all around it, sharp ice spears were pointed at it. If it dares to make any movement, it will be stabbed into a sieve in an instant. Luchan looked at the ice crystal fox, whose appearance had changed drastically. Features: frost control. Damn, the ice crystal fox also has special characteristics? Big Ice Ball is quite powerful. Could it be that he is so lucky? It is only because of the system that Chi Tian has the characteristics. Without the system, he wouldn't even know what the characteristics are. Ding, trigger the task. Defeat the person who is blocking the way. Leave it to me. Luchan raised his eyebrows. If he didn't do something beneficial, he would be a bastard. He walked out and looked at the 5 people opposite him. I'm in a hurry, you guys come together. The man whose mouth was frozen just now finally broke the ice. He stared at Luo Anfei angrily and said, Don't be complacent. I was careless just now. Earth Golem, sludge bomb. The earth puppet puffed up its cheeks and was about to use a sludge bomb on the ice crystal fox. Lu Chun said calmly, Didn't I say that your opponent is me? The words fell. The body of the earth puppet flew backwards. The powerful 5 fingers of a mysterious ape were directly covering its face. With 5 fingers clasped together, the face of the clay puppet was deformed, and its bulging cheeks were pressed back, making its face flush red. The earthen puppet tried to break free, but found that no matter how hard it tried, the other party wouldn't move at all. A huge force overturned it. Boom! The ground shook. The back of the earth puppet's head touched the ground, and the ground shattered instantly. His body was on the ground, and his head was smashed into the ground by Chi Tian. He instantly became silent and lost his ability to fight. It didn't die, it just fainted. The pet animal has a strong vitality. Even if you're on the verge of death, it's okay. The school medical department of Xinyu Beast Taming Academy is extremely awesome. The scene was silent. Although it is a long description, it only takes the blink of an eye. The freshman from a remote province felt dizzy when looking at the unconscious earth puppet. The earthen puppet that none of them could do anything to was killed in an instant. They were defeated in seconds by Lu Chun, who they believed had cheated to enter Xinyu Academy. Princess Luo An's cherry lips were also slightly open. Can anyone tell me why his little monkey's appearance has changed again? It's not time to evolve yet. There is only one possibility. That is, the other party has integrated a special treasure, which is known as a small evolution, and the appearance will undergo certain changes. She was in a daze. She took great pains to pick up a special secret treasure by relying on the memory of her past life. Why does he do that? Chapter 19. Confrontation. Since ancient times, the right side loses in a confrontation. Earth Puppet. The Earth Puppet's beastmaster finally reacted. The other 4 people blocking the door also woke up as if from a dream and shouted angrily, How dare you? At the same time, he also blamed the beastmaster of the Earth Puppet. What's wrong with you? How could you be defeated by a rubbish beastmaster from a third-tier city? He had just put the clay puppet into the beast control space, his face flushed and hesitant. I was originally going to deal with that beautiful woman's beast pet, but who knew that this kid's beast pet suddenly attacked me? As if he had found an excuse for his failure, he emphasized, Yes, it was this guy who didn't follow martial ethics and launched a sneak attack. Then you step back and see how we teach him a lesson. Come out, Firefinch. Come out, Piranha. Come out, Squirt Turtle. Come out, Thunder Beast. The 4 of them released their pets and stared at Lu Chun unkindly. Boy, you like to sneak attack without following martial ethics, right? Choose one. They looked at the handsome appearance of the rock monkey and snorted coldly. The monkey did look quite handsome, a bit like a variant of the small rock monkey. So, what if he's handsome? What matters most is the potential of his bloodline. I told you all to come together. Lu Chun said softly. The first-level city is worthy of being a first-level city. The 4 beast pets are all lower-level extraordinary beings. But what is there to be afraid of? Oh, let us all attack together. You are not worthy. The man with glasses sneered. Fire Featherbird, Fire Feather Arrow. The fire-feathered bird flapped its wings, and a flaming feather flew towards Chi-Tion like a sharp blade. Release a class skill? This is an intermediate skill. Is this fire-feathered bird an extraordinary level? The third-level city student next to him was shocked, looking at the pets of the four people opposite him. Could it be that these pets are all extraordinary beings? The earth puppet they challenged just now was the weakest one on the opposite side. They felt their faith was collapsing. In a first-tier city, couldn't they even defeat the weakest? Monkey, where's the monkey? The man with glasses was surprised. The attack missed. The fire feather arrow stuck in the ground, but there was no trace of the person. The firefly was also looking for the other party. Behind, behind, behind! It heard its owner's anxious voice. It quickly flapped its wings and dodged sideways. A flaming fist brushed along its body. Bang! Chi-Tion missed his punch, and it hit the ground, leaving a small hole in the earth. What kind of speed and power is this? The man with glasses glared, but at the same time, he was glad that the firefly dodged. Suddenly, the firefly, flying in the sky, fell to the ground, crying in pain. The feathers on the right wing of the firefly were all burned, revealing a bare right wing that looked like a chicken wing and exuded a scent of flesh. What kind of flame is this? The glasses guy was shocked. The fire-feather bird was also a fire type and had fire resistance. It was almost roasted just by being touched by the opponent's fire. He was inexplicably terrified and had the thought of backing out, but he tried to save face. Humph, since you said you want us to attack together, then as you wish, we will attack together. After saying that, he whispered to his companion behind him, It's a tricky idea, don't delay it. Several people looked at each other and ordered their pets to attack. Fire feather sparks, piranha plant, spore pollen, spray turtle, rapid water flow. Thunder beast arc. The piranha plant is a grass-type pet with a ferocious large mouth. There are vine-like branches around its body that pierce the ground to stabilize its body. It shook its stems and leaves, and countless fine spores and pollen floated towards the sky. The sparks of the firefinch followed closely. The two came in front of Chi-Tion at the same time, touched each other, and sparks met pollen. Instantly, there was a loud explosion. Boom! A small mushroom cloud rose from the ground, and the scene was filled with thick smoke. Flame plus dust can produce dust explosion. The water-spouting turtle opens its mouth and sprays out a stream of water, an intermediate water skill, rapid water flow. Following closely behind is the thunder beast's arc. Water can conduct electricity. The electric arc is integrated into the rapid water flow, and there are traces of electric light wandering on the surface of the entire water column. The water column carrying electric current slams into the dust and explodes there. The high temperature generated by the water flow and the explosion causes the water to evaporate and smoke and dust cover the place. This scene stunned Li Xiuren and other students from third-tier cities. Skills. Can they be combined like this? They were all shocked. For the first time, they intuitively and deeply felt the gap between the two sides. It was indeed like an insurmountable chasm. They murmured in despair. No pet can withstand the situation, right? Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. As expected, he had been practicing fighting since junior high school. This opponent was indeed different from the one he met during the college entrance examination. Each player can utilize the characteristics of their skills to perform a skill combo, resulting in a skill effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Looking at the area covered with smoke and dust, the four of them were a bit cocky and laughed at us. Is this the guy from a small town? His combat experience is too poor. He didn't even tell his beast to dodge, and just stupidly took all our skills. Is it possible that we don't need to hide? Hearing this, the four of them clapped their legs and laughed so hard that they fell down. Have you ever heard of the law of smoke without harm? The man with glasses was about to sneer, but his smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and his neck seemed to be choked. A handsome monkey walked out from the smoke and dust. Chi-Tion raised his hand and patted the non-existent dust on his shoulders, making a mocking sound from his nose and throat. The laughter of several people stopped abruptly. Looking at Chi-Tion, who was unharmed, they exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Their combined skills are enough to make even a high-level extraordinary person who focuses on defense surrender if they take them head-on. The freshmen from the third-tier cities who thought they were bound to lose had their eyes widened. Facing the combination of intermediate skills of four extraordinary beast pets, they were unharmed. Is this a monster? I see. Your pet may have learned the skill dig holes, so it avoided the attack. The piranha plant, its roots are spreading. The ground beneath the rock-hating monkey's feet broke open, and 2 vines bound Chi-Tion's feet. This time I want to see how you use digging. Thunder Beast Arc, Fire Featherbird, Spray Flames. Piranha Plant, Leaf Blade, Spray Turtle, Rapid Water Flow. This time, they all used energy-releasing attacks. Wave Confrontation? Have you heard of a law? Since ancient times, the right side loses in wave confrontation. Lu Chen commanded, Chi-Tian, let's use Flame Jet as well. The rock-hating monkey opened its mouth and spit out flames. Oh shit, it's so big and so thick, someone nearby exclaimed. The flames ejected by the rock-hating monkey were several meters in diameter. The air became scorching hot, and the heat wave swept through, causing the ends of everyone's hair to curl slightly. Although both are flamethrowers, the Firefly's is thinner and shorter in comparison. The Fire Featherbird's Beastmaster had a dull expression on his face. What level does it take to control the fire element? He came back to his senses. So what if you have a higher level of elemental control? You only have 1 flame, and we have 4 energy attacks. Oh, really? Suddenly, the fire column of the rock-hating monkey split into 4 streams like forked urine. They each faced the other's energy attack. Bang! Annihilation. Their energy attacks were melted and annihilated as soon as they came into contact with the flame jets. Even the rapid water flow of the water system was no exception. The 4 fire beams still had power and hit the 4 pets. Screams were heard. The 4 beast pets were blown away and fell to the ground, their eyes rolling in circles, and they lost consciousness. Can I come over now? Students from a first-tier city are just like this. Learning about beast taming in middle school? Just like this. For a long while. And for a long while, the freshman from the third-tier city just woke up from his dream. He looked at Lu Chen's receding back with shock on his face, and his heart was already filled with turmoil. 1v4. No. 1v5. Easily defeated the opponents who were able to crush them. Someone said to Li Shiren blankly, "You are quite brave. You actually pointed at his nose and scolded him before?" Li Shiren's Adam's apple was spasming. He swallowed hard and opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. Ranked first in the National College entrance examination. I have my doubts at first, but the top scholar in Zhongbei province, the strongest one except for the freshmen from first-tier cities, there is no doubt about it. Who is he? The guys with glasses cried out in horror. How could there be such a monster in a third-tier city? Their scalps were tingling. Moreover, the opponent's pets are not flowers in a greenhouse like these country bumpkins in front of them, and have never experienced battle. That's a monkey. It has definitely experienced life and death battles. He is Lu Chen. What Li Shiren and others said made brother glasses and the others open their mouths so wide that they could almost fit a fist in, and their pupils were dilating. Is this person Lu Chen who cheated in the college entrance examination and was expelled from universities across the country? Chapter 20. Goodbye, Sue Meyer. The 2 deputy palace masters. Concubine Luo Anne's eyes were somewhat solemn. Perception, entry, proficiency, mastery, perfection, true meaning, origin. This is the division of levels of elemental control. It represents the degree of control over a certain elemental force. Most of the awakened pets have the perception level of elemental control. Most of the extraordinary levels are just entry level. Those who can reach proficiency in the extraordinary level are the best in each school. Lu Chen's rock-hating monkey has an elemental control level of mastery. Moreover, his proficiency in flamethrower skills is also very high, and he can use it as easily as an arm. She was a little confused. Obtaining a special secret treasure can be said to be a stroke of luck. Mastery elemental control, and the skill proficiency is a bit unreasonable. There are no shortcuts to these 2 things. With her guidance, the Ice Crystal Fox has just touched the mastery level of elemental control. Could it be because of the bloodline of the lower king of the Yin Yin monkey? That's right. It's normal for the cubs of the king's breed to grow a little faster than the Ice Crystal Foxes of the Overlord's breed. She took a deep breath and her eyes became serious. I underestimated him a bit. I didn't expect that because of my rebirth, he would also embark on a completely different path. Today, Lu Chen is also considered a genius. But so what? Genius is just the threshold to meet me, and monsters are meant to be crushed. In a day or 2, under the subtle influence of my talent, the bloodline of the Ice Crystal Fox will also be advanced to become a king's pet. After that, when I succeed in condensing my spiritual power and develop the wonderful uses of my talent with the Ice Phoenix spiritual power, I can start evolving the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline into the Phoenix bloodline. What can he use to surpass me? A person's luck can't always be good. Luo Anfei nodded confidently. Lu Chun did put some pressure on her this time. Just a little bit. You can surpass it at any time, and the next comparison will be within your grasp. The advantage is mine. Looking at concubine Luo, and who said nothing and had a somewhat dazed look in her eyes. Of course, Lu Chen knew what was going on. He was shocked by his little monkey again. He hummed inwardly. Big Ice Tub, I admit that you are very powerful. You even got this special secret treasure that I can only obtain from the system. I don't know where it came from. What a pity. You met a stupid guy like me. Genius? He is nothing but a fart in front of a hacker. Welcome to Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. I'm your admissions counselor. The voice was gentle and pleasant. The person has not arrived yet, but the voice has arrived first. A familiar voice came. Su Mayer walked over with brisk steps and a smile on her face. She wore a white shirt with a black skirt. Her black stockings went above her knees and extended upwards into the mysterious area, which further highlighted her slender and long legs. The slim-fitting white shirt perfectly outlines her figure, making her look approachable. So beautiful. Li Xiuren and other freshmen from third-tier cities who caught up with them had their hearts pounding when they saw Su Mayer, who was as gentle as water and whose appearance was no less beautiful than that of Luo Anfei. Concubine Luo and is pretty, but too bland. The senior schoolmate in front of them was different. She perfectly met their imaginations of their significant other. She was enthusiastic, gentle, and intellectual, and her every move was extremely attractive. Even some of the female students among them took a few more glances. This senior sister is so charming, both men and women. Junior sister Luo Anfei, welcome. She greeted with a smile. Concubine Luo and nodded without much expression. She had never heard of Su Mayer in her previous life, so she was not worth paying attention to. Su Mayer blinked at Lu Chun. Finally, we meet again, junior brother Lu Chun. Luo Anfei had just retracted her gaze and looked over again. These two people know each other? She didn't know why, but she had an inexplicable feeling in her heart, but she couldn't put it into words. Maybe he's a little tired from the long journey, she thought to herself. Li Xiuren and others looked at Su Mayer, who was talking and laughing with Lu Chun and Luo Anfei in front of them, and felt that they had really fallen in love. What a gentle senior. They were looking forward to the fact that the senior girl would come over and talk to them in such a gentle voice later. She's looking here. The beautiful senior schoolmate is looking here. Someone even tidied up his hairstyle in an ostentatious manner, preparing to greet the beautiful senior student. As a result, they saw that the other party had a lovely smile on his face just a second ago. But when he looked at them, the smile was instantly put away with a blank expression and even impatience. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and catch up. Click. They seemed to hear the sound of a broken heart. Looking up again, the beautiful senior student was introducing the school's buildings and facilities to Lu Chun and Luo Anfei with a gentle smile. They were filled with tears in their hearts. So the smile will disappear, right? Su Mayer took Lu Chun inside. On the way, she also told about their current location. The Xingyu Beastmaster University covers an area no less than that of a small city and is divided into different areas. The area they are currently in is the freshman area. It is also jokingly called the preschool education area. This made Lu Chun very upset. Preschool education, isn't this an institution of learning, a university? The preschool education area is here, but I'm still in kindergarten and preschool class. Your spirituality has not yet been condensed. For the entire beast tamer system, this is nothing but preschool education. Su Mayer said, blinking her eyes. Awakening your talent for beast taming and contracting a beast pet in your senior year of high school only means that you can become a beast tamer. It doesn't mean that you have already stepped into the door of beast tamer. The reason why the beast taming space can speed up the growth of pets is because of their spirituality. Accelerating the growth of pets, recovering from injuries, and restoring spirits all require the spiritual power of the beastmaster. A beastmaster who has not condensed his spirituality can only accommodate extraordinary-level beast pets in his beast taming space at most. The spirituality has not been condensed, and the level of the pet is the awakening stage, a beastmaster without level. The spirituality has not been condensed, and the level of the beast pet is extraordinary level, 1-star beastmaster. Both of the above are amateur beastmasters, not a professional beastmaster. By concentrating his spirituality, the beastmaster will have his own extraordinary power, spiritual power. The spirituality of a 2-star beastmaster is white, and the level of his beast pet is elite. The spirituality of a 3-star beastmaster is red, and the level of his beast pet is the rebirth stage. The spirituality of a 4-star beastmaster is green, and the level of his beast pet is commander level. By the way, you will have a lot of trouble later. The school accepted you despite all the pressure, which led to the school being ridiculed. Students from first-tier cities are naturally arrogant and look down on students from remote cities. How can you be ranked first in the country? Your second and third-tier cities have extra points for the college entrance examination, so your ranking will be artificially high. Candidates from first-tier cities are arrogant and proud. They were sure you wouldn't dare to come. Now that you've come, I'm afraid there will be countless people trying to expose your fraud. She paused and said, moreover, after you became a hot topic, the whole school advocated not to recruit you. It was the deputy palace master, Qin Yinran, who used her palace master authority to make the decision to recruit you. The palace master has not been in the academy for the past 3 years. The 2 vice palace masters are in charge of the academy. Qin Yinran is only one of the deputy palace masters. The other deputy palace master is called Zhang Qiliang. Both of them are strong candidates for the next palace lord. The fight between them was also serious. Su Mayer shrugged. So you understand, right? The other party will continue to suppress you, add fuel to the flames, and intensify the conflict between you and the first-level city students. The ultimate goal is to drive you out of the school and use it to attack Deputy Palace Master Qin. Lu Chun understood. Didn't this mean that he had been labeled as Deputy Palace Master Qin? Deputy Palace Master Zhang's suppression of himself is equivalent to suppressing his political enemies. To trample myself to death would mean to trample the Deputy Palace Master Qin Yinran to death. As long as his own strength is not enough, he can make a big fuss about it and use it to discredit the other party. Lu Chen had a headache. He hated trouble the most, unless the mission can be triggered. But why did Vice Principal Qin resist the pressure and recruit me? Because I gave in. She is my sister. Su Mayer raised her head, looking like she was about to praise me. What the hell? Rich woman, hungry. One is surnamed Qin, and the other is surnamed Su. Could they be a divorced family? I received the freshman handbook and dormitory key, and handed over my luggage to the school staff. They will help carry the luggage to the dormitory. Soon, under the leadership of Su Mayer, we arrived at a building that covered a huge area. The top is round, and the bottom is square. The square in front of the door is paved with bluestone, and the main beam at the entrance requires 10 people to hug it. Many students were coming in and out. These are students with household registration in first-tier and second-tier cities who enrolled the day before yesterday and yesterday. Sign in. Chapter 21. Overlord's Aura. I will just suck it dry. Register at the door. Walk in. What comes into view is a huge circular square with countless iron gates fitting together in a circle, forming a huge ring. There is a glowing plaque on each iron door. A red light indicates occupied, and a green light indicates unoccupied. 1 room per person. Lu Chun randomly found an iron door and entered. Cramped. It can barely accommodate 3 people walking side by side, and the inside of the iron door is not a room, but a corridor. A corridor surrounded by walls on all sides. The corridor extends from under your feet all the way forward, and there are scales marked on the ground, 1m50m, which seems to be the length of the corridor. There is an exit at the end, and light is coming from it. Through the exit, he saw a hill-like statue that looked like a white tiger with a strange sky light on its body. He is over 12 meters tall, sturdy and strong. Every inch of his muscles contains explosive power, and he has a pair of wings growing on his back. Just standing there, he is like an insurmountable mountain. Most of the body was shrouded in a thick, hazy fog. Damn it. It was just a statue, but it made Lu Chen's hair stand on end. Roar! A tiger roar sounded beside my ears. Suddenly, a powerful pressure came from the other side of the corridor. In an instant, Lu Chun felt that he was in a special place, filled with mental pressure. Is this the aura of a hegemon? Characteristics of the Overlord class. Overlord aura. But it seems that I don't feel anything. Students, please absorb, compress, and condense spirituality under the spiritual pressure of the Overlord's aura. The spiritual condensation method is attached behind the door. A mechanical prompt sounded in the corridor. I see. Lu Chen looked at the method of condensing spirituality, and it was very simple. Spiritual particles exist between heaven and earth, just like elements, and only beastmasters can absorb spiritual particles. The beast tamer absorbs spiritual particles from the outside world, using mental power as a millstone and the beast taming space as a filter. Take it into your body and concentrate your spirituality. When a beast tamer possesses a beast taming space, He has his own colorless spirituality, but it is extremely difficult to sense and is dispersed deep within the body. First, you need to sense the colorless spirituality in your body and gather it together to produce a qualitative change. With the help of the Overlord's aura, one can sense spirituality, and then, according to the spiritual condensation method, begin to absorb the spirituality of the outside world. This stage is also called visualization. When all spiritualities change from colorless to white, it will be considered a success. He was a little disgusted. It was too rough. It is totally incomparable to his own spiritual nature of the Lord of the beginning. The spirituality he absorbs is not spiritual particles from the outside world. Instead, it comes from the spiritual particles of stars in the Taisher space. Oh, my spiritual nature of the Lord of the beginning is at the supergod level? That's okay. However, concentrating spirituality does consume mental energy. Every day in the Taisher space, he could only draw in starlight for a little more than 10 minutes to condense his spirituality, and he felt exhausted every time after doing so. It felt like staying up all night for several nights. At the end of the corridor, a transparent glass door opened. A thin mist poured into the corridor. After taking a breath of the mist, Lu Chun felt refreshed. His eyes lit up. This thing can restore mental strength? The further we go, the more of this kind of mist that can restore our spiritual strength we will have. The school is forcing students to adapt to the pressure and keep moving forward. He strode forward with great strides. He wondered what stage of the tunnel he could reach. Half a minute later, Lu Chun looked back at the corridor, then looked at the white tiger statue in front of him. He found himself walking out of the corridor. He scratched his head. Wasn't it said that the further you go into the corridor and the closer you get to the statue, the stronger the pressure from the Overlord's aura will be? There has been no change along the way. No, it's not that there is no change. All the corridors combined together form a huge circle, and the center of the circle is the white tiger statue. He looked into the other corridors. The enhanced vision brought to him by the eye of God allowed him to see through the fog. In other corridors, most people had difficulty moving forward. They were sweating profusely, and their legs were trembling every time they took a step forward. Very few people reached the middle section. They all sat cross-legged and began to use the pressure to suppress their spirits, tempering and concentrating their spirituality. So, the effect of my Taisher Lord spirituality can also make me immune to this kind of spiritual realm aura. A bit like Door. The mist here is so thick that tiny water droplets condense in the air. All the mist was spewing out from the mouth of the white tiger statue, as if it had swallowed dry ice. I hope my spirituality can be united and succeed in one fell swoop. He sat down cross-legged. The rich starlight spirituality was brought into reality, with the spirit as the millstone and the beast taming space as the filter. His mental strength was also being consumed rapidly. However, he absorbed the fog from the outside world into his body, and his mental strength was instantly replenished. In this way, gradually, a small vortex formed with him as the center, and the surrounding mist was continuously absorbed by it. Time passes by every second. The need for road dust to devour the mist is also growing. The vortex grew larger and larger, and the surrounding mist continued to flow towards it. In the corridor, students were confused. Why is the mental mist getting less? The first ones are those who are between 1 and 5 meters tall. The back is 6-15 meters. Then comes the 20-meter stage. Finally, everyone found that the mist in the entire corridor had disappeared. All the mist was in the center of the circle where the white tiger statue was located, and it did not flow in. What's going on? Shit, I've only just begun. Is there a bug? Such confusing noises continued to be heard from the corridors. One of the corridors, Luo Anfei sat cross-legged at the 40-meter stage and exhaled a breath. It was worthy of being an academy. In just 1 hour, she could achieve the results of 7 days. One more day, and the Ice Phoenix spirit will be completely condensed. There was a flash of suspicion in her eyes. But why was the mental fog becoming less and less? Looking outside the corridor, suddenly the spiritual mist in front of her corridor became thinner. Concubine Luo An's eyes widened slightly. A blurry figure can be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged under the white tiger statue. When one tries to see more clearly, the surrounding mist fills the void. The center space where the white tiger statue was located was once again covered by fog. It must be my eyes are blurry. She could only get to a distance of 35 meters. How could anyone be able to withstand the pressure and get out? Lu Chun suddenly opened his eyes, with stars rising and falling in his eyes. The whole person is sharp, spirited, and electric. Great changes were taking place in his body. Chapter 22. With a mortal body, I can stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The illusory and colorless spirituality. It completely transformed into pure white with twinkling stars. A powerful spiritual force instantly spread to every part of his body, continuously washing over his body. Wherever he passed, his muscles, skin, and mental strength were strengthened. His physical and mental constitution were changing. The spiritual power travels throughout the body and finally gathers together. It turned into a spiritual torrent with a loud bang. The originally sealed, beast-controlling space was opened by his white spirituality. The spiritual power condensed into a star mist-like channel, one end of which was connected to Lu Chen's soul, and the other end was connected to the beast-taming space. A Milky Way hangs upside down in the sky, scattering sparkling stars. The beast control space is changing. The strength and size have been enhanced. Beast taming space advancement. Meanwhile, Taisher space. The original long stairway to godhood. Originally, except for the first step, the rest of the stairs were dim. Each step is a star field. Now the second step is also lit up, radiating crimson starlight. It seems that changing the white spirituality into red spirituality is the direction of advancement to the next stage. Lu Chen looked around and saw that there was still a lot of spiritual mist. It can't be wasted. To avoid being discovered, he returned to the exit of his tunnel. The crimson starlight condensed and floated towards it, leading it to reality. A few minutes later, Lu Chen was in low spirits. Absorbing the red star spirituality, the consumption of mental energy is several times higher than before. There was no change in his spirituality, but the mist was sucked dry by him. Mental fog meant little to him anymore. Why is the fog completely gone? What's going on? Why is the fog gone in an instant? Listen to the sounds coming from other corridors. It's gone. As the instigator, he quickly ran away. Soon, Uncle Chin, the security guard and person in charge, heard the noise inside and came to check. He scratched his head and said, I remember I just added the ethereal essence. How come it disappeared so quickly today? Freshman dormitory area. I didn't expect that my dormitory was actually a detached villa with a courtyard at the door. Open living room. Just returned to the dormitory. Lu Chen heard Chi Tian calling him from inside the beast-taming space. Some of the other party out. Jigu. There was some anxiety on its face, and it pointed at its arms in panic. Egg? The beast-taming egg that his mother left him was also a magical thing that could be stored in the beast-taming space. At this time, it is no longer a pile of stones. Instead, it becomes smooth and white. Mysterious egg. Description. It comes from the super ancient times. Due to a huge change in the world, it turned into a fossilized biological egg. It absorbed the power of high-level stars and relied on its own abilities to turn death into life. However, since the embryo turned into a fossil before it even took shape, its growth was interrupted and its original power was lost. It needs to devour the power related to taboo in order to hatch. The Eye of God displayed relevant information. Lu Chen also discovered that after condensing the white spirituality, the detection ability of the Eye of God also became stronger. The information detected became more detailed. Absorb enough star spirituality and use your own abilities to turn death into life. This is a bit too much information, and it can only hatch after absorbing the power related to taboo. Taboos are all related to evil gods. It's so weird. Could there be a young evil god in here? You said this thing can move? Chi Tian nodded like a chick pecking at rice. It was so scary. The beast-controlling space had been upgraded, and it had been sleeping peacefully in it. As soon as it opened its eyes, an egg was twisting in front of it. It was so scared that it punched the other party. Lu Chen asked Chi Tian to put the egg on the ground. He touched the mysterious egg. The other person suddenly twisted twice on the ground, as if enjoying Lu Chen's touch, and then jumped directly into Lu Chen's arms. Keep rubbing his cheek. It looks exactly like a puppy. He even suspects that the pet inside might be a dog-cultivating creature. Suspected to be an evil god plus dog. Could it be the three-headed dog of hell? That's not right. He remembered that there was a three-headed hellhound in reality. It was an abyss creature and the final evolved form of the hellhound. Lu Chen flipped his hand, and a drop of bright red blood, wrapped in his spirituality, appeared on his palm. Previously, that strange eyeball was destroyed in the abyss. The drop of blood that appeared in the Taisher space. Suddenly, a feeling of desire came from this mysterious egg. Eat it. Blood dripped onto its eggshell, and suddenly a small vortex like a black hole appeared and swallowed it. Snap! The mysterious egg tilted its head and fell to the ground. It's good to be young. You can fall asleep as soon as you are full. Grow up quickly. Putting it aside, he was looking forward to what would hatch out. Now that he has condensed the white spirituality and upgraded his beast controlling space, he can already contract a second beast pet. Just wait for this mysterious egg to hatch. Lu Chun began to browse the school forum according to the freshman handbook. There are also answers to various questions. Half an hour later, the villa. There was a whistling sound as the air was squeezed and exploded. A small whirlwind was set off in the room. Lu Chun took a deep breath, put away his fists, and the muscles under his skin became as solid as steel. If he faced a boxing champion from his previous life, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from him. No wonder people who don't have spirituality are not considered professional beastmasters. They can only be called amateur beastmasters. The difference between the two is as great as the difference between heaven and earth. Not to mention, this is just the leftover material that comes with the spirituality. The reason why spirituality is so important is that different levels of spirituality have different functions. Beast taming skills. Solidify. You can choose a skill of the pet and solidify it. The tamer can use spiritual power to activate the skill, allowing the tamer to use the skill as well. Beastmaster is never a weak profession. He also has his own abilities. Otherwise, he would have been beheaded when facing ferocious beasts and monsters. But Lu Chun discovered that his beast taming skills were different. Not solidified, but it is free-loading and unloading. He can call upon the skills of his pet at will as long as his spiritual energy can withstand the consumption. Flame Fist. Lu Chun stretched out his hand, and with a bang, a ball of flame wrapped around his fist, and he himself could not feel the heat. Even putting your other hand on it is fine. Rock Thorn. The flame disappeared, and a rock spike condensed in front of his palm. My beast pets can grow into mythical beings under my cultivation. By then, won't I be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods with my mortal body? No. By then, I should be the lord of all gods. He clenched his fists fiercely, and a cluster of flames exploded in his palms, and then was extinguished, as if he had grasped the authority of the gods. Like a big kid who got a new and interesting toy. Lu Chun stopped only after he had exhausted all his spiritual energy, feeling unsatisfied. Collapsed on the sofa. Oh, by the way, there are still system rewards that have not been claimed. Today the reward for defeating those who stand in your way was punished. System, receive the reward. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning an intermediate blind box. Curled his lips. Intermediate blind box, it's quite good. It seems that rewards are also distributed according to the difficulty of the task. Open the blind box. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the element upgrade crystal, which can increase the level of elements below the mastery level by 1 level. Something is better than nothing. Name Rock-Hating Monkey. Level. Upper Extraordinary. Attributes. Rock Fire. Features. Yang Yin, newly added. Bloodline. Middle-ranked Monarch. Zhu Yin Bloodline Fusion Progress 56%. Bloodline Talent. Shape Change. Vajra Indestructibility. Element Control Level. Fire. 50% Proficiency. Rock. 80% Proficiency. Skills. Flame Jet. Intermediate. Great Success 1%. Rock Spike. Intermediate. Minor Success 85%. Fireball Cannon. Intermediate. Minor Success 50%. Flame Vortex. Advanced. Initial Insight 98%. Pyroblast. Initial Insight 40%. Evolutionary Sequence. The primary skill panel is no longer displayed. That doesn't count as a skill, because it is nothing more than attaching elements to the body. Now Chi Tion's every move is superior to basic skills. Huh? Lu Chun saw the percentage numbers behind element control level and skills. Because of the concentration of spirituality, the information that the eyes of God can detect is more detailed and comprehensive. That's a good thing. Skills also have proficiency levels, which he just learned from the campus forum. It is divided into beginning to glimpse, minor completion, great completion, perfection, transcendence. For example, the flamethrower that I just got a glimpse of, the pre-release animation of the skill is a bit long. The flame is not solid enough, and energy will be dissipated during the ejection process. A great flamethrower. Chi Tian can cast skills instantly and can shape them. For example, you can control the fire column to split on the way and attack multiple enemies. The villa's exercise area. There are exercise equipment for pets. Chi Tian is training madly to make his natural talent, Vajra indestructibility, even stronger. It is exercising with dumbbells in its hands. The beastmaster has been improving its strength. It feels that if it doesn't work hard, it won't feel at ease with its strength. Chi Tian, Jigu. It put down the dumbbell in its hand and looked at the beastmaster in confusion. I will raise your rock elemental control level. The beastmaster's warm, big hand stroked its forehead. Moment. It feels that the rock energy in its body is becoming increasingly active, and its understanding of the rock elements is deepening. And stronger again. Sigma. The Sigma. It has a determined look on its face. Today, it will practice until dawn. Otherwise, you won't feel safe holding this power. Looking at Chi Tian, who silently added weight to himself, Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. His skill proficiency increased so quickly. In addition to Chi Tian's Zhuyan bloodline bonus, what's more important is the opponent's hard work. The old Scroll King is gone. Every day, when I rest in the beast taming space, I think about how to make my skills smoother. The phone rang. It was my Aunt Lu Yorong who called. Due to work requirements, she is not allowed to bring her cell phone into the office during work hours. Is this the end of the business trip? Connected. The other party's words made his face change. Help! Chapter 23. Relics and Sites. Prepare evolution materials. Hear the other party's cry for help. Lu Chen's face changed drastically. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent, and spiritual power penetrated his body, causing his clothes and hair to move without wind. As an orphan in the previous life, it is rare to experience the feeling of family in this life. Family is his Achilles heel. Help! My nephew is not only the top scorer in Jiangbei province, but also the top scorer in the National College entrance examination. Humph, Xinyu Beast Taming School is the one with foresight. They know that my nephew is awesome. The other schools are all rotten fish and shrimp. How dare they unilaterally cancel your transcript? My dear nephew, please don't forget me when you become rich and powerful. The boiling murderous intent disappeared without a trace. That's right, with the magic mirror doll around, nothing could possibly happen. Lu Chen rolled his eyes wildly. Can you please stop panting when you speak? When I heard you say help, I was ready to notify Grandma to start the meal. The man on the other side bared his teeth and said viciously, You bastard, you just want to eat your aunt's feast every day, right? You wish I would die, right? Don't think you're so great because you're the top scorer. Believe it or not, I'll call my bestie to beat you up. Best friend? The one you made in the archaeology department of a liberal arts university? Lu Yurong previously studied archaeology at an ordinary university. Made a very good girlfriend. With her sharp-tongued personality, she has praised the other person many times in front of Lu Chun, which shows that this best friend is really good. Even her current job was arranged by her best friend. It is considered a stable job and is affiliated with an ancient ruins protection company under the Beast Taming Association. In other words, it's archaeology. The two worlds merged, and as the area of Blue Star continued to expand, there were ancient ruins from another world in some places that needed to be excavated, which would be helpful in studying the history of that world. Her best friend should come from a powerful family, but she has no talent for taming beasts and is just an ordinary person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have studied archaeology with Lu Yurong in an ordinary university. Yes. Is it beautiful? She's bright enough to blind your eyes and can rival your childhood sweetheart, and even outshines her in temperament. Compared with the big ice cube, it is indeed beautiful. Then let her come. She's just an ordinary person. Why should I be afraid of her? If she comes, I'll suppress her and make her my wife. Tie her up and do it 100 times every day. Fuck. Just wait. I'll send her a screenshot of the chat later. The two chatted for a while. The other party has finished his business trip and is now on his way back to O City. Most of the time, he was listening to her complaining about how tiring the job was, how it was like working like a beast of burden, dealing with a bunch of broken stones in the ruins. The end of the words. She said, By the way, the magic mirror doll is missing, and it told me that it went to look for you. It comes by itself? I don't know. After I finished my work, it said something to me and left. It shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the magic mirror doll is a dominant being. Moreover, he just wanted to ask the other party about his mother and the mysterious egg. As the mother's pet, the other party should know more, right? Okay, I'm home. I'm exhausted. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. Chatted for a while. The two ended the call. Osawa City. Lu Yurong returned home exhausted. After spending a month in the ancient ruins, I was left with a smell of earth. Moreover, The ancient ruins were dug out by a group of church lunatics, and no one knows what they were doing inside. There were all kinds of filthy things which caused trouble for their work. This ancient relic was very glorious long ago, but due to the arrival of a forbidden descendant, the entire clan was destroyed. They also successfully sealed the evil god's followers. Unfortunately, it is not an ancient relic but an ancient site, and nothing more can be excavated. There is only one word difference between ruins and relics, but there is a world of difference between them. The ruins are just ordinary archaeology. There is no supernatural power, and many things have disappeared due to weathering over the years. The ruins contain extraordinary powers and are a kind of special secret realm. Go into the bathroom and take off your clothes. The exquisite and blood-boosting body was revealed, and under the hot water, the skin became white, rosy, and tender. Her hair was wet with dew, and her pretty, pale face was hazy in the mist. But she didn't know. A white crescent pattern flashed across her collarbone. "O city, the dark sewers." There were crazy roars echoing. He will awaken from his deep sleep. It's just the last step. Blood, flesh, screams, and wails will please him. Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. Dormitory area. Lu Yurong was fine, and Lu Chun was relieved. He was in trouble again. He has condensed the white spirituality, and the beast taming space has been upgraded to support the evolution of the beast pet to the elite level. Advance to the elite level. 3 conditions need to be met. 1. Requires elemental mastery level to reach the mastery level. 2. The pet's racial bloodline potential must reach elite level. 3. The elemental energy of the pet needs to be accumulated to perfection. Chi Tian had no pressure at all for the first 2 conditions, as they had already been met. The 3rd condition was not met, so his strength was stuck at the upper extraordinary level. Fortunately, the 3rd method is the easiest to solve. You only need to feed your pet high-energy food or potions. Lu Chun was browsing the campus online mall, which offers door-to-door delivery of items related to beastmasters and pets. Ken Rhino meat, 1,000 yuan per pound. Ba sheep milk, 1,000 yuan per liter. Rockberry fruit, 12W each. Fire vine fruit, 100,000 each. Fire spirit essence, 20W 10 milliliters. Fuck a plant. Lu Chun was stunned. No wonder these things were not sold in Day City. I can't afford it at all. This is only something suitable for the extraordinary level. If the level is higher, wouldn't it go bankrupt to breed a pet? After looking around, I finally found something called Nutrient that was suitable for rock monkeys. Universal Energy Nutrition. It can speed up the growth of pets, purify, and increase the energy value in the body. The price is 10,000 yuan per bottle. It can be purchased with credits. 10,000 yuan is equal to 10 credits, and you can get a 20% discount if you buy with credits. That means 8 credits will be enough. I looked at my credits and admission rewards. Each person has 1,000 credits. This means that the university gives 1 million yuan for free to every enrolled student. It can be said to be quite generous. It makes me angry to talk about this because his results were questionable and he was boycotted by the whole country and suspected of being fake. Jiangbei Province and Day City did not award him a scholarship. It was the principal Xia Haiqiang and the director of the Education Bureau Wang Hengze who paid for him out of their own pockets, a total of 500,000 yuan. He stuffed the scholarship for awakening the SSS-level beast taming talent under his grandmother's pillow before leaving. Money! Money! It's still unknown how much money it will cost for Chi Tian to accumulate enough energy for advancement. Promoted to elite level. It's time to start preparing evolution materials again. His super god-level talent for taming beasts can allow his beast pets to embark on an evolutionary path of mythical sequence. A good cook cannot cook without rice. The mythological evolution sequence also requires evolutionary materials. Evolutionary materials do not specify that something specific is required. It only said, when the pet reaches the upper elite level and devours a large amount of Thunder Attribute treasures, a new bloodline upgrade will be unlocked, and the pet will also evolve. It seems that the next bloodline to be obtained is related to Thunder. Oh shit! A large number of Thunder Attribute treasures. As soon as the word large amount came out, it became clear that Chi Tian's evolution could not be achieved with a small amount of money. You have to start preparing and accumulating Thunder Attribute materials now. No wonder they say that all beasts are money-eating beasts. Gotta find a way to make money. Continue browsing the campus forum. The cheater Lu Chun has already enrolled in Xingyu Academy. His face is extremely hateful. Moreover, he even said at noon that the students from first-tier cities are all garbage. A post with a flame logo on the back comes into view. Lu Chen. When he clicked on it, he found that it was really making him hateful. It said with details how arrogant he was and how he defeated several students who were blocking the door by sneak attack. Damn, the description is just like the brainless villain in a brainless novel. What a haughty and arrogant person. As soon as he comes into the school gate, he says that the top scorer in the National College entrance examination has arrived. Men should get out of here, and women should come here to kneel down and serve him in bed. The post instantly became the #1 post on the campus forum. Countless people replied, and all the students were filled with righteous indignation. Countless people said they would challenge Lu Chen, beat him up every time they saw him, and get him out of the school. How dare the cheaters and rednecks be so arrogant? Lu Chen. This should be the trouble that Sue Mayer was talking about. I have become the target of public criticism, and it seems I can't escape it anymore. Rather than being passive and accepting wave after wave of maliciousness, it's better to take the initiative. He touched his chin and said, well, most of the students at Xingyu Academy are from first-tier cities. They are all celestial dragons, so they should be quite rich, right? He posted quickly. I am Lu Chen, a newcomer to Xingyu Academy. I'm a little disappointed. Those who blocked my way today are all rotten fish and shrimp. Is there anyone stronger? I just want to be defeated. I set up the ring and challenge all the freshmen from the first-tier cities. Do you dare to fight? The post instantly became popular again. Fuck, he is just as arrogant as what was said in the post, a frog in a well who has never seen the world. Do you really have the nerve to come to our school? Ranked first in the country. Are you worthy? How dare you come? How dare you? You country bumpkin? I'll let you lend a hand. Is the way I beat you the same as I beat my son? With just a slight move from me, you can reach the limit that you cannot reach. You don't really think your results are real, do you? You don't believe them yourself, do you? The heroes were outraged and expressed their desire to kill Lu Chen. Lu Chen edited the post again. There are too many of you, and I am the only one. I set a threshold. Anyone who challenges me needs to pay a challenge fee of 10,000 yuan, so that no one can challenge me. I only work for the elites. As noble city dwellers, you shouldn't have less than 10,000 yuan, right? No way, no way. There can't be anyone who can't even take out 10,000 yuan, right? 10,000 yuan, just the money for my breakfast. It's not even enough to buy one fruit from my pet. Battle Square, come if you are brave enough. Been a national #1 in college entrance examination, crushing first-tier cities. An invincible Chen is waiting for you. Chapter 24. Challenge all freshmen in the school. Set up a competition. This post instantly set off a sensation at the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. The entire freshman area suddenly became noisy. Fuck, so crazy. Challenge all freshmen? I'm gonna go. Watch me kill him. How dare a student who was expelled from the National College entrance examination be so arrogant? I heard that he is a relative of Vice Palace Master Qin, and it was Vice Palace Master Qin who decided to recruit him. The ants who came in through the back door should just stay put and wait. Why would they jump out and die? Those who were able to attend the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy were all gifted children and the best in the country. It is certain that Lu Chen got first place in the National College entrance examination by cheating. How could you tolerate being stabbed in the face by a cheater like this? Looking down from the sky, it is extremely spectacular. People came out from each dormitory area and headed towards the battle square. Administration building, a luxurious office. Deputy Palace Master Zhang's assistant Pang Jie was bewildered. The post that attracted hatred to Lu Chen was written by him. He looked at the 5 people below and asked, "Are you sure the posts you posted have been processed? Why do I feel like you guys are being conservative?" These 5 people were the ones who were challenged by Lu Chen at noon. There was confusion in their eyes. I don't know, he is not so arrogant during the day, but it's a good thing for us. The assistant sneered. Humph. Vice President Qin said that he deserves the title of #1 in the country. A country bumpkin from a third-tier city. The whole world knows his grades are fake. But Qin Yinran, a big-breasted and brainless girl, actually used the privileges of the Deputy Palace Lord to force him in despite everyone's opposition. The whole school has a lot of complaints about her, and they're just waiting to see her make a fool of herself. I'm also afraid that Lu Chen will choose to play dead in the face of our dirty tricks. If he chooses to play dead, we can't do anything to him. I didn't expect him to jump out and challenge everyone. They are now waiting for Lu Chen to lose. As long as he loses, Vice Principal Zhang can take action. By then, Qin Yinran would have made a major mistake at work, bringing discredit to the school. Deputy Palace Master Zhang can then call a meeting of the entire academy and vote to dismiss Qin Yinran, kick her and Lu Chen out of the school together. You deserve to be the best in the country, right? I'm going to slap Qin Yinran in the face today. In history, no one from a non-first-tier city has ever made it into the top 100 in the country. He, silver bell-like laughter echoed. I didn't expect my junior to be so interesting. Next to Su Meier, there is an intellectual and mature sister, Qin Yinran, one of the vice masters of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. At this time, she said respectfully to Su Meier, Miss, I feel he is a little unreliable. How could anyone in the world be able to resist your spiritual charm? And, according to divination, you should, foreshadowing in chapter 13. Su Meier raised her eyes slightly. Are you teaching me how to do things? No, I don't dare. Qin Yinran lowered her head. But they are urging us to leave. We were supposed to leave this month. Don't worry, we don't need them anymore. He's the one I chose. I don't believe in fate. Su Meier murmured, and the pupils in her eyes turned into pink peach shapes at some point. Even Qin Yinran, a woman, was bewitched and controlled by him. I want to give everything for her. As long as she says a word, I will give her my heart. Su Meier's spirituality spread out uncontrollably. Light and shadows flowed, and light was projected on the wall, as if something was swaying. Grow up quickly, she murmured. Freshman District Battle Square. There he is. A huge crowd came, with a fierce momentum, and each of them wanted to kill Lu Chun. I'll do it. I am the top scholar in Donghuang Province. The top scholar from a second-tier province is nothing. I'll go first. I'm ranked in the top 100 in the college entrance examination in the first-level city of Meteorite Moon City. What's your rank? The first 100 are a piece of shit. If you're unhappy, let's have a fight. I'll fight you if I want to. Am I afraid of you? Lu Chun. Students from first-tier cities look down on students from second-tier cities. Students from second-tier cities look down on students from third-tier cities. The old traditional contempt chain. Watch them almost do it themselves. Lu Chun coughed twice quickly. Ahem, well, how about paying first? We'll decide who gets to fight me first based on the order of payment. Are you so anxious to be beaten by us? How about we have some fun? If you lose, you call the winner daddy. If we lose, we call you daddy. This is fine. Let's each challenge this cheater once. That way, we are all his dads. All the freshmen in the school are his dads. Isn't this a bit bad? Lu Chun looked embarrassed. Doesn't he have a bunch of sons? Are you scared? The audience laughed and said, #1 in the country, isn't that awesome? Okay, come on. Don't refuse a son who comes to your door. He pulled a large folded payment code from his pocket and held it above his head. He printed this on his way here. Everyone took out their phones to scan the code. Lu Chen's phone was buzzing with reminders. Yusen has received 10,000 yuan. Yusen has received 10,000 yuan. Seeing the small treasury constantly increasing, his mouth was about to split with laughter. Nearly 2 million yuan was deposited into the account in an instant. Rich. These people are really rich. The group payment code will be ranked according to the time sequence of the transfer. Fuck, the network is stuck. Fuck, I transferred the money in seconds. How come I'm ranked 50th? When sending money to others, they complain that the transfer is too slow. No one else can compare. An excited voice rang out from the crowd. I'm #1. Fuck, it's that bastard Lu Xingwei, he's so lucky. From the first-tier city, Luquan City. Lu Xingwei jumped up with a smile on his face. You know what? In the national ranking, only the top 3 third-tier cities will be included in the national ranking, and they will be given preferential treatment based on their college entrance examination scores. The conversion formula is the intelligent brain assumption method, which uses the mechanical intelligent brain to input the data and videos of the top 3 college entrance examination students in the third-tier cities. If you receive the same education as those in our first-tier cities, what level can you eventually achieve? Most of the top scorers in their provinces in third-tier cities would only rank around 1,000 in the country based on this brain hypothesis. It doesn't mean that his ability is really ranked 1,000th in the country. It just means that if he studied and grew up in a first-tier city like us, his talent would be ranked 1,000th in the country. Is this how it is calculated? It was the first time that Lu Chen knew about it. Then it's not possible that I have such great talent that if I receive the same resources and education as you, I can rank first? He asked back. The other party sneered and said, Do you know why everyone calls you a cheater? Because the intelligent brain assumption method is only suitable for those below the top 100. If you are from a second or third-tier city, no matter how powerful your intelligent brain assumption method is, you can only rank 101st. The top 100 college entrance exams in the country are ranked based on their overall strength. Lu Xingwei sneered. The top 100 in the country represent the 100 most powerful people of the new generation in the country. The intelligent computer will select the top 100 candidates in the country, conduct a simulated battle based on their pet information, beastmaster mental strength, and actual combat power, and finally rank the top 100. You are a person from a remote province or a remote city, and you reach the top? You are insulting a sacred existence. This time, Luchin finally understood why he was boycotted by all institutions of higher learning, especially the education departments in first-tier cities. It turned out to be a smart brain simulating a battle, and finally ranked the top 100 according to the results of the simulated battle. Lu Xingwei summoned his pet beast. Let me show you the gap between us. A large mantis, green all over, standing upright, with sickle-like sharp front legs. Hanging from behind its buttocks is a whip-like tail with a sharp poisonous stinger at the end. Poison-tailed mantis, insect type, upper-level commander species, level close to the middle-level extraordinary class. Lu Chen also summoned the rock-hating monkey. Lu Chen's voice came. Next. Lu Xingwei. What are you talking about? Look at your pet. Lu Xingwei's eyes popped out. He didn't know when his mantis was buried in the ground, with only its head sticking out. The ground around it kept squeezing its body, and it had already passed out. The mastery level of rock element control ability allows the rock-hating monkey to control the surrounding rocky ground. Lu Xingwei. P.S. Some people may be confused about the division of administrative levels, so let me explain it here. First-tier cities are very large in scope, similar to municipalities or special administrative regions, such as Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, and Shenzhen. The GDP of a city may be higher than that of several inland provinces. A first-tier city with the strongest infrastructure, economy, level of development, and overall strength. Below the first-tier cities are the second-tier provinces, and the subordinate cities are mostly second-tier cities. The provincial capitals are second only to the 10 first-tier cities and are also called quasi-first-tier cities. This type is called a beast-taming province. The rest are third-tier provinces, and the cities under them are all third-tier cities, with only the provincial capital possibly being a second-tier city. Jiangbei Province, where the protagonist is located, is one of the most remote provinces. It ranks at the bottom among the third-tier provinces. Its capital, Guangjiang City, is only a quasi-second-tier city. Chapter 25. Confused Deputy Palace Master Zhang. Challenge to a fight. Administration Building. Office. You will soon be able to take off your vice-official title, and you will be called Master Zhang. The Dean of Studies Wu Rui said flatteringly. Most of the teachers in the school are fans of you. Hey Xiao Wu, that's not true. You guys have really made me suffer. I never said I wanted to be the lord of the mansion. Zhang Qiliang had a serious look on his face, and the smile on the corners of his mouth was almost reaching his ears. I don't know what the palace master is thinking. He is on the front line of the battlefield, and he parachuted in Qin Yinran, who has no qualifications, as the deputy palace master. I don't know if there is some hidden deal. Wu Rui began to talk to the lord of Cricket Mansion. Humph, you are just an old fool. You went to the front line, but refused to give up your throne and let me be the master. The old immortal will retire this year, and the position of the palace master must be mine. Zhang Qiliang snorted in his heart. He had long been dissatisfied with the palace master. Not only did he occupy the position and not allow himself to take the position, but he also sent Qin Yinran to restrain him. Now he is waiting for news from his assistant Panga. Once he came back to report that Lu Chen had lost, he would go directly to the battle square and kick Lu Chen out of the school on the spot. A meeting of all the academy's top leaders was immediately convened to discredit the academy by accusing Qin Yinran of arbitrary behavior and to remove her from her position as deputy academy leader. Then, relying on his merits in restoring order, he ascended to the throne of the mansion master. The office door opened. Assistant Panga came in. Dean Wu Rui's eyes lit up. Haha, you are really a waste. You lost so quickly, and you are still the real first place? I thought you had some strength. It seems that the waste from the third-tier city is still waste after all. Let's go to the battle area and see how I humiliate him severely. Zhang Qiliang said with a smile. Wu Rui continued. Panga, tell me how embarrassed he was when he was defeated. No, I didn't lose. Panga's eyes were dazed. Everyone is calling him daddy. Zhang Qiliang. Wu Rui. Your brain is caught in the door? Explain clearly. Panga was shocked. Almost all of them were killed instantly. Later, Lu Chen challenged several at the same time and defeated them easily. Zhang Qiliang and Wu Rui were stunned. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did you drink fake alcohol? Battle Square. In the venue, a dark energy beam and a flame beam collided in the center of the venue. One is the Abyss-type intermediate skill Shadow Wave, and the other is the Fire-type intermediate skill Flame Jet. There is no attribute restraint between the two sides. Logically speaking, the collision of energy moves is a competition to see who has greater endurance and who has a higher level of elemental control. Bang! The two energy moves collided with each other. However, there was no so-called stalemate or struggle between the two sides. It's just one-sided. The shadow wave was pushed back directly at the moment of collision. Finally, there was a loud bang. Flames rose and swept, smoke and dust swirled, and a beast pet flew out from the smoke and dust, fell to the ground, its eyes spinning, and it had lost its ability to fight. The opponent came back to his senses from his trance, took a deep breath, and admitted defeat. Lu dad. Next one. Lu Chen said. There was complete silence all around, and the entire battle square had changed from its previous noisy state to being turned into a library. There was shock in everyone's eyes. Jiang Yixing, ranked 100th among the top 100 contestants in the country, lasted less than 3 minutes before being defeated. This was after Lu Chun had already accepted the round-robin battles of more than a dozen people. Looking at Lu Chun, who was calm and composed in the field, and the Yin monkey, who did not show a trace of fatigue from beginning to end, everyone was in a trance. Lu Chen's strength has already earned their respect. There was even a cheerful girl who shouted in the audience, "Dad Lu, come to my room at night. I will call you Dad. Lu Chen's national ranking is really cheating? Someone murmured absent-mindedly. Just because he defeated Jiang Yixing, who was ranked 100th in the country, it shows that he does have some strength, but it doesn't mean that he is the best in the country, right? The gap between the top 100 is also quite large. Yes, even if you have the ability, it doesn't mean you are the top student in the country. There was a lot of discussion off the field, and everyone started talking at once. Even if he's not the best in the country, with his strength, he can choose any of the 4 top universities. So what? We are questioning whether he is the best in the country. The top 100 in the college entrance examination are all actual combat power. According to the new National College Entrance Examination ranking compiled by other institutions, Zhu Xiangyu from our school is the second in the country. I heard that he condensed his spirituality after the college entrance examination, and his beast pet is estimated to have entered the elite level. Zhu Xiangyu's family background is not simple either. His father is a dominant beastmaster. With his father's teachings, his combat ability is at its peak, and he has developed spirituality since the college entrance examination. Now his beast pets are estimated to be about to enter the elite level. I heard that they have already mastered advanced skills. Unless he can beat Zhu Xiangyu, no one will question his title as the national top pick. In the initial national ranking, Lu Chen was first, Cui Yu was second, and Zhu Xiangyu was third. Later, Lu Chen's results were jointly boycotted, and except for Xingyu Academy, other schools rearranged the top 100 in the country. Cui Yu came first, Zhu Xiangyu came second, and Lu Chan was eliminated. Everyone nodded. It did make sense. Zhu Xiangyu, after the college entrance examination, he concentrated his spirituality, and his first pet took one step towards the elite level. In the initial ranking, he could only rank third. Lu Chan ranked first. No matter how you look at it, Lu Chen can't possibly be the opponent's match. No one is coming? Let me make it clear first, the challenge money will not be refunded. Lu Chen was like a miser, but still no one came up. No one likes to be bullied in public, and if they lose, they have to call the other person dad. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the crowd. Zhu Xiangyu is here. Shit. The number 1 admitted by Xingyu Beast Taming Academy is Lu Chen. The national second place was boycotted by universities across the country and rearranged by Zhu Xiangyu. We're about to meet? So exciting. Zhu Xiangyu's skin is a cool white, like a sickly pale skin that has not been exposed to sunlight for many years. Wherever he passed, the crowds automatically parted. Lu Chen raised his chin. Want to come? I just happened to pass by. Your strength is indeed good, but it's just good. Ranking 70th in the country. Zhu Xiangyu said lightly. You still have 180,000 meters to go to the first place. He looked unhappy as Xingyu Academy acknowledged Lu Chen's results. Therefore, Lu Chen's ranking is still ahead of him. He glanced at the rock-hating monkey and said, Your pet probably doesn't have enough energy to please my pet. Wait for the freshman competition. Then I'll let you see the difference between us. I hope you can satisfy me and let me have fun. The other party turned around and left with his hands behind his back, leaving behind only a threatening figure. Damn, so pretentious. Lu Chan was speechless. Chi Tian didn't consume any physical energy at all. It was just a warm-up at most. I have a cheat, and the other party is pretending to be cool on me. Can you bear it? Lu Chen raised his head to the sky at a 45-degree angle. All right, I'll beat you up again in the freshman competition and let you know why I'm the first in the country among the top 100 players, and you're only third. Wow! The whole audience was shocked. Brave! Shouting at Zhuo Xiangyu. This is too brave. Zhuo Xiangyu paused, then laughed angrily. Okay, I heard you guys have a bet, so we'll come too. The winner will be the father. Can. No one challenged Lu Chen anymore, so he left a message. No refunds, but those who paid can challenge me at any time. Then he left the battle area. That night, the campus forum also became very lively. Lu Chen's strength has been proven, and he is qualified to enter the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. However, what everyone is more concerned about is Lu Chen versus Zhuo Xiangyu. Zhuo Xiangyu challenges Lu Chen to a duel, declaring that he wants to see the strength of the top players in the country in the freshman competition. Once ranked number 1, vs. now number 2 on the list. Full of gimmicks and traffic. They are all looking forward to the start of the freshman competition. Can the freshman competition start earlier? It will take half a month. This is taking too long. Can we start earlier? Would you like to send a letter to the school's email address, jointly suggesting that the freshman competition be started early? Just when many freshmen were preparing to jointly suggest that the university start the freshman competition early, an announcement was pinned to the top of the campus forum. Vice Palace Master Zhang Qiliang has decided that this year's freshman competition will be held ahead of schedule and will officially begin in 3 days. Suddenly, all freshmen are excited. Chapter 26, The Gate of Trial. Showdown Exit. 3 days passed in a flash. What's going on with Xingyu Beast Taming Academy? Why is the freshman competition being held earlier this year? Damn it, in previous years it was half a month after enrollment. But this year, it's only 3 days after enrollment. There's nothing we can do. Xingyu Beast Taming Academy is a top-notch academy. All other academies in the ancient capital must obey his orders. The outskirts of the ancient capital, a military camp training ground, crowded with people. All the freshmen from all the schools in the entire ancient city are here. Freshman Contest. Full name, Ancient Capital Freshman Exchange Competition. It is led by Xingyu Academy and co-organized by other third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate universities in the ancient capital. According to gossip, the reason why the freshman competition was moved forward is related to Zhuo Xiangyu's challenge to Lu Chen. Lu Chen? That cheating idiot? What the hell, he's been kicked off the list. Zhuo Xiangyu is ranked second in the country, and he challenges a cheater? Is that cheating country bumpkin worthy of that? This gossip of yours, isn't it? It's from the sewer. Speaking of which, Lu Chen is really more shameless than a rock-type beast pet. He is boycotted like this, but he still has the nerve to come. Listening to the noisy doubts around him, Zhou Kai felt like he was the only one sober, while everyone else was drunk. What do these people know? We're about to see the god of road show his power, he said excitedly. We will soon see the awesomeness of Lu Chen. Get ready for God's coming. Foolish students. Suddenly, a group of people walked in from outside the training ground. Here they come. Here they come. People from Xingyu Beast Taming School are here. The noisy scene became quiet. Today's protagonists have arrived. The freshman exchange competition is the stage show of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy every year. Boom! With a muffled sound, all the freshmen arrived, and the heavy gate of the training camp closed. Lu Chen looked around the training ground. Similar to the Colosseum in ancient Rome, he was attracted by a steel gate at the end, more than 10 meters long and several meters high. The strange thing is that it is not connected to the wall, but stands alone on the ground. Luo Anfei's icy blue eyes also lingered on the steel gate for a while. The Gate of Trial, a pseudo-secret realm created artificially. In the previous life, the freshman competition of Changli Beast Taming Academy was also a gate to enter the trial. It seems that every top university is pretty much the same, so foreplay should be the same, right? Here it comes. She had a playful smile on her face, wondering if Lu Chen would make a big fool of himself. Lu Chen frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong, a feeling he couldn't describe. The next second, without any warning, he felt a flash before his eyes. A strong and sickening smell of blood came from my mouth and nose, and I could hear a mixture of roars and screams in my ears. Vision returned to normal. This is... where? The Colosseum-like venue disappeared. At this time, he was on a battlefield. Everywhere he looked, there was blood and fire, and the earth was charred. There were ruins and corpses everywhere. Flame tiger. Use purgatory. 100-eyed centipede. Poisonous fog. Kill. We must stop the spread of the abyss. The beastmasters command their pets and fight constantly. The enemies are strange monsters, fearless and brave, and each one looks weird and abnormal. At least in terms of aesthetics, they grow in the complete opposite direction of humans. Looking into the distance, the sky was pitch black, and a black cloud swept across the sky and the earth. But if you look closely, you can see that it is not a black cloud at all, but a black piece of meat covered with jellyfish-like tentacles. There were countless creatures on its body, gnawing at its body. After eating, their bodies became deformed, and they fell to the ground one by one, rushing towards the beastmasters fearlessly. Lu Chen saw a beastmaster next to him. His pet was killed by a monster, and he also died at the hands of a monster. The internal organs were hollowed out, and the limbs were torn into pieces. Lu Chen found that he couldn't move, or rather, the body was not his. But Lu Chen was not panicked. This was a fake world. It should be the skill of some kind of pet. His spiritual power can make his mind as strong as a rock, and the power of the skill just now will rewrite and blur his cognition. As a result, he was immune to the spiritual power of the Lord of Taishu. If he is not immune, his cognition will be changed, and he will regard the world in front of him as real. Just like a dreamer, while in a dream, he will not question the falsity of the dream world. Screams rang out one after another, and the Beastmaster camp began to lose. A monster also appeared in front of him. It looked like a giant insect, but its body was twisted like a pretzel and was unrecognizable. Its wings were broken, but it was flying in a strange posture. It was extremely fast, and it vibrated its wings to release wind blades. Finally, it pounced towards Lu Chen and crushed it with the sharp mouth parts under its abdomen and swallowed it. Pain! Heartbroken! Although Lu Chen knew that this was an illusion, he could clearly feel that before he died, the countless tiny mouth parts were constantly gnawing at his body. Extremely real. When he regained consciousness, he found himself back at the Colosseum. No. Help! Go away! Don't come over here! The shrill screams came one after another, and the scene was like slaughtering pigs. Some people even rolled on the ground. Obviously, other people had the same experience as Lu Chen. Back in reality, some people were so scared that their faces turned pale, they were gasping for breath, and they kept checking their bodies. Someone was so scared that he sat down on the ground, with water stains and orange-yellow liquid flowing down his pants. As the adrenaline wears off, physical discomfort follows. Ugh! Many people ran to the ditch nearby and vomited. They were gasping for breath, as if they had woken up from a nightmare. Lu Chen turned his head to look at Luo Anfei. He was surprised to see the big ice cube who still had a cold and calm expression. I am immune to mental hypnosis and illusions because of my spirit of the Lord of Taishu. It was known to be false from the beginning. This big lump of ice is not affected at all. He is indeed a huge lump of ice with no emotions, not even afraid of death or monsters. Little did they know, Luo Anfei was also surprised to see Lu Chen, who was not affected. She had condensed the spirituality of the Ice Phoenix and could maintain a clear mind at all times. So you are not affected by illusions. How come Lu Chen is not affected at all? Isn't he afraid of the battlefield? It seems that he was born to be a beastmaster. There was a noise on the podium, and some figures appeared at some point. They are all the masters of various institutions in the ancient capital. Its deputy palace master Zhang Qiliang. The person next to her is so beautiful. She is our vice palace master Qin Yanran. I heard she is the most beautiful vice palace master. Do you still dream of becoming a professional beast master? The speaker was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old, wearing a military uniform, but with a disabled body. His eyes scanned the entire scene like a hawk. This is your first lesson after entering school. As a beast tamer, you need to fight monsters and ferocious beasts. The burly man's eyes were fierce and fierce. Except for the people in the first-tier cities, many of you are from second-tier and third-tier cities. You don't know the origin of monsters. Today I can tell you about the origin of monsters. The burly man then talked about the creation of monsters, the abyss, and the existence of taboos. These students were informed. In an instant, there was a huge shock, and everyone felt that their three views were shattered. The illusion just now happened 100 years ago. For some reason, a large abyss appeared in a second-tier city. The consequence is that secondary cities disappear from the human map. The Beastmaster Association suffered heavy casualties and finally solved the source. Any student at the academy who wants to become a professional beastmaster needs to deal with monsters. His eyes were sharp. It will be the same as the illusion you just experienced. You will die. Let's not talk about other things for now. We will need to deal with monsters in the freshman competition later. Many people's faces changed. The freshman competition requires dealing with monsters? Thinking of the previous scene, their faces turned pale, no longer as high-spirited as before. I used to be a warrior of the Beast Tamer Corps. My right hand and left leg were lost in a battle with monsters. Even healing skills cannot restore them. The man in military uniform pointed to his heart vigorously. Ask yourself, are you ready to deal with monsters? Now, I'll give you a chance. Withdraw from the freshman competition and become a logistics beastmaster. However, logistics beast tamer, the country will not provide any training resources, including the free credits issued by the academy every month. The burly man gave a frightening grin. Don't feel ashamed. Follow your heart. Life is more important than anything else. Just leave the Colosseum. Many people at the scene showed signs of wanting to make a move. Young people always care about their reputation, and no one wants to be the first to desert. After graduation, all students from the academy must intern in the Beast Taming Corps and serve for a year. You only have this one chance to become a logistics beastmaster. If you desert on the battlefield, you will be killed without mercy. Your life is yours. Don't regret it when you die. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. As soon as these words came out, there was a rustling sound and some people turned around and left. I have a D-level talent, so I am destined to have no great future. Forget it. It's better to make money sooner. Me too. People began to leave one after another. However, most of them are from third-rate and second-rate institutions. There are only a few first-rate universities. The top Beast Taming Academy, Xingyu Academy, doesn't have a single one. Concubine Luo and watch calmly. This is screening people, and the illusion amplifies the most primitive fears of human beings. If one's will is not strong enough, and one cannot face the monsters directly, one will be easily contaminated. On the podium, Zhang Qiliang kept staring at the team where the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy was sitting, and disappointment flashed in his eyes. It would be great if Lu Chen also chose to quit. You can mock Qin Yinran in front of the entire ancient capital's academic community. But it's not a big problem. Qin Yinran said in front of the entire school with great confidence that Lu Chen deserved to be the #1 in the country. After being crushed by Zhuo Xiangyu, he can still mock her in person. A few minutes later, all students who chose to withdraw left the Colosseum. The burly man in military uniform stepped back. Zhang Qiliang stepped forward, cleared his throat, and said, although the freshman competition requires dealing with monsters, there will be no casualties, so you can rest assured. I am now officially announcing this. The ancient capital freshman competition has officially begun. Chapter 27, Freshman Contest begins, Fallen Form. The words fell. The heavy steel gate that stood alone in the open space suddenly opened. Very strange. The door is wide open, but you can't see what's behind it. Then, everyone received a bracelet with a crystal stone inlaid on it. At first, some people held it in their hands and played with it, until I heard a teacher from the school say, "This is a life-saving bracelet. Be sure to keep it properly. If you encounter fatal danger, it will automatically help you resist the attack and teleport you out." Hearing this, those who didn't take it seriously hurriedly put it on their hands, looking very careful for fear of breaking it. Safety measures are in place. The originally ordinary gate began to twist and then turned into a red energy black hole. Students from various universities line up to enter in an orderly manner. The steel gate is very large and can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. Many freshmen from the university filed in, walked into the steel gate, and their figures were swallowed up and disappeared. After the person in front went in, he disappeared instantly. Soon, it was Lu Chen and the others' turn to go in. You will see the gap between us, Zhuo Xiangyu said harshly to Lu Chen and stepped into the trial gate. The other students of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy also became excited. It's finally time to begin. Lu Chen's strength is indeed good, but they lost and still called each other dad. This made those who lost feel depressed for several days. Now we just have to wait for Zhuo Xiangyu to crush Lu Chen and restore face for the first-tier cities. Concubine Luo An's eyes were cold. I can crush my opponent, but who do you think you are? You dare to mock me in front of me? But Lu Chen is indeed no match for the other party. Condensing spirituality and not condensing spirituality are two completely different worlds. Based on her understanding of the trial gate, Lu Chen's final result could not possibly be higher than the other parties. She glanced at Lu Chun and thought to herself, "Can you ridicule my comparison? Let me crush you." She was confident because her Ice Phoenix spirituality had been successfully condensed. The freshman competition is her stage. Just Xiang Yu. He can only be considered a genius, not a monster. A true monster doesn't need to take the college entrance examination. The Unified College Entrance Examination has always been only for the general public. Lu Chen stepped into the steel gate, and the moment he entered, he felt like he was passing through a thin film. What follows is a sense of spatial displacement. This is very similar to the feeling when I accidentally entered the abyss. After a brief moment of blindness and dizziness, I came to my senses. He took in his surroundings, a strange space with dark tones. The ground was gray and scattered with dead branches and leaves. There was an uncomfortable smell in the air, and from time to time there was a whooshing sound similar to that made by wind rushing through a small space. In this weird environment, it feels like a ghost is whimpering, making people's scalps numb. The space is not large, and you can see the end at a glance. There is no one else except yourself. It seems that after entering, everyone has an independent space. Mechanical, synthesized sounds echoed in the space. The Gate of Trial has 10 levels in total. Currently the first floor. Please, freshmen, defeat the enemies in front of you and enter the next level. The moment the electronic synthesized sound falls, several white lights flashed by. 5 figures appeared, with long ears and powerful hind legs. Rabbit. A rabbit half the height of a man, with a ferocious face. The snow-white hair fell off like dead leaves, except for a few scattered hairs on the forehead, revealing a withered body, which looked like someone had peeled off his skin in a bloody mess. The original flesh and blood body has rotted away, and in some places bones can be seen exposed outside the flesh and blood. Beneath the white bones, you can see that their skeletons are no longer supported by flesh and blood. The gaps between bones and flesh were filled with strange, long, thin tentacles. Name: Carrion Rabbit. Strength: Lower Awakening Stage. Description: the fallen form of the sharp-toothed rabbit, affected by the forbidden ecology, has mutated into a bloodthirsty, unintelligent form that will devour everything it sees, and has an astonishing reproductive capacity. It's really not cute at all, Lu Chen complained. As for being afraid, what is there to be afraid of? Meanwhile, the system's voice also emerged. Trigger mission: break through the door of trial. Finally, the mission was triggered again. The carrion rabbit roared and rushed over. A summoning circle appeared beside him, and his pet, the rock monkey, appeared. Rabbits are not cute at all. Let's roast them all in a braised rabbit heads. Forget it, Qi Tian. Let me handle the monsters. You just stay on the sidelines. He wanted to know what level of monsters he could deal with his current strength. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several fireballs blasted out. It was like a grenade exploding, but it was just a monster that had just entered the awakening stage, so it was easily dealt with. All of them were blown into pieces. Easy. He kicked the rabbit head that exploded in front of him away. A gate of light condensed in front of him. Please go to the second floor. Lu Chen stepped in. On the second level, there are 4 carrion rabbits at the middle awakening stage, which are stronger than those on the first level. They haven't come to their senses yet. Several sharp stone cones suddenly appeared on the ground and pierced through their hearts. The light gate appeared again. Simple. Lu Chen clapped his hands. Please go to the third floor. They are still carrion rabbits, 3 in number, and their strength is at the upper awakening stage. The strength of the monsters on each level is 1 level higher than the previous level. This time was a little difficult. Lu Chen used 2 skills to kill the opponent. The light gate condenses. Please go to the 4th floor. The next level should be the extraordinary level of combat power. He stepped in. The Colosseum, representatives from all the schools stared at the trial gate. The portal of the Gate of Trial turned into a light curtain, showing a pyramid pattern. There are 10 floors in total. It was filled with densely packed spots of light of different colors. From time to time, the light spots turned blood red, which also meant that their life-saving bracelets were triggered. Whoosh! From time to time, bright light could be seen, and figures were teleported out in front of the trial gate. They are all students who failed to pass the level. Ah, I died on the 2nd floor? Me too. It's so difficult. I'm on the 3rd floor, and there are 3 upper awakening monsters. How can I defeat them? I could have played it, but I made a mistake. Most of those who were teleported out were students from 3rd-rate or 2nd-rate institutions. On the podium, a teacher from a 1st-rate school sighed. Most of the students from the top schools are already on the 4th floor, and no one has failed and been teleported out yet. The light spots representing third-rate and second-rate institutions are all concentrated on the second floor. The light spot representing the first-class university is struggling on the third floor. As time goes by, batch after batch of people were teleported out, and students from first-class universities also began to be teleported out. Students from top universities began to fall on the fourth floor in large numbers. A small number of people entered the fifth floor with difficulty. It's too difficult. In the fourth level, we have to deal with two lower-level extraordinary monsters at the same time, a student wailed. Soon, all but the top institutions were weeded out. In the entire pyramid, only the purple light representing the top universities is still on. Oh, every year I watch the individual shows of Xingyu Academy. No one is eliminated, and the students of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy can at least make it to the 6th level. Representatives of other academies sighed sincerely that the top academies gather all the elites, and the first-rate academies can only make it to the 5th level at most. Zhang Qiliang said, "That may not be the case this year. Maybe someone from our school will be eliminated at the 5th level." He snorted coldly and glanced at Qin Yinran. "Don't forget, because of our great Vice Palace Master Qin Yinran, our school has recruited the best student in the country this year. This number one in the country is so arrogant. He even shouted at Zhuo Xiangyu, saying that he would crush him in the freshman competition." As soon as these words came out, the representatives from various schools present were in an uproar. Zhuo Xiangyu ranks second among the newly compiled top 100 players in the country. His strength is unquestionable. They naturally knew who the so-called number one in the country was talking about. How dare he offend them? Zhang Qiliang then said sarcastically, "I just don't know how high this person, who was definitely recognized as the number one by Vice Palace Master Qin Yinran, can get." Qin Yinran's face was calm. "Just open your eyes and watch carefully." Zhang Qiliang said, "Lu Chun and Zhuo Xiangyu have a bet. The loser will call the winner daddy. How about we make a bet?" Qin Yinran said venomously, "You are too old. I don't have a son like you. Who wants to bet on this?" Zhang Qiliang was angry. "Whoever loses the bet will hand over his rights as Deputy Palace Lord." "Okay." Qin Yinran didn't care. The family arranged her to this place for the young lady. She looked at the spots of light on the trial gate. The eyes are dim. The young lady even disdains people from the bloodline family. If you can't even compare to Zhuo Xiangyu, who just passed the college entrance examination, then it means you are a waste. Even if you are the one chosen by the lady, I will take her back by force. If she doesn't want to, I'll kill you first. Chapter 28. Zhang Qiliang's ridicule. Lu Chun was eliminated? Carrion rabbits are the lowest level of demonized and fallen creatures, and are also the most numerous monsters on the front battlefield. The reproductive capacity is too strong. Fortunately, the upper limit of this race is elite level at most. Low racial strength plus no intelligence. Beastmasters of the same level can easily win against this kind of creatures. Time passes, except for the students of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, who are still in the trial gate. Students from other institutions were teleported out, completely annihilated. Only people from Xingyu Beast Taming Academy are competing in it. Slowly, the gap between students in Xingyu Beast Taming Academy also widened. Most people stopped at the 5th level, corresponding to the middle extraordinary level. A small number of people stopped at the 6th level, corresponding to the upper extraordinary level. Why is it that one light spot of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy is on the 4th floor, and another is on the 3rd floor? The 3rd level is the upper awakening level, and the 4th level is the lower extraordinary level. Everyone looked at each other. This couldn't be possible. The colors of these two light spots are both purple, and they are students of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. The 4th level of the Gate of Trial. Air condensation. Luo Anfei's whole body was covered with frost, and the two lower-level extraordinary class carrion rabbits in front of her were frozen into icy lumps. With a slight touch, it fell to the ground and broke into countless pieces. She wiped her forehead and said, "The 4th level is my limit. After all, the Ice Phoenix spirituality is more of a support. The only advantage is that I can use any Ice plus Phoenix moves freely. It consumes too much spiritual energy. It's up to you from now on, Ice Crystal Fox." Yes, she has condensed the white Ice Phoenix spirit. Before, I had been using solidified ice skills to fight the carrion rabbits and did not rely on the abilities of my pet. She stepped into the light gate in front of her and entered the 5th floor. Trial space, 3rd level. Zhuo Xiangyu sat on the ground panting, but a proud smile was on his face. Relying on the skill of condensing white spirituality and solidifying it, He made it all the way to the third floor. However, most of the first-rate universities cannot pass the level for the third time, even with the help of their pets. Who else? He rested for a while. The next step is to officially start the breakthrough. It's time to let them see what breakthrough speed is. Zhuo Xiangyu stood up and stepped into the light gate. Outside world. While everyone was still confused, suddenly, there were two spots of light that jumped several levels in an instant. Hurry, look, those two spots of light are moving so fast. One went from the third floor to the sixth floor in an instant. One went from the fourth floor to the sixth floor. Someone exclaimed. This means that the opponent can kill enemies in the layer instantly in a very short time. Will there be any bugs? It must be a bug. How could this thing have a bug? What's going on? The first few levels were so slow, but the last few levels were so fast. There is only one possibility. We all know that after gathering spiritual energy, we can choose to solidify the skills of a pet. Someone said dully. These two people in the previous levels were fighting with solidified skills and did not let their pets participate in the battle. Silence. Everyone was numb, they fought desperately, and most of them fell on the third and fourth floors. These two people reached the third and fourth floors by their own strength. While they were discussing, two spots of light jumped from the sixth floor to the seventh floor one after another. Fuck. The sixth floor is open. Entering the seventh floor? Are these two people human? The seventh level should correspond to the combat power of the lower elite level, right? It shouldn't be so easy to penetrate the lower elite level, right? 1 minute later, they were numb. Two spots of light entered the eighth floor one after the other, corresponding to the middle elite level monsters. Even if you can fight against a higher level enemy, but aren't you guys dealing with it too quickly? This is a lower elite level enemy. Rostrum. Zhang Qiliang was also confused, and one of the bright spots was undoubtedly Zhuo Xiangyu. But who is the other light spot? His face darkened as he thought of a possibility. Could it be Lu Chun? No way. He asked the burly man in military uniform not far away in a kind tone. Commander Zhao, each bracelet should have a corresponding person. Can you help me find out who these two light spots are? The other party nodded. After some research, one is Zhuo Xiangyu, and the other is Luo Wanfei. Princess Luoan? He knew that she was known as the freshman campus belle on the campus forum. She was very beautiful, but her personality was very indifferent. Comes from the same place as Lu Chun. I didn't expect he was so strong, and it seems that spirituality has also been condensed. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't Lu Chun. After Luo Wanfei and Zhuo Xiangyu entered the eighth floor, they began to reach a stalemate, and the battle was no longer resolved as quickly as at the beginning. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, a large area of light on the sixth floor suddenly turned red. They triggered the life-saving bracelets and were eliminated and teleported out one by one. Ah, damn it. Why is it so disgusting that it can even self-destruct? I vomited. I was killed by its self-explosion. Disgusting. When in the near-death state, the opponent will self-destruct. The light spots on the sixth level were either eliminated or advanced to the seventh level. There is only a lonely spot of light on the sixth floor. His name is Lu Chun, said the man in military uniform. Ha ha. Zhang Qiliang laughed out loud. I'm afraid it's going to fail soon. Number one in the country, but you get eliminated on the sixth level, right? The third place with Xiangyu has already entered the eighth floor. The gate of trial. The sixth level of space. Boom, boom. Balls of flames exploded, and in the smoke and dust, a giant carrion rabbit with its legs blown off and its body in tatters jumped out. The entire body had been completely corroded, with only some disgusting lumps of flesh still hanging on some bones. Its blood-red heart was exposed and beating. All the tentacles spread from the heart to the body. These tentacles spread out from the body, replacing the limbs, and pounced towards Lu Chun. In midair, all the tentacles spread out, like an octopus trying to hold Lu Chun in its arms. Yintu, a rock pillar emerged from the ground, blocking the opponent's way. The other party hugged the rock pillar. This is not dead. Lu Chun prepared to give the opponent the final blow. It was at this time he found that all the tentacles retracted into the heart, and the entire heart expanded like a balloon. Qi Tian, the Rockian monkey, opened his mouth and spit out a vortex of flames, centered on the two of them, protecting them in the center. Bang! The body swelled like a balloon and finally exploded, and countless disgusting liquids turned into rain and fell. Chi chi chi. When it falls on the ground, it is highly corrosive. Fortunately, These liquids melted when they touched the vortex of fire. Disgusting. It can actually self-destruct. The light gate leading to the 7th floor appeared. Step into the light gate and go to the 7th floor. TSK, I actually made it to the 7th floor. Zhang Qiliang was very disappointed, but soon he showed sarcasm. The 6th floor was so difficult to pass. The 7th floor is bound to fail. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd below. Oh, the 9th floor. A spot of light jumped to the 9th floor. Zhang Qiliang said happily. Zhuo Xiangyu is on the 9th floor. He looked at Qin Yinran, who was staring at the 7th floor with a serious face and eyes, and was in a good mood. Deputy Palace Master Qin, don't look at it anymore. You can't catch up with Zhuo Xiangyu. Don't even mention that you are the #1 in the country. But you are still struggling on the 7th floor. Even if you are lucky enough to enter the 9th floor. What's the use? The 9th floor has spiritual pollution, and one must concentrate one's spiritual power to resist it. In his case, it seems that he has not concentrated his spiritual power. What can he use to compete with Zhuo Xiangyu? Qin Yinran's expression was ugly, of course not because of Zhang Qiliang's ridicule, but because the other party is right. If the 6th level is so difficult, you will most likely be eliminated on the 7th level. So what if I pass the 7th level? There was a dangerous light in her eyes. The lady had made a mistake. This kind of person was not worthy of being chosen by the lady. A few minutes later, another spot of light entered the 9th floor. Not bad, not bad. This Luo Fei seems to be capable. Zhang Qiliang was surprised that a person from a remote province could also enter the 9th level. The burly man in military uniform had a strange look on his face, as if he didn't know whether to say something or not. The one who entered the 9th floor later was Zhuo Xiangyu, concubine Luo, and entered in front of the other party. One after another, all the people from Xingyu Academy came out. Most of the people fell on the 7th floor. A small number of people entered the 8th level, but were defeated soon after. The 8th level contains mid-level elite monsters. Time passes by second. Luo Fei and Zhuo Xiangyu were also stuck at the 9th level. One by one, the students failed and were teleported out. Jiang Yixing, who was ranked 100th among the top 100, was also teleported out. It was the 8th level, which was too difficult. He was just about to pass it. Only a few scattered spots of light were still there. During this period, some people also rushed to the 9th floor, but he failed within a few seconds. Without the condensed spirituality, he could not stay on the 9th floor. So far, there are 3 spots of light in the entire trial gate. 2 are on the 9th floor. 1 is on the 7th floor. As expected of a rock-type beast, this is too slow. Meanwhile, the 7th level of trial space. Bang, bang, bang. Looking at the lower elite carrion rabbit that nimbly dodged his attack, he felt a little regretful. He had a clear understanding of his own strength. If I don't use my pet to fight, my limit is the 6th level. Qitian, I'll leave it to you next. Jigu. The yin-yin monkey clenched his fists suddenly. It was finally his turn. He was a little panicked when he saw how powerful the beastmaster was. I feel so useless. Boom! The flame on the tail is burning fiercely, full of fighting spirit. Disgusting bunny, bear my wrath. Clear chapter 29. Hidden level? Gate of trial, 7th floor. The lower elite level carrion rabbit bared its teeth at Qi Tian. Although it has no intelligence, its biological instinct allows it to feel the power of the rock-hating monkey. The black, slender tentacles at the heart are moving along the bones of the whole body. Finally, it wraps around the bones of its legs and acts as muscle. It keeps changing its shape. The speed and explosive power were so fast that only a shadow could be seen flashing in the air, and even an afterimage was left behind. It is extremely difficult to capture its image with the naked eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, its figure flashed and appeared not far away. The 2 big rabbit teeth were crumbling and kept vibrating and colliding with each other, making a rattling sound like a rattlesnake. 2 rabbit teeth shot out like sharp blades. Like a bomb, it hit the rock-hating monkey head-on, causing a ball of fire and smoke. See the raid succeed. The only thing left was the carrion rabbit grinning out of its biological instinct, and its prey was dead. The next second, a strong wind blew from behind, and a hand grabbed the back of its head and slammed it to the ground. The ground cracked and gravel flew everywhere. Its brain was smashed, but it was not dead yet and wanted to stand up. The tentacles of that strange heart moved and wrapped around Qi Tian's feet. Qi Tian was not afraid at all and looked down at the other party. There was extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. Do you know that it is because you are too weak that your master was able to reach the 7th floor? And you almost made me lose your value as a pet. Why can't it be stronger? You guys deserve to die. It clenched its fists suddenly, and the fist turned rock gray and was covered with a layer of rock material. The arm muscles swelled and punched out instantly. Bang, 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 bang. Like a pile driver. Chi Tian punched the corpse rabbit again and again as it tried to stand up from the ground. The terrifying force hit the carrion rabbit and then spread to the earth. The ground cracked layer by layer. Countless flesh and blood were splashing. The punches were thrown at an extremely fast speed, and countless fist shadows appeared in the air. Half a minute later, the ground was broken, with rocks scattered everywhere, and a hole several meters across was created. The surrounding area was corroded by the corpse-like blood of the corpse rabbits, forming honeycomb-like depressions. In the pit, the carrion rabbit was beaten into minced meat. It's just horrible. The yin-yin monkey Chitian's body was also covered with countless bloody and flesh fragments. Flames burst out of the rock-yellow monkey's body, burning away the filth hanging on its hair. It shook its head in disappointment. It's really too weak, so vulnerable. Whoa. It urged Lu Chun to hurry to the next level. The corner of Lu's mouth twitched. Oh my god, Chi Tian is a little cruel. He must be holding it in. Because before this, he was the one who was arguing with the carrion rabbits. A lot of time has been wasted. He chuckled. Let's go. We should be far behind. I hope the monsters behind us can give us a good time. Gee. A kind smile appeared on Chi Tian's face. The 10th floor. There were exclamations from the Colosseum. In the 9th layer, there were 2 spots of light that originally represented Luo Anfei and Zhuxiangyu. Suddenly, a spot of light jumped from the 9th floor to the 10th floor. Princess Luo and is still a little short. Zhuxiangyu is still awesome. He has entered the 10th floor. He won't clear it, will he? Luo Anfei is fine. You have to know that she is not a student from a first-tier city. If she receives a good education in a first-tier city, it is hard to imagine how she will grow up. She is a bit of a monster. Zhang Qiuyang's face was almost broken with laughter. Haha, Zhuxiangyu is good. It shouldn't be a problem to pass the customs. In previous years, the number of students who passed the exam could be counted on one hand. This year, the freshman competition was moved forward from half a month to 3 days after enrollment. He originally thought that no one would be able to pass it. He didn't expect Zhuxiangyu to give him such a big surprise. Looking at Zhang Qiuyang, who was praised by everyone, everyone assumed that Zhuxiangyu was the one who entered the 10th floor. The burly man in military uniform kept silent and did not expose them. In fact, it was Luo Anfei who entered the 10th floor first. He touched his chin. Coming from a third-tier city, he is a good candidate. He will see if he can recruit him to his own beast-taming corps. One student looked regretful. Lu Chen is much worse. He is still at the 7th level. How dare he say that he will beat Zhuxiangyu in the freshman competition? There are only 3 people still inside the trial gate. With a quick glance around, you can tell who these 3 people are. So everyone knows that Zhuxiangyu, Luo Anfei, Lu Chen are still in there. The 8th floor? Lu Chun has also entered the 8th floor. No hope, they are not in the same league. Jiang Yixing, who is among the top 100, only stopped at the 8th level. Lu Chen should be worse than that. Someone started to speak, but the second half of the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say it. He widened his eyes and said, the 9th floor? They saw that after Lu Chun entered the 8th floor, it only took him a few blinks of an eye to reach the 9th floor. On the podium, Zhang Qiuyang stood up from his chair abruptly. How is this possible? Cheating, right? It took more than 10 minutes to get from the 7th to the 8th floor. How come it only took a few seconds to get from the 8th floor to the 9th floor? There is no other explanation except cheating. I'll interrogate him thoroughly when he comes out. And what's the problem with entering the 9th floor? Not only does the 9th floor have upper elite monsters, but it also has spiritual pollution. Without spiritual concentration, you can't fight the pollution at all. At this time, the situation on the field is, a spot of light is on the 10th floor. The 2 spots of light are on the 9th floor. It was at this time, another spot of light entered the 10th floor from the 9th floor. It's the 10th level. Luo Anfei has also reached the 10th level, along with exclamations from the audience. Some teachers from the academy also exclaimed in shock. I underestimated this girl. I remember her college entrance examination ranking. According to the hypothesis method of Jinao, she was ranked 188th in the country. But I didn't expect that she was not much inferior to Zhuxiangyu, who ranks second among the top 100. A teacher sighed. People don't know. The burly man in military uniform, not far away, had a look of shock on his face, and his breathing became extremely rapid. He was the only one in the audience who knew who each light spot represented. Concubine Luo, and had already entered the 10th floor. It is not Zhuo Xiangyu who has entered the 10th floor now. It's Lu Chun. Zhuo Xiangyu is still fighting hard on the 9th floor. He was shocked. After Lu Chun entered the 9th floor from the 8th floor, he did not stay on the 9th floor at all. He arrived at the 10th floor in almost the blink of an eye. The carrion rabbit, which represents the upper elite class, was killed instantly by him. Is this the 10th floor? Lu Chun looked around. There was an ominous atmosphere everywhere. Moreover, the mental pollution is even more serious than that on the 9th floor. Ordinary people who stay here will feel depressed or even crazy, which will constantly cause your spirit to collapse. This kind of mental pollution can make people collapse. Only by concentrating spirituality can we resist this spiritual pollution. But it doesn't matter to Lu Chun. Do you understand the value of being immune to mental pollution? He was still looking at the environment on the 10th floor and commenting on it. In the distance, Chi Tian was fighting fiercely, and his opponent was the monster on the 10th floor. The 9th level is the upper elite level. Lu Chun thought that the 10th level might be the rebirth stage, but he didn't expect it to be. It's the carrion rabbit king. It is several times the size of an ordinary carrion rabbit, and its body is rotten. Its heart, which was covered with countless tentacles, even had eyes. It constantly cooperated with the corpse rabbit king, swinging out long whip tentacles to attack the rock monkey. It's more like its heart, which has transformed into another kind of monster. Name: Corpse Rabbit King. Strength: upper elite level. Description: the fallen form of the sharp-toothed rabbit has been affected by the forbidden ecology and has mutated into a bloodthirsty, unconscious creature that devours all flesh and blood, including its own flesh and blood, to supply the heart. Eventually, the heart will transform into a conscious creature called a parasitic heart beast. Once the parasitic beast is born, the carrion rabbit becomes its puppet and is enslaved by it. If the heart transforms into a parasitic heart beast, it can be transformed into a rare corpse rabbit king. The carrion rabbit king is the limit of this race. Very strong. Lu Chun looked into the distance and saw the corpse rabbit king, who was grabbed by the feet by Chi Tian and swung around like a sandbag. Well, he is very strong. At least he can withstand Chi Tian's attacks for several minutes without dying. Half a minute later, a terrifying beam of fire swept across, and a ball of fire rose from the ground and expanded towards the sky. The carrion rabbit king. Hang up. Lu Chun smacked his lips and cleared the level. This boss was useless, and he defeated it so easily. Let's take a look at the system rewards first. Huh? Why does it say unfinished? Just when he was confused. The synthesized sound of mechanical electronics is resounding. It was detected that the trial participant defeated the boss of the 10th floor within the specified time. Open the hidden layers. A light gate appeared at the spot. Lu Chun was stunned. There are hidden levels? Chapter 30. Beyond the limits of race. Symbiotic evolution. The gate of trial. The 10th floor. The entire ground has been covered with a thick layer of ice. Ice Fox, freeze ray. In an instant, the corpse rabbit king wanted to dodge the attack, but the ground had turned into an ice field. The ground was too slippery, and there was no time to dodge effectively. Finally, half of the body was frozen. Continuously use the freeze ray. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The opponent's limbs are frozen. Ice spikes. The air condensed. The ice fox's two azure tails swayed, and countless ice spikes formed in the air. The sound of breaking through the air is sharp. Countless ice spikes rushed towards the corpse rabbit king. It was shot like a sieve in an instant. The head, the heart, all were pierced through. With a loud bang, the huge body fell to the ground. A smile appeared on Luo Anfei's lips, and she integrated this specialty secret treasure. No ice melting, and gained the ice and frost control characteristic. The ice of the ice crystal fox is extremely difficult to melt and is extremely hard. The ground is turned into ice, and the ice cannot be broken by hitting it with objects of the same level, and the speed is restricted on the ice surface. You can only let the ice crystal fox slaughter you. It was detected that the trial participant defeated the boss of the 10th floor within the specified time. Open the hidden layers. During the hidden level trial, the trial taker can quit at any time. Princess Luo and was not surprised. She knew there were hidden levels. In her previous life, she only made it to the 8th level before being defeated. Let's go, Ice Crystal Fox. She stepped into the light gate with the Ice Crystal Fox. Fuck! Lu Chun is also on the 10th level. Everyone saw that the lonely spot of light on the 9th floor also jumped to the 10th floor. All the teachers in the school felt incredible. Impossible. Did Lu Chun, who cheated to become the best in the country, also condense his spirituality? Otherwise, how could he pass the 9th floor and enter the 10th floor? Zhuo Xiangyu is a bit slow. He finally reached the 10th floor. The burly man in military uniform shook his head as if he was the only one sober, while everyone else was drunk. He was the only one in the whole place who knew that Lu Chun and Luo Anfei had already gone to the 10th floor. The one who struggled for a long time on the 9th floor before entering the 10th floor was Zhuo Xiangyu, whom they had high hopes for. He scoffed, feeling no obligation to tell them the truth. A group of arrogant city people. He also came from a third-tier city and had a natural liking for Lu Chun and Luo Anfei, who were also from third-tier cities. Instead, he is now looking forward to seeing the faces of these people after the truth comes out. He was a little confused at first, but later he figured it out. It turned out that Lu Chun was ranked number 1 in the country this year. And these arrogant city people questioned each other's achievements. Who says that a third-tier city can't produce a top scholar? If this isn't a top scholar, then what is? Be sure to recommend these 2 little guys to the team leader and bring them to our team. Zhang Qiuyang's eyes widened, and he pointed at the trial gate and said, "Cheating. He cheated. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will definitely interrogate you thoroughly when we come out. As long as I'm here, I won't let any speculators go." Everyone frowned. I didn't expect Lu Chun would dare to cheat in the freshman competition. Everyone thought it was impossible to reach the 10th floor by one's own strength. If he has the ability to reach the 10th floor, how could he stay on the 6th and 7th floors for so long? Luo Anfei, and he came from the same place. I think there must be something fishy about the fact that Luo Anfei was able to reach the 10th floor. Let's check it out together later. Of course, Lu Chun didn't know that he was being thought of as a cheater again. At this time, he has reached the hidden level above the 10th floor. It looks like a big guy has finally arrived. Lu Chun looked at the big guy in front of him. His muscles bulged all over, and the pair of rabbit ears on his head turned into long tentacles. He is over 3 meters tall, with explosive muscles all over his body. What's disgusting is that there is only muscle tissue and no skin. That's not right. It's not muscles, but countless tentacles filling the bones, giving people the feeling of muscles. In its right hand was a large ball of flesh. The meatball has 2 tentacles, one of which runs along the opponent's arm, extending into the body, filling the bones and turning into muscle support for the whole body. The other one turned into a long tentacle whip, hanging on the ground. Name: Heartbeast Rabbit. Strength: lower transformation stage. Description: the ultimate limit of the Carrion Rabbit clan is to become the Carrion Rabbit King, but there is an extremely rare chance of evolution. When consciousness was born in the heart of the Corpse Rabbit King, it turned into a parasitic mind beast. The Corpse Rabbit King's own instincts were not controlled by the parasitic mind beast, but instead aroused the creature's instinctive resistance and began to resist the parasitic mind beast. At this time, when the 2 sides are in a stalemate, a symbiotic situation will occur. In this case, the Carrion Rabbit King will break the limits of the race, and the 2 will undergo symbiotic evolution. Symbiotic evolution. Breaking racial boundaries? The lower stage of rebirth. A full 2 sections ahead. The rock-hating monkey is still stuck at the upper extraordinary level. To be precise, it is the lower elite level. These days, Lu Chun fed Chi Tian nearly 1 million energy potions. There is enough energy accumulated in the body. It is dispersed throughout the body and every cell, and needs to fight on equal terms to speed up the absorption of the energy potion. Finally, you can enter the elite level. Chi Tian, this opponent is a good opponent. The moment Lu Chun and Yin Yin Monkey came in, the heart-swallowing rabbit's gaze suddenly shot over, and the next second, it kicked its feet, causing the ground to crack, and it rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Chi Tian, go! The rock-hating monkey felt the pressure from the opposite side, and it grinned. Finally, something good happened. Then let's have a head-on confrontation. Whoa! Chi Tian directly used the form change and entered the giant ape form. It kicked its feet, and its body turned into a shadow, rushing towards the other party like an arrow. Moment, the 2 figures collided with each other. Fist to fist. Bang! There was a loud collision, and a strong wind swept through. The 2 sides were wrestling, and the terrifying force continued to exert pressure on the ground. Click, click, click. The already flimsy ground was collapsing layer by layer, and the bodies of the 2 men were sinking as well. Even though Qi Tian's bloodline is terrifying, it has the blood of the totem race Zhu Yan. But racial potential is just potential, and strength is strength. The difference in strength levels is too great. A huge force came from the fist, and the rock-hating monkey was knocked away. The body flew backwards uncontrollably. It was trying to steady itself in midair. I heard a sound that was even faster, and the heart-swallowing beast chased after it with its rabbit-like legs, and the long tentacle whip in its hand exploded the air. From top to bottom, he hit the rock-hating monkey's belly with all his might. Boom! The rock-hating monkey's body fell heavily to the ground, and the rock layer on its belly was smashed to pieces. The opponent's attack was like a violent storm, continuously hitting the rock-hating monkey. The rocky layer on his body was shattered. Half a minute later, the tentacle whip wrapped around the rock monkey's ankles, lifted it up, and prepared to smash it like a sandbag. Qi Tian canceled the form change. The Rockian monkey exited the giant ape state, returned to the little monkey state, and broke free. Lu Chen's face looked slightly solemn. As expected, he is a being whose strength has reached the rebirth stage. The rebirth stage. Reborn. 99% of beast pets will evolve once they reach the elite stage. Once evolved, it reaches the rebirth stage. It means a complete transformation. Qi Tian, do you need my help? Lu Chen asked. Qi Tian shook his head, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. If you need the help of the beastmaster, what use does the beastmaster have for me? I should be the one protecting the beastmaster. If I can't even defeat an opponent like this, I'd be really sorry for the beastmaster who always cheats on me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heart beast rabbit opened its mouth, and an energy bomb blasted out. Qi Tian also condensed a fireball cannon to retaliate. Boom! When the two energy bombs collided, a huge explosion occurred, and strong flames mixed with dust vibrated up. Then, Qi Tian opened his mouth and spit. A vortex of flames swept towards the other side, blowing away the smoke and flames. Face the vortex of fire. The heart-hosting rabbit raised the pet's tentacle whip, and elemental energy attached to the whip. It slashed downward suddenly. The whip grew longer, and the air whimpered as it was overwhelmed. The entire vortex of flames was split into two. However, Qi Tian also found an opportunity. By the time the opponent split the vortex of fire, it had already reached the opponent's side. There was a terrifying flame condensing on his fist, and he punched the opponent hard. But it failed. To be precise, it did hit, but it passed through the body without any feeling of impact. The heart-stirring rabbit that Qi Tian hit disappeared into the air. Get out of the way! Lu Chen gave the order. I saw a whip shadow coming from behind it and hitting the rock-hating monkey hard. But it also missed. To be more precise, it went through Qi Tian's body and hit the ground hard, leaving a deep groove. Whisper! Qi Tian greeted Lu Chen from a few meters away. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Good fellow, have you learned the opponent's shadow clone technique? Shadow clone technique. A general-purpose move with no attributes. Use elemental energy to create a lifelike fake body to confuse the enemy. Go straight to the second stage of Vajra, indestructibility. The rock armor on his body was almost beaten to pieces. Qi Tian raised his head and roared. His momentum surged. His hair turned into the color of flame, and the flame on his tail burned fiercely as if it was filled with gasoline. Boom, boom, boom. The rock monkey and the heart beast rabbit started fighting again. The figures of both sides continued to collide on the field. The battle between the two was extremely fierce. But overall, Qi Tian was suppressed. But Lu Chen was not surprised but happy. Because as time went by, Qi Tian could only be defeated step by step. Gradually, I gained the strength to fight back. Finally, you can find time to fight back. Bang! The air vibrated, and a shock wave swept in all directions. The two voices collided in the air and then separated. Qi Tian roared to the sky. Flames kept coming out of it. We're going to advance! Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised that the whetstone of the heart-stirring rabbit was quite good, and it finally allowed Qi Tian to accumulate enough elemental energy. Chapter 31. The fusion progress has skyrocketed. Who is calling me grandpa? Chi-chi shishi shishi. Qi Tian's momentum was growing stronger inch by inch. Every pore on the body was spewing flames, and the entire body was wrapped in flames. I couldn't see its shape at all, an energy nutrient that accumulates in the body. After a fierce battle, they were all absorbed at last. The total value of elemental energy in the body has reached the standard for promotion. Woo! Chi Tian crossed his hands in front of his chest, roared to the sky, and flames surged. It shook its hands violently to the sides. Flames shot up into the sky, and then dissipated. The height of the rock monkey has increased. The hair is more orange-red. Promotion successful. Entering the elite level, the current level of strength is lower elite level. Finally advanced. Lu Chen sighed. Chi Tian clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power contained in his body, and grinned at the heart-beast rabbit in mockery. Monkey, I am so strong now. It takes the initiative to attack. The soil beneath his feet exploded with a loud bang, and a ball of fire ignited beneath his feet. The recoil force plus the propulsion of the flames turned the rock-hating monkey into a residual image and disappeared on the spot. Bang! The two figures collided with each other at an extremely fast speed. There was a rumble like thunder. Gravel, sand, and mud rose high into the air, rising several meters before scattering gently. This time, Chi Tian was no longer at a disadvantage. The heart-swallowing rabbit staggered and was knocked back. Its feet slid on the ground, leaving two drag marks several meters long before it stopped. The figure has just come to a stop. Chi Tian used the jet of flame, and with his extremely high skill proficiency, the flame jet was shaped. It turned into a flame in the shape of the Chinese character Ba. With a loud bang, the heart-sending beast rabbit was hit head-on, and its body was blown high into the air. Chi Tian stomped the ground hard and leaned forward again. A rich flame condensed in the fist, shining with the golden light of the sun, as if holding a sun. Yongyan Fire Fist. In a hurry, the opponent swung out his long, tentacle whip. The whip and the fist collide. The tentacle whip was broken, but the power of the fist remained undiminished, and the punch hit its shoulder. Suddenly, the entire shoulder was blown apart, and a burning force spread through the wound into the body. The aroma of meat is everywhere. Yang Yin Fire Fist condenses the exploding Yang Yin on the fist, which not only has a burning effect but also an explosive effect. The rest is easy. It's basically one-sided. More than 10 minutes later, a vortex of flames swept across. A charred corpse fell to the ground. Chi Tian's body shrank in size, and he returned to his normal state from the giant ape form that he had undergone during his morphological transformation. It blew 2 puffs of air from its nose. Disgusting bunny. Nothing more than that. It's still because I, the monkey, beat him up. Name rock-hating monkey. Level lower. Attributes, rock fire. Features, Yang Yin. Bloodline, middle king upper king. Zhu Yin bloodline fusion progress 70%, 95%. Bloodline talent, shape change, Vajra indestructibility. Element mastery level. Fire, mastery 70%. Rock, mastery 5%. Skill, mythological evolution sequence. Templates vary widely. The bloodline race was upgraded from the middle king race to the upper king race. The progress of Zhu Yan's bloodline fusion has reached 95% and will be completed soon. It is estimated that by then, the bloodline will step into the totem species. Chi Tian will also undergo some strange changes. Sorry, you failed to clear the hidden level. After you get out, please do not disclose the existence of the hidden level. Watching himself being teleported back to the 10th floor. Luo on Fei side. Even if the blood of the ice crystal fox is upgraded to the lower king species, the gap between the elite level and the reborn level is too big. The elite level and the reborn level are a watershed. Most of the beastmaster's pets are stuck at the elite level. Once you cross this line, evolution will occur. Evolution, also known as the leap of life, will bring about a qualitative leap in the strength of species. The ice crystal fox can challenge the elite level from the extraordinary level. But at the elite level, he cannot beat the reborn level. One has evolved, the other has not. This gap in strength cannot be made up by race. She wasn't distressed either. It's normal to be defeated. There is no low-level beastmaster in this world who can ignore the watershed and win by crossing the elite level or the reborn level. I'm afraid only the offspring of those legendary creatures can do this. The gate of trial can only be challenged by beastmasters below the white spirituality level. Which white spiritual beastmaster can own a beast pet with a bloodline above the king species? As we all know, in the initial form without evolution, humans can only have pets with the potential of kingly bloodline at most. You have to rely on your own cultivation and evolution to make your pet's bloodline break through to the king species. It is impossible for someone to have a beast pet with a terrifying bloodline above the king species from the beginning. Thank you for your hard work, Bing Bing. It's okay. It's normal that you can't win. She comforted the depressed ice fox. The purpose of entering the hidden level this time has been achieved. Yes, her goal this time is to enter the hidden level. The Gate of Trial. The reason why it is called a trial is because it is a selection for all new generations. As long as you enter the hidden level, you can enter the vision of that organization. Night Watch, a state institution hidden in the shadows, with a history dating back 3,000 years. Come on, we should go out. Someone is coming out. At the Gate of Trial, the light curtain at the entrance suddenly rippled. Everyone was eagerly waiting, wanting to know who it was. Zhu Xiangyu walked out in a panic. It's Zhu Xiangyu, awesome. Is this the value of being in the top 3 of the national top 100? He walked out, which means he has completed the game. Nonsense. If he wasn't clearing the level but triggering the life-saving bracelet, he would have been teleported out. Zhu Xiangyu now looks disheveled and in a very miserable state. But he smiled happily, looked arrogant, and raised his head proudly. The 10th floor. Completed the level. The freshman competition was moved forward from half a month to 3 days. In this case, who else can get through it? He greedily enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. As for Lu Chun, he can only hide in the crowd and tremble, envying and jealous of himself like a clown. How can a mere cheater be qualified to be the top 100 and yet have the audacity to say that he wants to beat me? There is some strength, but not much. How dare you challenge me and even bet on calling me daddy? It's time to call the eldest son out and call him daddy. He wants to humiliate Lu Chun in front of everyone. Let him call himself daddy in front of the entire ancient capital. Where's Lu Chun? Come out and call me daddy. Seeing that there was no response for a long time, he sneered. What? You don't dare to come out? Are you willing to gamble and not admit defeat? Just when he was looking for Lu Chun and trying to pull him out from the crowd, there was a voice behind me. Who's calling me your grandpa? Chapter 32. Breaking all doubts, Lu Chun takes action. Shocking. The Gate of Trial was rippling. A figure walked out. If it's not Lu Chun, then who else could it be? Zhu Xiangyu fell into a brief daze and walked out of the trial gate. Only those who have passed the level can come out. Suddenly, the whole place became lively. No way, my old swan. Lu Chun also passed the 10th level? Didn't he enter the 10th floor last? How could he be faster than Luo Anfei? Wait, look at the trial gate. There's some movement. Is it possible? Is it possible? The light curtain ripples. A graceful figure walked out from inside. A beautiful girl with a cold and indifferent look, covered in dust, with a few strands of hair playfully hanging on both sides of her cheeks and forehead. It had obviously gone through a difficult battle, but it did not look dirty. Instead, it had a strange, messy beauty. Look at these 3 people. The scene fell into an eerie silence again. Zhu Xiangyu, Lu Chun, and Luo Anfei, who entered the 10th floor, have all cleared the 10th floor? Impossible! How could you pass the 10th floor? Zhu Xiangyu couldn't believe it. Concubine Luo and is not so bad. You can tell from her appearance that she has been through a battle. The road dust is completely clean, neat and tidy, looking brand new. Not to mention that she was clean and conspicuous among the 3. Among all the students in the room, he is the cleanest one. Buzz. The light curtain of the trial gate rippled like water waves, and finally densely packed handwriting appeared. Ranking of this trial. 1. Road dust. 2. Concubine Luoan. 3. Zhu Xiangyu. 4. Ji Buchan. 5. Diao Henda. 6. And I Tai Wang. Wow! The whole audience burst into uproar again. Everyone began to question. Is there something wrong? There is definitely something wrong. Zhu Xiangyu was clearly the first one to pass the level. How could he be ranked 3rd? Yes, based on the speed at which he cleared the levels, it would be impossible for Lu Chun to be ranked 1st. It's impossible. He cleared the 10th floor without a speck of dust on his body. He was not the first to clear the level, but he ranked 1st. Everyone is questioning. Among the crowd of people from the first-class university, Zhou Kai sighed sincerely. He was the only one in the audience who did not question. Wow, he is worthy of being called the God of Road. How can a mortal understand the awesomeness of God? Cheating, 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 cheating. Human prejudice is a huge mountain. Because Lu Chun had a history of cheating, all the students shouted the word cheating in unison. Quiet, as if the roar of a tiger was echoing. Waves of sound visible to the naked eye filled the air, drowning out all the other sounds in the venue and making everyone's ears buzz. Representatives from various schools, their masters, and teachers came over. The leader was Zhang Qiliang, the vice president of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. He He was also the one who used the tiger roaring sound wave technique just now. Lu Chen, it's bad enough that you cheated in the college entrance examination, but you actually cheated in the freshman competition as well. You really are a bad guy who never changes. Zhang Qiuyang came up and put a big accusation on Lu Chen. The other teachers were also accusing him. How did you get through the trial gate without telling us? What methods did you use to cheat? Tell us the truth, and we can give you a lighter sentence. I didn't cheat, Lu Chen said lightly. Heh. Then explain to me why you spent so much time on the 6th and 7th floors, and then rushed to the 9th floor in an instant, and finally entered the 10th floor? Afterwards, he targeted concubine Luo and as well. Also, why are you and Luo Anfei ranked above Zhu Xiangyu, even though you came out after him? You two are childhood sweethearts, so it's hard for me not to wonder if you have mastered some kind of cheating method, Zhang Qiuyang said. I now suspect that you two are members of a cult and have some unknown cheating methods. Their results are not false. A powerful voice came. It was the burly man in military uniform. He walked over, his missing hands and feet wearing prosthetic limbs. Commander Zhao Kongsheng, what did you say? Zhang Qiuyang looked as if he had misheard. The big man in military uniform turned out to be Zhao Kongsheng. He raised his voice and repeated, they didn't cheat, the grades are correct. Impossible. In front of everyone's eyes, everyone saw that Zhu Xiangyu was the first to come out. Putting aside the authenticity of Lu Chen reaching the 10th floor, just based on the time it took to clear the level, Zhu Xiangyu should be ranked first. Boom! There was a terrifying aura emanating from Zhao Kongsheng, making people's hair stand on end. This was murderous intent. Only after countless fights on the battlefield can one develop murderous aura. Spirituality mixed with murderous aura emanated from his body. Are you questioning me, the Beast Tamer Association? Are you also questioning our Beast Tamer group? Everyone was silent. The Beastmaster Association and the Beastmaster Corps, these two huge mountains are coming down. Who dares to say a word? Moreover, Zhao Kongqing's identity and strength are not simple. There was deep shock in Zhao Kongqing's eyes. He knew the existence of hidden levels. Zhu Xiangyu did clear the 10th level, but he ranked behind Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. That only means that the two of them have entered a hidden level. Hidden levels are specially prepared by the Night Watch for selecting new recruits. The Night's Watch were a group of monsters, and even the leader of their beast taming regiment had to be treated with caution. These two monsters have no chance to join our battle group. I originally wanted to wait until they graduated and then recruit them into my own group, but I might as well make some good connections in advance. Zhao Kongqing smiled warmly and gave Lu Chen a business card. I can testify that your results are true and correct. He snorted coldly. If anyone uses the authenticity of this result to embarrass you, just come to the Beast Tamer Association to find me. Okay, thank you, Commander Zhao. Lu Chen thanked the other party for his kindness. On the side, Qin Yinran's beautiful eyes were also flashing with disbelief. She also knew the existence of the hidden level. He is worthy of being the one chosen by the lady. And, besides Qin Yinran and Zhao Kongsheng, there was another person present who knew the hidden level, concubine Luoan. She was confused. Lu Chen also entered the hidden level. It turns out that he has also condensed his spirituality and ranked above myself. It seems that in the hidden level, the heart-stealing rabbit lasted longer than her when facing the reborn stage. That's right. The rock monkey has the rock element, and its defense is better than that of the ice crystal fox, and it also has the bloodline of the king. It's normal to last longer than her. Zhu Xiangyu is already grown up. Get ready to call me daddy. You're not willing to gamble and refuse to admit defeat, are you? Zhu Xiangyu's face turned blue and purple, and the words he had just used to mock Lu Chen were returned to him exactly as they were. I don't accept it. I was the first one to come out. Do you have the guts to fight me? Only if you beat me can you prove that you have won our bet. He gritted his teeth and asked for a battle between his pets. Okay, no problem. Lu Chen certainly didn't care. The war is about to begin. The crowd dispersed in all directions to leave them room for battle. Lu Chen summoned the rock-hating monkey. Zhu Xiangyu also summoned his own pet. As the summoning circle emerged, a chill swept in all directions. A huge snow-white crab appeared, covered with ice all over its body. It had huge claws that looked like a shield when closed. Like a piece of snowy rock, its broad body is as still as a mountain. It exhaled cold air, which formed a path of frost on the ground. Hiss, it appears, the ice shield crab of the upper overlord bloodline. It's so cold, so strong. I can feel the chill from such a distance. This is too cold, isn't it? If I buy a watermelon in the dog days of summer, wouldn't it be frozen instantly? Luchin looked at the ice-armored shield crab and said regretfully, "It would be a pity if I don't open a milk tea shop." Both pets are in a miserable state. The rock-hating monkey's body was dirty, with blood oozing from many places, and it was a little lethargic due to the side effects of the second stage of Vajra indestructibility. The opponent was not in a much better condition either, as the armor-like ice dust on his body was smashed into pieces. Even a few crab legs were broken off. Luchin was confident that no matter how weak Chi Tian was, he could still kill him. Your pets have gone through the battle at the trial gate, and they are probably injured and lacking in strength. To be fair, let me restore you to full status. Qin Yinran came out. Come out, flower fairy, a strange pet. There is a blooming flower on its head, and its body is similar to an anthropomorphic elf, only the size of a palm. Use healing essence. The flower fairy murmured sweetly, and 2 rays of emerald green light fell on the rock monkey and the ice shield crab. Suddenly, the injuries of the 2 pets recovered visibly. The price was that the bright flowers on the flower fairy's head closed and turned into buds. A rare healing-type pet. Very good. I can let the ice shield crab crush you in its full strength. Zhou Xiangyu sneered. Be careful. I'm very strong, just don't deny it later. Luchin kindly reminded. And I reminded you, if you lose later, don't make excuses and say that I didn't remind you and made you careless, so you lost. Most people at the scene laughed. Zhou Xiangyu would lose. What a joke. They were not convinced. In their opinion, Luchin was cheating. How can it be possible that it comes out from behind and ranks ahead? I'll be the referee. Zhang Qiliang stood at the edge of the field. Then the battle begins. Zhou Xiangyu continued chattering. You know, my ice armor shield crab has been using ice-attributed secret treasures since it was hatched. The ice armor on its body cannot be broken by those of the same realm. I wonder if your monkey can break the ice. The words haven't been finished yet. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in the venue, like the sonic boom of a fighter jet. This is a gas explosion caused by extremely high speed. His eyes widened as he saw a scene he would never forget. A fiery red figure burst through the air and instantly came in front of the ice armor shield crab, punching it in front of the body. The huge and heavy ice shield crab was knocked off the ground and flew into the air. The terrifying force penetrated directly from the front of the ice shield crab, and the fist force penetrated from the back, turning into a white shock wave visible to the naked eye. What follows is the compression of the air, followed by an explosion. Bang! The ice armor that he was so proud of shattered in an instant, turning into countless ice chips that were blown in all directions by the gas explosion. The ice crystals sparkled in the sunlight. Then the fiery red figure suddenly jumped up and punched hard from top to bottom again. Boom! The ground cracked, revealing a fissure. Countless dust particles were blown up high. The ice shield crab was hammered into the ground. His body fell limply, and he no longer had any fighting consciousness. Silence. The whole audience was silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's pupils were wide open, with dull eyes as if they were looking at some miracle. Just now, what did you want to say? What can my beast pet do? The wind was a bit strong just now, and I didn't hear clearly. Only Lu Chen's voice askings was Xiangyu echoed. Chapter 33, Luo Anfei. Are you cheating? It's clear. The sun was warm, and countless pieces of ice sparkled brightly under the refraction of the sun. Ice chips fell on everyone. Crushed ice fell on my face, feeling cold. Everyone felt the slight vibration of the ground beneath their feet and looked at the ice shield crab that had been knocked into the ground by a punch and had fallen into a coma, losing its ability to fight. The look changed from crash to shock. Not to mention the students were dumbfounded. The teachers and masters of various schools were also filled with anxiety and fear. Zhou Xiangyu's ice shield crab is already at the lower elite level. As a result, he was killed in 2 punches. All the scattered ice chips fell to the ground, revealing the figure of the rock-hating monkey. No one had taken it seriously before. Only then did he begin to look closely at the rock monkey. The hair on the body gradually changes from gray to orange-red, and there is a tuft of long gray hair on the top of the head, hanging down in front of the forehead. The tail flame is burning fiercely with golden highlights. The muscles all over its body have beautiful lines and contain terrifying power. Its hands are condensed with a ball of fire, like the golden flame of the sun. Wisps of flame elements were rising from all over his body, and from a distance they looked like streamers of flame. Its stands are like a violent aesthetic. Even from a distance, One can feel the oppressive feeling that comes from the crushing power. Luo Anfei. She had previously prepared for what would happen if Lu Chen lost too badly and Zhui Xiangyu was too arrogant. She took action personally and taught the other party a lesson. What the hell is this? Why can his monkey kill the ice shield crab in 1 second? Who can tell her why Lu Chen's monkey has become stronger again? Her mind is a little confused now. What kind of pet is this? It's quite handsome. I haven't seen this kind of pet in the illustrated book. Could it be a pet from another country? I heard it's a variant of the rock monkey. What kind of monster is this? Its aura is also elite level. It killed an elite level ice shield crab in seconds? Even if it was cheating, it can't be that powerful. The freshmen from other schools who saw Lu Chen's pet for the first time exclaimed in amazement. Don't even mention them. Even the freshmen of Xingyu Academy, who had seen the rock-hating monkey before, were secretly shocked when Lu Chen challenged all the freshmen in the school. Compared to that time, the rock monkey that was promoted to the elite level looks a little cooler and has a stronger body. He is extremely handsome, especially the flame elements all over his body that rise up like flame ribbons. So handsome. Zhui Xiangyu finally woke up from his dream. He felt the feedback from the soul link and knew that the ice shield crab had indeed lost consciousness. How is this possible? Cheating, you must be cheating. Even if your beast pet is elite, how could it be possible to kill my ice shield crab in an instant? He didn't cheat. Qin Yanran spoke first. Deputy Palace Master Zhang Qiliang. You're the referee, right? Zhang Qiliang fell into a long silence, as if he had lost his parents. We are all beast masters of higher levels than you, and we are more spiritual than you. If you cheat, we will see it. The implication is that the other party did not cheat. He raised his eyes, bloodshot in them. What level of race and bloodline does your beast pet have? At the same level, unless there is a huge difference in strength, even if the attributes are counteracted, it will not be possible to kill instantly. Besides, there is only racial bloodline, and racial bloodline is far ahead. For example, one pet's race is a dragon, and another pet's race is a caterpillar. At the same level, there is a huge racial gap between the two, and the former is invincible at the same level. Yin monkey, a high-ranking king species. Luo Anfei, a superior king? Didn't you say you were a lower-ranking king during the college entrance examination? How did he become the upper king again? Are you cheating? Feeling the gaze of Big Eyes Tuozi beside him, Lu Chun grinned inwardly. Big Eyes Tuozi, you were shocked by my awesomeness again. He lowered his head slightly and whispered to Luo Anfei. Last time, Qi Tian's hidden bloodline was not fully stimulated. After I condensed the white spirituality, Qi Tian's hidden bloodline was fully activated. Luo Anfei? As for the others, when I heard the words upper king, it was as if my neck was being strangled. They were stunned. Damn, hot people. They looked at the rock-hating monkey as if it were a monster. The upper king? The human race that can obtain the highest racial bloodline potential is the upper king race. Going any higher is simply impossible. Who among those terrifying beasts that surpass the king level would give their offspring to humans? As for stealing their offspring, aren't they afraid of starting a war? The ice shield crab is just a superior overlord species. The yin monkey is a superior king species. The gap between the overlord and the king is greater than the heaven and the earth. In addition, the rock monkey has fire attributes at first glance and can also restrain the ice-type ice shield crab. With these buffs stacked up, it's no wonder that the ice shield crab can be killed instantly. I said the results are not false. Zhao Kongchen grinned, but there was still a hint of shock in his eyes. Lu Chen's strength also exceeded his expectations. All the teachers and students present were silent. The facts are before our eyes. With this kind of strength, he is more than just the first in the freshman competition. Lu Chen's ranking as the top scorer in the National College entrance examination was well-deserved. They didn't cheat at all. However, he was subjected to overwhelming accusations for no reason and was even targeted after entering school. All those who just shouted cheating were filled with shame. Yes, if it's not real stuff, how could he face injustice? He openly challenged all the freshmen, facing Zhui Xiangyu's ridicule. He was not afraid at all and threatened to beat Zhui Xiangyu to death. Everything is reasonable now. It is not arrogance or conceit, but the confidence of a strong man. They're no longer on the same level. Mom, I've made it. I can actually see a living upper-level king's pet. Take a photo. You must take a photo as a souvenir. I feel like this photo will sell for a lot of money in the future. I told you, the road god is invincible. Damn it. I'm telling you, the road god and I are from the same village. Not long after the college entrance examination, Lu Xun mistakenly entered the abyss. At that time, he could defeat elite monsters. Zhou Kai talked excitedly. His words caused a lot of exclamations. This time, no one questioned it. Instead, they take it for granted. One by one, they pestered Zhou Kai to ask for details. All in all, Lu Qin completely cleared his name today. You're not willing to gamble and refuse to admit defeat, are you? Lu Qin squinted at Zhuo Xiangyu. To be honest, if Zhuo Xiangyu hadn't jumped out as soon as he came out and shouted to the whole audience, Lu Qin, get out here and call me daddy. Lu Qin actually doesn't mind making peace with the other party. After all, there is no need to make enemies everywhere. As soon as the other party came out of the trial gate, the first thing he did was to humiliate himself in public. Lu Qin didn't mind being lenient with others and treating the other person in the same way. Being humiliated in public like this, Zhuo Xiangyu's inner resentment was revealed on the outside. Damn Lu Qin. Why did he humiliate him in front of so many people? He didn't think about what he had done before at all. Looking at the resentment in the other person's eyes, Lu Qin felt that he had done the right thing. Even if he didn't care about this kind of person, he would probably be hated. Come on, admit defeat. He felt that the other party might not honor the bet. Really? Dizzy, I feel so dizzy. After saying that, he tilted his head and fell straight to the ground. Seeing this poor acting, everyone's mouths twitched, and at the same time they were contemptuous. How could the third among the top 100 be such a person? He would rather gamble than admit defeat. Lu Qin sneered. I have learned first aid. I will do it. Bang! He walked up and slapped the man hard in the face, instantly turning half of his face red and swollen. Bang, 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 bang. Serial slaps. Zhuo Xiangyu was beaten into a pig's head, with blood coming out of the corners of his mouth. He is quite tough. He is still pretending to be dead, even after being beaten like this. Little did he know that Zhuo Xiangyu was so angry that he was about to explode, and his hands were clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. Die, Lu Qin! I must make you die! He screamed hysterically in his heart. He's not awake yet. Lu Qin shouted to Yin Monkey. Qi Tian, come here. The rock-hating monkey came over. Zhuo Xiangyu was extremely panicked. The ice shield crab was knocked down by one punch. Wouldn't his head be smashed like a watermelon after this slap? He didn't dare to pretend anymore. He suddenly opened his eyes, stood up from the ground, hatred and malice in his eyes. My father is a 5-star beastmaster of the overlord level. Are you worthy? Bet. I don't know what bet. He was too embarrassed to stay here any longer, so he pushed through the crowd and left like a stray dog. There was a sudden burst of booing at the scene. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 34. Power of Phoenix, Power of Dragon, Special Rewards. After the episode, the freshman competition has officially come to an end. Zhao Kongcheng distributed rewards on behalf of the Ancient Capital Beastmaster Association. The first place winner will receive 3 million yuan in cash. The second place will receive 2 million yuan in cash. The third place will receive 1 million yuan in cash. In addition, each institution also provides rewards to students. People from many universities began to leave one after another. They no longer looked at Lu Qin with disdain, but greeted him with awe, calling him Lu God. In the world of beast tamers, strength is king. This is the byproduct of power. Lu Qin didn't care. It was considered that he had solved some minor troubles and proved himself. After all, being called a cheater everywhere was quite annoying. Let's go back. Today is tiring enough. Taking the bus, everyone from the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy returned to the academy. Lu Dad, goodbye. After getting off the car, someone who had lost to him in the ring waved his hand and walked away with his head held high, as if it was an honor for him to lose to Lu Qin. Dad Lu, this is my room card. Come and teach me how to taming beasts in the evening. There was also a bold and unrestrained girl who was ready to give Lu Qin the room card, but she withdrew her hand the next second and ran away like a frightened rabbit. Because concubine Luo is here. Is it a coincidence that I came here? Luo Anfei said expressionlessly. Don't get me wrong, I promised Sister Yuan that you are not allowed to mess around. However, when she spoke, she didn't even realize that there was a hint of displeasure in her tone. Lu Qin. Bullshit, I didn't plan to take the room card. If you mess around, you'll be banned. Oh. Luo Anfei replied coldly. Damn Lu Yurong, you even hired someone to spy on me, right? From now on, you will be the most respected person in the school, and you have the final say. Zhang Chuliang said to Qin Yinran with a depressed look on his face, as if he had lost his parents. I thought you were going to default on your debt too. Qin Yinran was surprised because she knew how much Zhang Qiliang desired the lord of the mansion. I am willing to accept the defeat. Besides, you are right. Lu Chun may be able to change the embarrassing situation of our Xingyu Beast Taming Academy being at the bottom. Humph! Zhang Qiliang snorted coldly, but don't be too happy too soon. It doesn't mean that I will give up the position of palace master. Qin Yinran didn't care. She was arranged by the family, mainly to accompany Su Meier. If Su Meier wants to leave the school, she will leave with her. The palace master? She had no intention of wanting him at all. She walked away in her high heels. Soon, she came to Su Meier and reported to her about today's freshman competition. Su Meier's smile is as beautiful as a flower. I wasn't surprised. Wasn't everything as expected? You actually think that he can't reach the 9th floor because he doesn't have spiritual concentration? Su Meier smiled without saying anything. Lu Chun could even ignore her charm. So how could ordinary spiritual pollution do anything to her? You know, her charm comes from deep in her blood. It came from a terrifying existence above the totem level. Then why is he so depressed on the 6th and 7th floors? Qin Yinran still hasn't figured it out. The 6th and 7th levels were slow, but the ones after that were as fast as riding a rocket. What if he didn't use a pet before reaching level 7? Su Meier's words made her pupils suddenly shrink into a black dot. Impossible. Even the bloodline family can't do it. But the divination result doesn't mean that no one in the world can resist my charm. He himself is a miracle. Su Meier's eyes flashed. Suddenly, Su Meier narrowed her eyes slightly, with a dangerous look in her eyes. Seeing that he could only make it to the 6th or 7th floor, you had some bad thoughts in your mind, right? Qin Yinran's hair stood on end. If there's a next time, even if you do it for my own good, I will kill you too. Alas, fighting and killing is too tiring. In the Gate of Trials, relying on his spiritual power, he fought all the way to the 7th floor, but the physical and spiritual consumption was too great. Lu Chun returned to the dormitory villa, took a hot bath, and then lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The rock-weary monkey Chi Tian is quite lively. It sat cross-legged in the exercise area and began to curl up. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. Luo Anfei walked out of the bathroom with wet hair. Her fair skin was rosy, and she was as beautiful as a lotus emerging from water. She dried her hair with a hairdryer. My thoughts were lost in thought. There are still 20 days before the second comparison. The strength displayed by Lu Chun today brought her considerable pressure. The attributes of the ice crystal fox are the same as those of the ice armor shield crab, also ice-related and lower elite level. The only strong thing is the racial bloodline, the lower king race. It would be a bit tricky for the ice crystal fox to face the rock monkey now, but it's not a big problem. There are still 20 days left. With the prize money from the freshman competition, one can buy things that can speed up the formation of the ice crystal fox's phoenix bloodline. At that time, the ice crystal fox will master the power of the phoenix. The power of the phoenix crushes all conventional elemental powers and is of extremely high quality. Only the power of dragon can look down upon others. Plus, she already knew how to deal with the rock-hating monkeys. The opponent's speed, which he is proud of, can be solved by turning the field into an ice field first. Moreover, Rock Monkey is a fire plus rock type. Fire and rock are both restrained by water and are 4 times weaker to water. Next, let the ice fox try to learn water-based moves. Her mouth was drawn into a smile. I calculated and simulated the outcome of the battle in my mind. Well, judging by her vision and rich combat experience. Get it? Totally under control. She fell asleep with a satisfied smile on her lips. Newborn area. Night. Everything was quiet. After a day of fighting, all the freshmen fell into a tired sleep. A furtive figure left the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. Zhuo Xiangyu turned around and looked at the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. He almost squeezed out 2 words from his teeth. Lu Chun, I will fight you till death. He no longer had the face to stay in this place. The next day, news came from the campus forum. Zhuo Xiangyu dropped out of school, and before dropping out, he exchanged the awarded credits for supplies. Then he went to Jinlin Beast Taming School. This made a bunch of students curse. He dropped out of school, and before leaving, he even exchanged his credits for resources and ran away with the money. Nausea. Damn, this is really disgusting. It's bad enough that he cheated yesterday, but now he's doing this. That's right. He pretended to be dead in front of so many people yesterday. I'm afraid he has already died socially, so he dropped out of school. No, you can just drop out of school, right? Wouldn't that be a mess? Who told me that my father is a 5-star beastmaster? Lu Chen didn't care about all this. He got up early in the morning and is now collecting the reward from the system. Mission: break through the gate of trial. Completed. Receive the task from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a special reward. Chapter 35. Evolution Master, the Father of Evolution. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving the special reward. Cultivator Inheritance. Suddenly, a lot of information flooded into my mind. There's a lot of knowledge in my mind. Cultivator, similar to a human nutritionist. It's just that they are much better than human nutritionists and can provide effective training tailored to the conditions of the pets. The trainer's job is to ensure that the Beastmaster's pet can reach the limit of its own species potential. This is easy to understand. Racial blood is only potential. A king-type pet was left in the wild to die. It was short of food and lacked nutrition, so it went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days. No matter how good the potential is, it will be wasted, even after training and instruction from a Beastmaster. Most beast pets cannot reach the limits of their own species. For example, the racial bloodline is the upper king race. Most Beastmasters can only make their pet's strength become the middle king level. If you want to reach the limit of your race, you will need the help of a trainer. Besides, some animal pet supplies on the market, such as Universal Energy Potion, can only be made by breeders. It is worth mentioning that a trainer and also a beast tamer. The role of a trainer is similar to the secondary profession in online games. Very profitable. In fantasy novels, he is an alchemist. It's timely rain. Lu Chen was a little surprised. This was exactly what he wanted. He spent nearly $1 million to allow Qi Tian to advance to the elite level. The thought of starting to collect lightning materials and prepare for evolution gave him a headache. If you can make the energy potion yourself, the cost will be much less. Ding, because the host has the eyes of God, the cultivator occupation has changed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Evolution Master inheritance. Evolutionist, since the eye of God can see the evolution sequence of pets, with the inheritance of evolutionist, you can freely evolve your pet toward a certain sequence according to the conditions that need to be met in the evolution sequence. Other trainers may have several complete evolution sequences, but you, as long as the evolution sequence of your pet has, you know all the conditions required for evolution. Lu Chun came to the balcony in the dormitory area where many people were doing morning exercises with their pets. And there is a beastmaster who is training his pet. Dobao, you can't do this. Let's do it again. Lu Chen's eyes were fixed on the other party's pet. It looks like the ragdoll cat from the previous life, with wind elements all over its body. There is a gold coin on the forehead. Name: coin-throwing cat. Strength: upper extraordinary level. Attribute: gold. Racial bloodline: superior ruler species. Skills: omitted. Focus on cultivation. This pet is very healthy and developing normally, but it has fewer cells that store elemental power than its peers, but its physical strength is stronger than its peers. It is recommended to focus on developing its physical body instead of focusing on developing elemental energy. Sure enough, the information seen by the eyes of God was different from before. There is one more: cultivation focus. It also provides guidance and training programs on how to cultivate animal pets. In this way, we can carry out targeted training for pets and know the individual differences of each pet. Lu Chun continued to look down. Evolution sequence. Normal path: golden cat. Reach the upper elite level. The total energy value in the body meets the standard and automatically evolves into a golden cat. Rare path: fire witch cat. Reach the upper elite level. The total energy value in the body meets the standard. The conditions required for evolution: 1. In a place full of fire elements. 2. At noon, when the sun is shining brightly, feed the firestone. Hidden path: this pet has no hidden path. Evolution analysis: because the individual differences of this pet focus on the body, this pet is not suitable for the evolutionary path of fire witch cat. Hiss: the inheritance of the evolutionist. So awesome. Before this, he was also able to know the evolutionary sequences of some beast pets. But we only know the name, but not the conditions required for evolution. Now, after obtaining the inheritance of the evolutionary master, everything is presented to him in every detail. He suddenly became excited. Generally speaking, if one masters an evolutionary sequence that has never appeared before and it is a popular pet, it is enough to bring huge wealth. But I only need to take a glance to know all the evolutionary paths. Even includes hidden paths. Then people in the future will call me the father of evolution. Your pet is not suitable for elemental attacks, but for close combat. You can focus on combining moves with physical attacks. Lu Chen said to the beastmaster of the coin-scattering cat. He had an impression of this person. He had challenged him on the ring before. After all, he gave him 10,000 yuan and called him dad. It wouldn't hurt to give him a reminder. Who is stupid? The other party was a little impatient because his training was suddenly interrupted. Who dares to give orders to his pet? Lu. Good morning, Dad Lu. When he saw it was Lu Chun, he was frightened and quickly swallowed the words back into his stomach. Lu Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The original bet was just to call him Dad when he lost. I didn't expect that this group of people would call me Lu Dad, no matter where they see me. Good morning. Please continue. I just mentioned it casually. Lu Chun turned and walked back into the room. The other party looked at his cat and fell into deep thought. Is it focused on the physical body? Dad Lu was born in a third-tier city, but he was able to raise his pet to such an awesome state. He must have his own unique way of raising it. He said to the cat, Beanbag, starting tomorrow, we will focus on physical training and reduce the development of elemental moves. Throwing money. The coin-scattering cat called out to its owner happily. After the freshman competition, many students in the freshman area continue to return to their daily lives. Those who have not yet condensed their spirituality are all accepting the pressure of the Overlord's aura and condensing their spirituality. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. The school will officially start next Monday, and then we will choose our tutor. Lu Chen's white spirituality has condensed. There are no classes, so I have nothing to do for a while. Forget it. Let's do today's daily tasks first. Lu Chen called out the panel, preparing to complete the system's daily tasks. But I found that the daily tasks were gone. Please certify as a 2-star beastmaster before you can continue to open daily tasks. What? To be certified as a 2-star beastmaster. He asked Su Mayer via letter where he could get the verification done. Su Mayer, generally speaking, every institution of higher learning has an assessment point, but there is no one on duty recently, so it will take 10 days. Su Mayer. Apart from this, we can only go to the Beastmaster Association. He was unfamiliar with the ancient capital. Lu Chen asked how to get there. The other party replied briefly with only one sentence. Wait for me at the school gate. Su Mayer was dressed casually today. She was wearing a light blue sleeveless shirt, which was not a tank top. The collarbones are like two delicate crescents, gently clasped on the skin, emitting a faint soft light. It not only outlines the soft curve of the swan-like neck, but also adds a bit of indescribable charm and flavor. She walked towards me gracefully, wearing a sun hat on her head. I have to say that Su Mayer is indeed a great beauty, with an impeccable figure and appearance. Oh, and she is a truly rich woman. Receive the inheritance of the evolutionist. The eyes of God have been strengthened. Along the way, Lu Chen has been constantly observing the beast pets he encountered and checking their evolutionary paths. At this moment, his eyes subconsciously focused on Su Mayer. His pupils suddenly shrank into a black dot. Why did a data frame appear on Su Mayer? Chapter 36. Legendary Existence. Impure World Reincarnation. Lu Chen's pupils suddenly shrank into a black dot because a series of information boxes popped up in the eyes of God. He was shocked. The eye of God only works on pet animals and extraordinary items. No specific information will be displayed for humans or ordinary objects. Su Mayer is a human being. Why would information emerge? Why? Could it be that Su Mayer's true form is a pet beast? He suppressed the shock in his heart and began to examine it carefully. Not Su Mayer's. Name, 8-tailed moon fox, death sleep. Level, non-legendary. Attributes, psychic. Racial bloodline, totem species. Description, the 8-tailed moon fox, whose racial bloodline is only the totem species, wanted to break through the limit from the totem level and step into the legendary level, but failed. At the critical moment, he used his own flesh and blood as fuel to protect his true spirit. Evolution sequence, hidden path, 9-tailed fox. Conditions required for evolution. The soul parasitizes on a qualified woman, using her soul and spirituality as nourishment. After 4 generations, when her spirituality is promoted to the overlord level, 5-star beast tamer, devour her spirituality. After 4 generations, using blood as a guide and resentment as a path, the soul can turn death into life and transform into a 9-tailed fox of the undead system. Evolution analysis. It is against the will of nature. The current parasite is the 4th generation. Note, because the parasite is parasitic on the 8-tailed fox, its spirit will take on the spirit of a moon fox, with a very strong charm effect, and it can even use some of the abilities of the 8-tailed moon fox. The true spirit of the 8-tailed moon fox will slowly gather as the spiritual power of the parasite increases. When the parasite's spirituality advances to the dominant level, it will fully revive and devour the parasite's spirit and soul. If a higher level spirit than the moon fox spirit invades the parasite at this time, the evolution of the 8-tailed moon fox will be interrupted. Lu Chen's pupils shrank even more. It used to be the totem stage. The thing that wanted to overcome the tribulation and break through the limit to reach the legendary level, but failed in the end, is now parasitic in Su Meier's spirit like a parasite? Do you regard Su Meier as the nourishment to make it reappear in the world? Lu Chen was filled with anger. Damn it! Su Meier helped her a lot. Moreover, when all the schools boycotted him, she asked her sister Qin Yinran to use her privileges to recruit her. Although, whether or not he can enter the academy does not affect Lu Chen's cheating. But in the end, it's a favor to others. He took a deep breath and hid his complicated thoughts. He couldn't solve it now, but there was still time. When Su Meier's spirituality entered the overlord level, the other party would make trouble. The moon fox spirit created by the 8-tailed moon fox of the mere totem level. Lu Chun snorted inwardly, prepare to die, then I will let you see the spiritual power of the super god-level Taisher Lord. Is there powder stuck on my face? Seeing Lu Chen staring at her, Su Meier blinked her big watery eyes. Look at the beauty. Lu Chen chuckled. A happy smile appeared on Su Meier's face. Because of her special spirituality, she can easily attract people's attention even if she does not use her spiritual power. She really doesn't like the way other people look at her. But she found that Lu Chen was an exception. When Lu Chen looked at her, she would feel a little secretly happy in her heart. Perhaps it was because the other person's existence was a miracle to her, and he was the person she chose to resist fate. Or maybe it was the way Lu Chen looked at her, carefree, without possessiveness or lust. All in all, she felt good. Let's go, I'll drive. Soon after, a handsome red sports car swerved and stopped in front of him. Get in. A wipe. Rich woman, hungry. By the way, don't you need to attend classes in your junior year? Lu Chen asked while sitting in the passenger seat. School won't start for another 10 days. I'm too lazy to go home, so I came back to school early. Normally, we would return to school after your freshman competition is over. Who knew that this year, because of you, the freshman competition was advanced? Well, the period from enrollment to the freshman competition is similar to military training if it were an ordinary university. I didn't expect that you, my junior, would be the first in the freshman competition. Su Meier raised her hand, leaned half of her body on the windowsill, drove with one hand, and looked at Lu Chen aggressively, like a domineering president teasing a little girl. Don't forget me when you become rich. Okay, just call me if you need anything next time. Then I'm serious. The two chatted idly. Hey, BB, Lu Chen stretched his hand out of the window, his fingers slightly bent, his palm facing the wind, muttering to himself. What are you mumbling about? Su Meier was puzzled. You can try it too. Su Meier opened the car window with doubt, stretched out her hand, and bent her fingers slightly to face the wind. You don't feel anything? Well, it's normal not to feel anything. Lu Chen's eyes swept across the other party's baby canteen without leaving a trace. You can drive faster. Su Meier stepped on the accelerator, and the wind blew across her palms. It's like grabbing something soft. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Wait, this touch. She is somewhat familiar with it. She often feels it when taking a bath. In an instant, she understood. She started the car with a serious look on her face. Lu Chen found it funny. Su Meier looked like an old driver, but she was actually more serious than anyone else. She was just a big talker. If he met the real filthy demon king Lu Yorong, he would probably be defeated in a few moves. The ancient city covers a vast area. The ancient capital Beast Tamer Association is a landmark building. It covers a large area and looks majestic and grand. There were quite a few people coming in and out. This was not the first time Su Meier had come here, so she was very familiar with the route. 2-star Beast Tamer assessment queue. The queue was quite long, and there were not many young faces waiting in line. This made him and Su Meier unusually conspicuous. Little friend, this is not a place for young lovers to date. This is the assessment queue for 2-star beastmasters. That's right. Lu Chen nodded. When these words came out, everyone in the queue was a little shocked. Shit, here comes the assessment for a 2-star beastmaster? So young? Is it fake? It's true. My Gigi told me that he can pass the test to become a 2-star beastmaster. Sue Mayer pretended to be weird. Little girl, don't be fooled. Those who come to the Beast Tamer Association for verification are all from the society. Almost all of them are our age and can pass the 2-star Beast Tamer assessment. If you can become a 2-star beastmaster at such a young age, you should have gone to school a long time ago. How could you possibly come to the Beastmaster Association for certification? That's right. If he was so powerful, he would have gone to Xingyu Beast Taming Academy long ago. Students of the academy don't need to come to the Beast Tamer Association for assessment. Yes, last year's students at the academy have already become 2-star beastmasters. This year's freshmen have just started school, right? What a scumbag, he deserves to die. He actually deceived an ignorant girl. Beautiful girl, come to me. I really have reached the standard of a 2-star beastmaster. Lu Chun. The 2-star beastmaster assessment point in the academy will only be staffed after the entire academy opens. If he wants to get certified, he can only come to the Beastmaster Association. There is no way. The daily tasks are gone. No matter how small the mosquito is, it is still meat. Just when everyone was criticizing him. Lu Chen? A voice sounded. Commander Zhao? The person who came was Zhao Conqing. Why are you here? I am here to take the assessment for a 2-star beastmaster. What's the point of the test? Give me your ID. He handed it to the staff and said, Register 2-star beastmaster. Why? It's written in black and white that you must pass the test to become a professional beastmaster. Is there any backdoor? I want to expose it online. Many people were outraged. Forget it, Commander Zhao. I'd better take the test. That's fine. Commander Zhao said. Did you bring your student ID? Yes. Take it out. Students from the top-notch school, Xingyu Beast Taming School, can jump the queue when taking the Beast Tamer level assessment. Zhao Conqing said calmly. Everyone fell silent. Holy shit. Students from the top Beast Taming Academy, Xingyu Beast Taming Academy? So what? Even students of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy can't use the back door. Besides, sophomores and juniors are no longer 2-star beastmasters. This year there are only freshmen. School has only been open for 3 days. I don't believe that a freshman can condense white spirituality in 3 days and advance his beast pet to the elite level. The people in society all have poor talent in taming beasts, and their beast pets have average qualifications. It takes about 27 or 28 years old, or even 30 years old, to condense the white spirituality. Only then can the beast pet accumulate enough total energy and enter the elite level. From their point of view, even the students of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy could not condense white spirituality within 3 days of entering school. Let the beast pet enter the elite level. This situation is just like a joke that Lu Chun had seen in his previous life. 2 peasants speculated about the emperor's breakfast. The emperor must eat white flour buns to his heart's content every day, right? A group of people walked into the examination room. White spirituality can solidify a pet's skill. As long as the pet master uses the skill with spiritual power, it means that the spirituality has been condensed. A large fireball condensed in Lu Chen's palm and slammed into the specially made solid wall with a bang. Hiss! Seeing Lu Chen use his skills, many people at the scene gasped. This shows that spirituality has indeed been condensed. Spirituality is not difficult for people like them with strong talents. What is difficult is the pet. It must have enough energy in its body to be able to advance to the elite level. Someone was still stubborn. A summoning circle appears. When the yin-yang monkey Qitian appeared, his handsome appearance made many people's eyes light up, and they couldn't take their eyes off him. Ding ding, the total energy in my body has reached the standard elite level. Testing the destructive power, please attack the tester. Qitian stepped forward, his fist wrapped in flames, and punched out. Bang! The next second, there was a loud explosion. The tester was deflated and flew out like a cannonball, embedding itself into the specially made hard wall. Everyone was stunned. The tester can withstand the attack power of the upper elite level. The walls are also specially made, and even an elite cannot possibly destroy them. That is, the opponent's attack power is far superior to that of the rebirth stage. The whole audience was silent. My brother is so awesome. I said my brother can pass, right? Sue Mayer boasted. Lu Chun, be normal. The assessment was passed. The staff member also recovered from his shock. Let's go to my office for tea. Zhao Conqing invited Lu Chun and Sue Mayer. After the 3 left, there was a loud uproar at the scene. A freshman who has only been in school for 3 days is so awesome. Isn't this too scary? They were shocked. Is this the difference between mediocrity and genius? It's simply the difference between heaven and earth. It took them several years, or even 10 years, to condense the white spirituality and upgrade their pets to the elite level. The other party only has 3 days. After a long time, many people wanted to continue the assessment. But I was dumbfounded. They were told, the tester was broken and there are no spare machines. The assessment will be suspended today. Came to Zhao Kongqing's office. Simple and generous. There is no redundancy in the entire office. Lu Chun took a sip of the tea that the other person had made. I instantly felt a slight increase in my mental strength, and even my spirituality was slightly enhanced. Use the eye of God to take a look. Description. Pick from the tender buds of the commander-level creature, tea tree spirit, and stir-fried. It has the effect of enhancing mental strength and promoting spirituality. Nice one. Lu Chun drank it all in one gulp like a cow chewing a peony. Another one? Ha ha ha. Zhao Kongqing smiled and poured the other person another glass. He admired Lu Chen's character very much. He is carefree, unpretentious, and does things in a straightforward manner. As a soldier on the front line, what he hates most is sissy noises. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Su Meier. The efficacy of this tea will shock anyone who drinks it for the first time. Su Meier, however, did not show any sign of fluctuation. This means that this is not the first time the other person is drinking, or that he has drunk better once. Is this your girlfriend? Zhao Kongqing joked. This guy is popular with women. There was a little girl next to him during the freshman assessment yesterday. My senior, Su Meier. Senior, this is the examiner of yesterday's freshman competition, Commander Zhao Kongqing. Lu Chun then remembered to introduce the two to each other. Zhao Kongqing's eyes shrank unconsciously. His last name is Su? If it's from that family, then it's no wonder. 5 surnames and 10 clans. Even the weakest ones have king-level combat power. Lu Chun and Zhao Kongqing were chatting. I also found out why the other party came back from the front line. It turned out that his pet was injured and needed to return to the ancient capital for treatment. What's the front line like? Lu Chun asked curiously. You don't want to know that it is a completely different land from human ecology. Ecology? This was not the first time Lu Chun had heard this word. He had also seen the introduction of carrion rabbits in the previous trial gate. The carrion rabbit, the corrupted form of the sharp-toothed rabbit, is affected by the forbidden ecology. Powerful pets, such as ice pets, can change the terrain and even the environment. This is true. The ancient capital belongs to the subtropical zone, so it shouldn't snow in winter. However, outside the ancient capital, there is a snow-capped mountain that is covered with ice and snow all year round. It is said that it was once the lair of a king-level ice creature, even though it was later conquered by humans. The snow on the mountain never melts all year round. A powerful creature's breath and power radiation will change the surrounding ecological environment and transform the surrounding ecology into one suitable for its own life. Zhao Kongqing said meaningfully. Why is our human territory suitable for human survival? Have you ever thought about this? Lu Chen's eyes shone. What does this mean? Chapter 37. Wrong Evolutionary Path. Doctor of Research. Zhao Kongqing did not elaborate further. He took a sip of tea and said, Don't think too much. This is not something you should care about right now. This thing is hard to explain. It can't be described in words. It can only be felt personally. It's still too far away for you. When you graduate and go to the frontline battlefield, you will understand. He paused, then remembered that Lu Chun had entered the hidden level of the trial gate and had already entered the selection criteria for the night watch. Perhaps you don't need to wait until you enter the frontline battlefield. You will have the opportunity to experience it yourself. Lu Chun. Can the Riddler or something get out of here? If it is really as Lu Chun thought, then this so-called ecology is too terrifying. Under the radiation of the power of powerful creatures, different ecologies will be created. Powerful ice-type creatures may create ecosystems such as glaciers. Think about it from another perspective. Is the human territory also an ecosystem? If the territory where humans live is also an ecosphere, then this statue can create the human ecosystem. What kind of horrible creature could it be? Its power could radiate across the entire human territory? Suddenly, the office door was violently pushed open. Commander Zhao, it's bad. The lava monster's injuries have worsened. Zhao Kongqing's face changed, and the teacup in his hand was crushed to pieces. The Beastmaster Association. It is a service organization established around the profession of beast tamer. This includes the Veterinary Pet Treatment Center. Many injured pets are waiting for treatment. The doctors here are all beastmasters, and the pets they use are good at healing. Arrived at the intensive care unit. Lying on the bed was a huge creature that looked like the Hellfire from the game in the previous life. Its specific appearance is a stone man with flames coming out of it. It was lying on a specially made bed. Luchin actually felt the still life from a flaming stone man. The flames on its body seemed to be suppressed by something. The body that should have been covered in flames revealed its bare, rocky surface, with only sporadic flames coming out. It curled up and trembled in pain. Lava beast! Zhao Kongqing was a little panicked. The lava beast opened its eyes with difficulty, and a low, muffled sound came from its throat. It could feel its vitality slipping away, and it said goodbye to the beastmaster reluctantly. What's going on? Didn't the vital signs get stabilized before? Zhao Kongqing found it hard to accept. Luchin narrowed his eyes slightly and opened the eyes of God. Name, Lava Monster. Level none. Awakening level. Extraordinary level. Commander level. Transcendence level. Race, Superior Ruler. Description: evolved from the original form Rock Monster, Lava Monster belongs to the rare evolutionary path of Rock Monster. When integrating the rare secret treasure Sun Rock and preparing to break the limit of the race and evolve into a Lava Monster, it encountered corrosion and pollution from an unknown force, which led to the failure of evolution. The Sun Rock and the unknown force in the body were entangled, and its life was in danger. Cultivation focus. When this pet was evolving into a Lava Monster, it failed to evolve due to interference from external forces. But by some strange coincidence, it meets the wrong evolutionary path. Hellfire Rock Beast required conditions. The opponent's level has been constantly jumping. With the constant changes from the levelless stage to the commanding stage, the vitality is constantly dissipating and weakening. Commander Zhao, I'm sorry. A young man who was about 30 years old had a face full of regret. The lava monster was affected by some forbidden power when it was evolving, which caused problems in its evolution. There's no way around it. Is there really no other way, Professor Su? Professor Su's teacher is Dr. Yanagi, a national treasure-level doctor of animal taming research. Dr. Yanagi is the leading figure in the field of pet evolution. Professor Su shook his head. Unless my teacher comes, but he is currently in the capital participating in a confidential research project. Other than that, we can only find a top-level trainer. But we in the Ancient Capital Beast Taming Association don't have any top-level trainers. The lava monster will probably last for another hour. Professor Su patted Zhao Kongqing on the shoulder and said, "Be with it." Zhao Kongqing was desperate. Su Mayer also felt sorry, thinking that physical injuries were best treated. The second is that there is a problem with the elements in the pet's body. The most difficult thing to deal with is when something goes wrong during the evolution or when there is some problem with the pet's genes. This is why educators are important. Evolution is the leap of life. Don't be careless. Once the evolutionary conditions are not met or the conditions are not met, the pet is likely to fail in evolution. The lighter ones will see their strength decline. Severe cases may be life-threatening. Su Mayer looked at Professor Su. I didn't expect that the young man in front of me was Dr. Yanagi's student. She spoke of Dr. Yanagi with respect. That was a person that her father had to treat with great care and regard as a guest of honor. When Dr. Liamu gets angry, the whole of Daxiao will tremble. Almost all beast masters accepted his favor, and he announced the conditions and requirements for the evolution of hundreds of beast pets. It takes people of this level to treat them. It seems that this lava monster is really powerless to save the situation. How about letting me try? An untimely voice sounded. Everyone looked at Lu Chun in astonishment. Where did this young boy come from? Many medical staff frowned. If this man was not brought by Commander Zhao, they would have started scolding him. Actually, I'm also quite interested in trainers and have done a little research on them. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, Lu Chun said, Lava Monster. Is it the lava monster that has integrated the Sun Rock and wants to evolve into a rare path? When these words came out, Zhao Kongqing was stunned. He had never told Lu Chun about it. In fact, among all the people present, only he and Professor Su knew about it. You try it. Zhao Kongqing made a prompt decision to try it out. Lu Chun stepped forward. The summoning circle appeared, and he summoned the rock-hating monkey Chi Tian. You can see that there are red grooves on the lava monster's body. Originally, there should be flames coming out of these lines, but now it has gone out like cooling magma, and the red grooves have turned black. An ominous aura continued to emerge. Once the red lines on the body completely fade, that is the end of life. Qitian Yang Yin. The yin-yin monkey condensed the yang yin and held a ball of flame with a hint of golden glow in his hand, transported into the body of the lava monster. The rock-hating monkey grabbed the lava monster's hand and injected the yang flame into the other's body. The lava monster is also a fire-type pet, and its level is higher than that of the rock monkey. It has fire resistance, so yang yin will not cause any damage. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The inside of the lava monster seemed to have turned into a battlefield, as if two forces were constantly consuming each other. The lava monster clenched its teeth and let out low growls from its throat. Finally, the two forces were deadlocked in the body. Lu Chen nodded. The first requirement for evolution was completed. The two energies need to be equal. Previously, the alien elements in the lava monster's body overwhelmed its own power. Yang Yan's intervention allowed the two forces to reach a delicate balance. The second requirement for evolution: using the spirituality of the Lord of Eternity as a catalyst to allow the two energies to merge. Lu Chen's spiritual power penetrated his body, and his finger pointed at the center of the lava monster's eyebrows. Moment. The two equally matched forces encountered Lu Chen's spirituality, just like a mouse encountering a cat. To be precise, it was the ant that encountered the supreme God who rules over everything. Under the neutralization of Lu Chen's spirituality, the two forces blend with each other. You are in me, and I am in you. Bring me the water attribute potion. But the lava monster is a fire type. A medical staff member opened his mouth, but was quickly interrupted. Professor Su stared at Lu Chen and the lava monster and said seriously, "Do as he says." Yes, yes. Soon, a large amount of water attribute potions were brought. Lu Chen opened the lid, pried open the lava monster's mouth, and poured the liquid into its mouth. Water and fire cannot coexist. Not to mention that the fire element is restrained by the water element. A large amount of water vapor surged out from the lava monster, finally accumulated to a certain extent. Buzz! In addition to water vapor, there is also a red flame. Final, a rich white light enveloped the lava monster, incandescent and dazzling, like a gift from the creator. The light of evolution, someone screamed. In the light of evolution, the lava monster's body was changing in the white light. It was as if the creator stretched out a pair of invisible hands and created the world. In the process, the temperature in the entire ward rose to an extreme level, and the beds directly melted and turned into magma. The spiritual power of Zhao Kongqing and Professor Su exploded. It turned into a transparent protective shield, covering everyone to prevent them from being accidentally injured. Half a minute later, the white light slowly dissipated, revealing a brand new lava monster. The body has grown bigger and more muscular, and it looks more imposing. A humanoid stone man made entirely of stone, with human facial features on his head, empty eye sockets with flames coming out of them. The most eye-catching thing is, the opponent's previous flame was orange-red. Now, the flames all over the body have turned into a dark blue, the same color as water. Dark blue magma flows in the grooves on its body. Name: Hellfire Rock Beast. Level: Quasi-Overlord level. Race: Upper-level ruler species, lower-level overlord species. Description: It once merged into the sun rock in an attempt to transform from a lava monster to a lava beast, but an accident occurred and it was contaminated by the forbidden power. It should have died in pain, but with the help of greatness, it evolved incorrectly. Cultivation tendency: Because he was once contaminated by forbidden power and was close to death, his foundation was damaged and he was unable to advance to the lower overlord level. His strength stagnated at the quasi-overlord level. You need to take life materials to replenish your basic energy before you can enter the overlord stage. Lava Monster. Rare evolution: Lava Monster X. Wrong evolution: Hellfire Rock Beast square root. Roar! The Hellfire Rock Beast growled at Lu Chen and lowered its head slightly. It knew that the man in front of it was its savior. Lu Chen reached out and patted its head, and the flames dodged wherever his hand touched. It feels rough and frosted and hot, not as good as Qitian's. The Hellfire Rock Beast narrowed its eyes, looking very happy. It looks lively and has even produced some evolved lava monsters. Everyone's mouth was opened wide enough to fit a fist in, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. The lava monster that was issued a death warrant not only survived, but also successfully evolved. And after evolving, although it looks like a lava monster, its flames are different. Is this a subspecies of the lava beast? The most excited and unbelievable one among them was Zhao Kongcheng. He originally just wanted to save the life of his pet, and no longer expected it to evolve. I never expected that I would find a way out of a desperate situation and see the light at the end of the tunnel. Sure too. You're fine now. The ups and downs of his emotions made even such a tough guy as him have red eyes. But what made him even more excited was yet to come. The Hellfire Rock Beast stood up. A terrifying aura emanated from it. The overwhelming pressure filled the ward, making it difficult for lower-ranking doctors and nurses to breathe. Dominant aura, the Overlord's signature ability. Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened, his brain froze. Sure too, Overlord level? At the same time, he also received feedback from the soul contract. The stone did not evolve into a lava monster. It was the Hellfire Rock Beast, and its racial bloodline also changed from the upper-level ruling species to the lower-level Overlord species. He was so shocked that he couldn't even speak. It's not at the Overlord level, but at the quasi-Overlord level. Its foundation is deficient, and it needs to consume materials rich in life elements to make up for the deficiency. Professor Su looked at Lu Chun in amazement. How did you do it? Lu Chun smiled shyly. Didn't I say that I'm quite interested in trainers and have done a little research on them? Zhao Kongcheng. Professor Su. Everyone. Is this just a bit of research? Being able to lead the evolution of a commander-level beast pet means that one is at least an advanced breeder. He is from my Qingqiu Su family. Su Meier's face was indifferent, as if everything was under control. However, the shock in her heart was no less than that of the people present. This junior fellow student is really becoming more and more incomprehensible. She was proud that he was worthy of being the one she chose. Professor Su suddenly realized that he was from the Qingqiu clan, a bloodline family. No wonder he was such a young hero. Only Zhao Kongqing looked at Lu Chun meaningfully at the scene. He knew that Su Meier stood up at this time to protect Lu Chun, making people mistakenly believe that Lu Chun was trained by their Qingqiu clan. At the same time, it is also a deterrent to everyone. He is under the protection of my Qingqiu clan. If he has any bad ideas, he should consider himself first. He didn't point it out, but he knew that Lu Chun only came from a small third-tier city and was not trained by the Qingqiu Su family at all. For a moment, Lu Chun became mysterious in front of him. Thank you for saving Shirtu, Zhao Kongqing said gratefully. If you need me in the future, just call me anytime. Ahem, Lu Chun said. It really is. You see, I do know something about trainers. If you have any business in the future, please introduce me to them. The reason why he exposed his ability as a cultivator, evolutionary master, was not only to make Zhao Kongqing owe him a favor. All that remains is to get the other party to endorse you. If he went out and said that he was a trainer, no one would believe him at his age. It would be different if Zhao Kongqing helped him promote it. Professor Su and Zhao Kongqing both patted their chests and said that there was no problem. Lu Chun didn't bother them anymore. They also have to conduct an in-depth inspection of the Hellfire Rock Beast. The two left the Beastmaster Association. When walking out of the door, Lu Chun's body paused slightly. What's wrong? Su Meier asked. Lu Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the beast taming space, the mysterious egg from the ultra-ancient times trembled and reacted. It was as if something was attracting it. Chapter 38. The little broken egg hatches. A slap cracks the snow mountain. Lu Chun was stunned. This little bastard woke up? Ever since he swallowed that drop of forbidden blood last time, he has fallen into a deep sleep. I didn't expect that he woke up. Lu Chun was surprised that the little broken egg had become different. Look inward at the beast taming space. He could clearly see that there was star mist flowing on the shell of the mysterious egg, as if it was coated with a layer of gauze made of starlight. The emotions are also more intense. Lu Chun could clearly sense the vague emotion of desire coming from it. What is that place? He pointed to the entrance of a street not far away. There were crowds of people, and many animal tamers with their pets were entering the streets. It's like a pedestrian street. The road is wide and has various stalls, extending from the intersection to the end of the road. There are a wide variety of goods for sale. In addition to the stalls, there are also expensively decorated shops on both sides of the road. In the trading market, some beast masters will sell the things they have used when they went out on expeditions or the things they have no use for. There are all kinds of people here. There is no official endorsement, so you have to rely on your own eyes to see. There was once a case where someone bought an egg here, and the egg that hatched out was a royal race. Some people spent a lot of money to buy fake goods and were fooled. Su Meier explained. In fact, she had never been to such a place. It all depends on your eyesight. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Is there anyone in this world who is more powerful than his eyes of God? Isn't this my comfort zone? He seemed to have found a way to make money, and some classic plots from his previous life's novels appeared in his mind. The protagonist relies on some abilities such as golden eyes and X-ray vision, killing all around. What kind of raw stone is used to cut jadeite? What a bargain to find a national treasure in an antique street. Walking towards the trading bazaar, the mysterious egg began to vibrate. The vibration frequency also changes depending on the direction of travel. The frequency of vibration is sometimes strong and sometimes weak. I know. Aren't you the mysterious egg? Why are you acting like a vibrator? Soon, we came to a booth where the vibration frequency of mysterious egg was the strongest. To be precise, this is a stall owner who has just arrived. Just now, the other party was driving a small tricycle and passed by Lu Chun, which awakened the mysterious egg. Wait until Lu Chun walks over. The stall owner had just set up his stall. The stall owner was in his early 30s with dark skin. He was accompanied by a pet that looked very similar to a sickle weasel. Its body was earth brown in color, and its claws were as sharp as sickles. Earth-type beast pet, earth weasel. Good at digging and punching holes. If used for farming, the sickle weasel can turn over 50 acres of land a day. The stall owner enthusiastically promoted. What do you want, little brother? This is the ice and snow fruit I grew at home. Do you want some? Beastmasters can eat it to clear away heat and relieve summer heat and calm their minds. Fire-type beast pets usually have dryness and heat syndrome, and ice and snow fruit can relieve it. Ice and snow fruit, a common spiritual plant, grows in the snow. Okay, give me a few. He casually fiddled with the small clay figurines and strange bronze vessels in the corner of the stall. What is this? Hey, it's nothing useful. I found it at the foot of the mountain when I went to the snowy mountains today. These things should be left behind by the humans who lived on the mountain 100 years ago. Later, a king-level ice beast occupied the mountain and drove the humans out, and it slowly turned into a snowy mountain. I don't know what's going on, but the snow on the mountain has started to melt. The snow at the foot of the mountain has almost melted. This has never happened before. The stall owner was a little worried. He was a small farmer and had grown some fruit trees on the snow. Lu Chen opened the eyes of God. No information emerges from these things, which means they do not contain any extraordinary power. Just ordinary clay figurines and bronze vessels. He was somewhat puzzled and took a look at the mysterious egg in the beast-controlling space, which was vibrating at a frequency that could make a person numb. It is indeed these things that attract the mysterious egg. Seeing that Lu Chen liked it very much, the stall owner took the initiative to say, "Then I'll give it to you as a small change." "Thank you. Don't be shocked. Go back and study it further. I want to start looking for bargains." Suppressing the curiosity in his heart, he prepared to go back and study it further. Looking at the busy trading market with countless hawking and shouting, Lu Chen's mouth curled up. "Your bargain hunter is here?" More than an hour later. What a leak! Lu Chen was speechless. As expected, novels were all lies. It was not so easy to get a bargain. This world was an extraordinary world. Extraordinary objects all have elemental power. Almost any beastmaster who has concentrated their spirituality can use it to focus their eyes and check whether there is elemental power attached to an object. Everything is basically at normal prices, and most only 10% or 20% cheaper. But the quality of the items is lower than those in physical stores. He decided to buy Thunder Attribute materials from the campus mall. At least the quality was good, and he could get a 20% discount by using credits. As for picking up bargain pets, brother, this is a shocking price. If you miss it, you will never get it again. My golden dragon fish can evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A stall owner selling pet animals used a net bag to scoop out a golden fish pet from the fish pond. The pet was slightly larger than a wash basin. Golden arowana, a common bloodline, has an evolutionary path that can evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. A variant of weak water carp, one golden dragon fish can appear from 10,000 weak water carp. However, it would be great if 1 out of 100,000 golden dragon fish could evolve into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Lu Chen opened the eyes of God. Name: weak water carp. The weakest water creature, with inferior bloodline, looks the same as the golden arowana, just with a different color. The weak water carp is red. The golden arowana is golden in color. Uncle, it's faded. Lu Chen pointed speechlessly at one of the scales that was glowing red. The city is full of tricks, so he wants to go back to the countryside. Finally, in order to thank Su Meier, Lu Chen invited Su Meier to have lunch, and the two returned to the school. Back to the dormitory. The summoning circle emerges. The rock-hating monkey appears holding the mysterious egg. It's nothing like what you want. Lu Chen placed the bronze utensils and clay dolls on the table, and then picked up the little broken egg. The little broken egg swayed from side to side like a tumbler. Isn't this what you want? Lu Chen was stunned. That's right, he asked about this little broken egg when he bought it. Boom, boom. A veil of star mist emerged from the eggshell, and it jumped twice and twisted around. Lu Chen. My talent is not telepathy, and I don't speak egg language. I don't understand. And even if it's telepathy, you can't talk to an egg. Oh. On the side, Chi Tian whispered to the little egg. The monkey and the egg actually began to communicate. Lu Chen was stunned. Finally, with the help of Yin Yin host translation, Lu Chen understood. You mean, these things are not what attract you. But the source of these things? According to the stall owner, this thing was found at the foot of the snow mountain. Doesn't that mean we have to go to the snow mountain? It was still early, just after noon. It's a matter of whether the little egg can hatch, and there's nothing else to do. Lu Chen decided to go and take a look. Without bothering Su Mayer any further, Lu Chen walked out of the school gate. The snow-capped mountains are on the outskirts of the ancient capital. It is adjacent to several satellite cities. You need to take an intercity rail train. Not long after, Lu Chen arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Looking at the moon on Snow Mountain. This is the full name of the snow mountain. It is covered with ice and snow all the year round. The mountain is not steep or rugged, but has clear edges and corners, just like a white mirror. At night, the moon can be reflected. It looks like a moon carved on the mountain, hence the name, Wangyue Snow Mountain. This is also a park attraction in the ancient capital. After all, the formation of Wangyue Snow Mountain can be traced back to 100 years ago, and all dangers have been filtered out by the Beastmaster Association. The creatures living on it are all harmless. In addition, the ancient capital is located in the subtropics, and it does not snow, so snow-capped mountains are very popular. The Snow Mountain is huge. Part of it is enclosed as a park. The rest is almost still in its original state. The little broken egg changes its vibration frequency according to the direction Lu Chen is moving in, and guides Lu Chen. Soon, Lu Chen came to a forest of ice and snow fruit trees. This should be the place the stall owner mentioned. Sure enough, the snow at the foot of the entire snow-capped mountain had begun to melt, revealing the rock layer. There was even an avalanche not far away. The collapsed snow piled up. Lu Chen walked over. This place was rarely visited by people, and it was a 90-degree cliff at a right angle. The mountain wall is straight. There was a lot of snowfall piled up below. Broken pieces of ceramics, bronze, and clay dolls were scattered around. It seems that the stall owner picked it up here. The little broken egg was very excited, revealing a sense of desire and hunger, and its body tapped lightly against the mountain wall. Is there something buried down there? Chi Tian, vortex of flames. The avalanche looked like a small hill, several meters high, covering part of the mountain wall. A swirl of fire. The snow pile melted, revealing something buried. What the hell? Lu Chen was startled to see a huge statue with its head down and its feet up in the air. The body merges into the mountain wall. Only an outline is visible outside. If you don't look closely, it's hard to tell that this is a sculpture. You just think it's the veins of the rock. The statue's face was facing Lu Chen, and there was a crescent mark on its forehead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little broken egg vibrated wildly with excitement, as if it had been electrocuted, giving Lu Chen the feeling that he was about to have a feast. No, there are forbidden creatures in there, right? The little broken egg feeds on things related to forbidden creatures, so that it can be reborn from death. Lu Chen patted the statue's face curiously. It feels hard to the touch, it's the rock wall, and it really feels like the rock wall outlines the contours of a stone statue. Boom! Suddenly, the moment his palm touched the stone wall, the space of the Lord of Tai sure shook, and a force of stars surged out. Click, click, click. The entire rock wall cracked, starting from the forehead of the sculpture, all the way upwards, and finally, the entire Wangyue Snow Mountain was split into two halves. Lu Chen. Go. He looked at his hand in confusion. I slapped a mountain and broke it into pieces? It's not over yet. He opened his mouth wide as he watched the counterintuitive scene that followed. This crack extends from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, and then all the way towards the sky, accompanied by a huge air tremor that resounded throughout the ancient capital. The sky was like a piece of paper that was slowly torn apart vertically, revealing a dark hole. Chapter 39. Time-Based Beast Pet. Lu Chen. How do we play this? Luchin. The sky is cracked? He rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dazzled. Underscore? Sizzle. Sizzle. The sound continued to come, and the cracks spread further towards the sky. Luchin. His mouth opened wide. The sky is really cracked. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was shaking violently, and the resulting air tremor shattered all the clouds, revealing a clear and blue sky. The snow-capped mountains are shaking. In the azure blue sky, an irregular black hole continued to spread, accompanied by a loud air shock wave. Jijigo. Oh! Chi Tian was full of admiration. He is indeed my beastmaster. This is too awesome. Lu Chun threw a stone towards a crack in the rock wall, and it bounced out. The little broken egg kept jumping towards the rock wall, trying to get in. But it didn't go in. It was like it hit a wall, bounced back, and rolled to Lu Chen's feet. The crack seemed to exist only in the eyes and not in reality. Lu Chen reached out his hand towards the crack and felt the rough texture of the rock wall. Damn, what the hell is this? I can't even get in. Let's go, stop looking. He who set fire to the mountain was sentenced to life imprisonment, and this slap split the mountain and the sky apart, so he must have been shot right there. Lu Chen's scalp tingled. He picked up the small broken egg at his feet, called the yin-yin monkey, and ran away. The snow-capped mountains trembled. The amazing thing is that only the ice and snow near the foot of the mountain were collapsing, and no avalanches occurred above the mountainside. Screams were heard one after another. Everyone playing in the snowy mountains was running away frantically. Sizzle, sizzle. The black cracks continued to spread across the sky, and wherever they passed, there were constant sounds of air shaking. At the same time, the sky is about tens of kilometers away from the main city of the ancient capital. A magical pet is flying. It has a graceful posture and looks like a large yellow bird with a long, colorful feather antenna on its head. Although it is a bird, there are layers of fine scales under its skin, which sparkle in the sunlight. It has no feathers on its body, and its wings are covered in cotton candy-like clouds. When it flaps its wings, it scatters tiny dots of light like pollen. Looking up from the ground, it looks like a cloud. There was a person sitting on its back. A beautiful woman, about 26 or 27 years old, with long hair like a waterfall casually tied behind her head. Her appearance and temperament are impeccable, as if she is not an mortal woman, and has a sense of being out of touch with the world. In ancient times, if she came riding on this pet beast called Cloud, ignorant people might have thought she was a fairy descending to earth. But this fairy was eating sweets at this moment. His cheeks were puffed up like a hamster's, and his eyes were curved like crescent moons. It's delicious. I'll bring it to you next time. It's worthy of being the latest hit from Yushinfeng. She is on the phone. During this period, I was involved in a confidential research project. She was not allowed to go out and hadn't had any sweets for several months, which made her feel very depressed. I'm so envious. You beast masters can ride your beasts everywhere. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Jiang, your research has come to an end. Where are you going? Well, to the ancient capital. Ha, ancient capital? That's great. Help me teach my nephew a lesson. He bullied you last time, saying he wanted to make you his concubine 100 times a day. A gloating laugh came from the other end of the phone. If Lu Chen was here, you will find that the person she was talking to was her Aunt Lu Yuron. Sure, no problem. Suddenly, boom! There was a loud thunder in the sky, and the whole air was shaken. She looked up and said, Yuron, let's not talk for now. I have something to do. Hang up the phone. Jiang Zhini looked at the sky with her beautiful eyes. A dark crack tore the sky apart, splitting it like ink. Dragon Cloudbird, fly faster, to the direction where the crack is spreading. Tisk, boom, boom, boom. The cracks continue to spread. Final, it spread to the main urban area of the ancient capital. The violent roar of the air tremors continued to echo throughout the ancient capital. Whether ordinary people or beastmasters, they all subconsciously looked up at the sky in confusion. Well, what is that? What the hell? Countless people exclaimed with horror in their eyes. The sky shattered like a mirror, a dark, irregular crack tearing it apart. Fortunately, the crack stopped spreading after it spread to a certain extent. Beastmaster Association. Powerful auras rose into the sky. They all rode on their flying pets and approached the sky rapidly. An amazing scene happened. They looked through the cracks and saw a different scene. In the crack, there is an area covered with ice and snow, and even some ice and snow buildings can be seen. The Beast Tamer Association's headquarters, top floor. Many people from the Beast Tamer Association gathered on the top floor. What is this? A younger staff member asked in horror. It should be that thing, right? Asked Gu Xian, the president of the Beastmaster Association. Yes, if my guess is correct, this is a relic, Professor Su said. I just don't know from what era it is. He was also puzzled. However, how could the ruins appear in this form? The previous visions were all space portals. Go, find the starting point of the crack in the ruins, Gu Xian ordered. The ruins contain great opportunities. This is a good thing for the ancient capital. Professor Su raised his eyebrows and said, No need. King Jiang is gone. King Jiang? Gu Xian's pupil shrank. King of Heaven. Gu Xian is a king-level beastmaster. He knew the value of the word King of Heaven, which was earned through hard work. Only the invincible existence of the king level is qualified to be called the King of Heaven. Anyone who can be called a King of Heaven must have almost certainly entered the totem stage. King Jiang. There is only one king named Jiang in the entire beast-taming world. He is only 28 years old and ranks among the kings. At the same time, he is also a professor of Beast Pet Archaeology Research Direction. There are countless halos on his body. If it is said that all king-level beastmasters are geniuses, Jiang Zhini is a person who is considered a genius by countless geniuses. Gu Xian had fought against her before, and the winning rate was 4:1. Well, Jiang Zhini's one pet defeated his 4 pets. Why is she here? King Jiang was promoted to the Pillar of the Night Watch not long ago. 2 people from your ancient city have passed the hidden level of the Gate of Trials. She just became a pillar and has no one under her command. Gu Xian was speechless and choked up. Finally, he uttered, as expected of her, These 2 little guys in our ancient capital are very lucky. Professor Su said, I don't know if I can pass the formal test yet. Jiang Zhini stood in front of the mountain wall. A crack spread from the bottom upwards, splitting the entire snow mountain and then spreading towards the sky. She looked at the clay, figurines, and bronze vessels scattered around. Recently, a spatial overlap phenomenon occurred, causing some items on the edge of the ruins to fall into reality. Normally, when this happens, it usually takes at least a few months for the relics to be unveiled. She looked up at the crack in the sky. This is the overflowing power of space. When these cracks shrink and finally condense on the rock wall, they will form a space portal leading to the ruins. Generally, when ruins appear, space portals are formed directly. When this kind of spatial force spreads out, it basically means that the ruins have been opened ahead of time. For others, perhaps rare, but she had seen a lot because this was the case every time she opened the ruins. Is there anyone with the same historical beast-taming talent as me who has touched the traces of history? Let me see who it is. She was a little curious. After living for so many years, she finally met someone with a similar talent for taming beasts. She snapped her fingers, and a small yellow flower appeared on her shoulder. Very strange, rooted in a cloud of mist. The whole little yellow flower is washed by a mysterious force. Sometimes it is withered, and sometimes it is full of vitality. Flower of History. A time-related pet. The opportunity she obtained in a relic was rooted in her time-related talent, Voice of History, and formed into a pet. No attack capability. There is a time-related skill, Yesterday's Flowers. It is possible to trace back what happened over a period of time. The Flower of History uses Yesterday's Flowers. The mysterious power of time enveloped the surroundings. The flowers of history floated, and the rooted misty clouds turned into a curtain of light. A picture appears above. She saw a young man with a monkey pet coming to the front of the rock wall. The statue on the rock wall was discovered accidentally. I reached out and touched it, and then the mountain split open. She smiled and said, I just got promoted to a pillar. I heard that the ancient capital opened the trial gate ahead of time, and 2 people entered the hidden level. I wanted to see their level. I didn't expect there would be a surprise. I have found another one of my kind that can touch upon the historical traces. Long Yun bird, follow the scent and find him. The dragon cloud bird sniffed. Tisk, let's go and check the water meter. She turned over and rode up. If Luchin was here, you will find something wrong. In the time reversal of the Flower of History, from beginning to end, there was no sign of Little Broken Egg. Chapter 40. Flesh and Skin. The Spirit Lives Forever. King Level. Moon Viewing Snow Mountain. The appearance of a relic was beyond everyone's expectation. After all, Wanyu's Snow Mountain was a normal mountain before it became a snow mountain. It has a very long history of existence. Even after it turned into a snow mountain, it has been a long time. In other words, every tree-lined mountain road in Wangyue Snow Mountain has been stepped on by beastmasters. It has been explored long ago, and there is nothing valuable found. No one would have thought that there was a relic hidden inside. But, but there is a group of people who are exceptions. They had long known that there was an ancient relic hidden in the Wangyue Snow Mountain. Wangyue Snow Mountain covers a huge area and borders two satellite cities under the jurisdiction of the ancient capital. One of them is called Jinshui City, a satellite city specializing in grain growing. A town called Chetian Town in Jinshui City is closest to Wangyue Snow Mountain, and you can see the entire picture of Wangyue Snow Mountain. The golden wheat ears in the rice fields are laden with fruit. On the ridges of the fields, countless people looked up at the crack that extended from the snow-capped mountains upwards and finally cut through the sky. Confusion and excitement flickered in their empty eyes. In the end, the body fell limply to the ground like a layer of shriveled human skin. Then, it also fills up quickly like a balloon. Haha, we thought that only by melting all the ice and snow can we unlock the seal of the ruins. I didn't expect that the power of resentment created by human souls would be so powerful that it could directly allow the ruins to be released ahead of schedule. After all, it has been sealed for too long and has lost its former strength. The body is but a shell. Only the spirit lasts forever. The world is about to enter an infinite world where everyone can get what they want most. There, dreams are no longer dreams, but reality. In the field, several people covered in black robes appeared at some point, and their crazy voices echoed as if they were speaking the same words. Behind them, all the villagers gathered together, their bodies like sunny dolls, tied by an invisible string, with their heads and below floating in the wind. Weird and spooky. Continue to help people in this world transcend. The body is useless. We help them realize spiritual eternity. It is their honor to welcome his return. It's not enough. Today's souls are not enough. More is needed. Otherwise, we cannot lead the great hymn to reality. One of the black-robed men grinned and said, "It is their loss to expel us from the cult. They did not expect that we would find the great hymn first. We will return with him. We are his most loyal servants." The man in black robe opened his arms devoutly, embracing the dark crack in the sky. On his black robe, there was spiderweb-like white embroidery. Except them, there is another person who also knows that there will be ruins in the ancient city. Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. The student villa's own retreat room is located on the basement floor of the villa. In the retreat room, the sky was covered with frost, and the water molecules in the air turned into tiny ice crystals and fell down. Concubine Luo unclosed her eyes tightly, and a strange vision rose up behind her. A magical phoenix. Its entire body was blurry except for a pair of sharp eyes. One eye was red, and the other was blue. The left eye means destruction, the right eye means life. This is her beast taming talent, Nirvana Phoenix. Use the Ice Phoenix spirituality to connect with the talent of taming beasts. This magical phoenix finally drilled into the body of the ice crystal fox. Tisk chi. Two overlapping calls came out of the ice crystal fox's mouth. A fox growled. A loud phoenix cry. The icy power burst out from its body, and finally all the icy power gathered towards its body surface. It turned into an ice egg and wrapped up the ice crystal fox. Half a minute later, the ice egg shattered. Chimi. The ice crystal fox's strength directly jumped from the lower elite level to the middle elite level. There is a new power in the body. The power of Phoenix. From then on, the ice crystal fox possessed the blood of the phoenix, although it was very thin and could only be considered a creature with phoenix blood. But it's not a big problem. In the previous life, the ice crystal fox only possessed the bloodline of the phoenix after graduation. I'm already too far ahead in this life. With her help, sooner or later, the pure-blooded phoenix will be no match for the ice crystal fox. This is just the beginning. The next step is to wait for the ruins of Wangyue Snow Mountain to be opened. In my previous life, because I did not choose to study at Xingyu Beast Taming School, I missed a great opportunity in this ruins. This is the fundamental reason why she chose Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. It should be more than a month later that Jiangzhini will open the ruins. When she talked about Jiangzhini, her face looked solemn. As the reincarnation of the goddess of Luo River, she looked down upon most people, even those from her bloodline. Only Jiangzhini felt the pressure, even though she was reborn. A horrible woman. Possessing the talent of time-related beast control, he can touch the traces of history and has unparalleled combat power. Let's just say, in the previous life, the battle lines on the front lines collapsed. Monsters are invading, forbidden followers are reviving, and other ferocious beast races that are hostile to humans are also eyeing the human ecosystem. Jiangxini came out of a ruin, formed an army, and defended the defeated front line alone. Not only did it not allow humans to lose an inch of their ecological territory, instead, it pushed the human battle line back hundreds of kilometers. This is too much. The ruins of Wangyue Snow Mountain in the ancient capital were opened in advance when Jiangxini touched a historical trace on the mountain wall while strolling around. My second pet is in the ruins. It's a pity that Jiangxini didn't come until a month later. It would have been great if the ruins could have been opened earlier. Luo Anfei walked out to the balcony and breathed in the fresh air outside. She tilted her head and realized why so many students were gathered outside. And why were they looking at the sky? She looked up at the sky. I saw the mirror-like sky being torn apart. Luo Anfei's brain crashed. The ruins. How come they are opened early? Suddenly, her cell phone rang, and the incoming call alert showed Ancient Capital Beast Tamer Association. Answer. It was Commander Zhao Kongcheng, who also asked her to go to the Beastmaster Association as someone from the Night Watch had arrived. Is the Night Watchman coming? She looked at the strange sight in the sky with her eyes slightly widened. The combined ruins were opened ahead of schedule. She knew who was coming. She, the reborn butterfly, flapped her wings and made Jiangxini, who was supposed to come a month later, come early. And he is also in charge of the assessment of the candidate Night Watchman in the ancient capital. In the dormitory, stop jumping, stop jumping. Lu Chen had already returned to his residence. He looked at the little broken egg that kept jumping on the ground and said unhappily, "It's all your fault." Looking out the window, I saw the crack. It shouldn't release any horrible creatures, right? The Beastmaster Association should be able to handle it, right? Well, it shouldn't be a big problem. Otherwise, the whole city would have been filled with shrill alarms. He decided to keep a low profile these days. There are no cameras at Wangyue Snow Mountain, and there are many people visiting, so they shouldn't find me. Suddenly, a pleasant voice sounded. Well, I found you. Without any warning, a strong wind blew up in the room. Countless papers were flying in the air. Chapter 41. Defection at the beginning, and all the members under his command are divine beasts. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly widened. In the living room, without any warning, a beautiful lady appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a pet. Jijigo. The Yin monkey reacted and protected Lu Chen behind him. You did it, didn't you? Mariela, something happened. I just came back and I was arrested. Is it so efficient? I don't understand. It's not me. You got the wrong person. Lu Chen started with 3 consecutive attacks. At this point, he would never admit it even if he was beaten to death. Resisting a bright future means a smooth future, while confessing means a life in prison. He subconsciously opened the eye of God and checked the other party's pet. If the crime was serious, he would just knock the other party out and start a life of escape, stay alive, and use the system to become stronger. Wait until you are invincible before coming out again. Beast Tamer. Defect at the beginning and survive until all the beasts under your command are divine beasts. Name: Long Yenio. Level: Upper King level. Attributes: Dragon, Spiritual. Racial bloodline: Upper King race. Features: Super speed regeneration, Dragon King bloodline. Skill: Lu Chen. He felt very disappointed. Holy shit, is what I did so serious? How dare a king-level beastmaster come to capture me? My life is over. Did I release something horrible? I just touched the wall. It's you, Jiangxini smiled. As expected, you can also touch the traces of history. You opened a relic. Lu Chen was stunned. Huh? What was opened was a relic. From this point of view, it doesn't seem like a big deal. What do historical traces mean? Jiangxini said. The ruins are like the secret realm. They come from another world and have descended and merged into our world. A secret place, filled with only ferocious beasts and various ecosystems. As for the ruins, you can understand them as people from another world who once lived there. They worshipped powerful creatures and formed tribes. They are ruins formed by humans and ferocious beasts together. You should know that thousands of years ago, the world changed drastically and the supernatural age arrived. Clouds, lightning, and everything else could transform into supernatural species because they gave birth to thoughts. The ruins have also given birth to special thoughts. They are protected by extraordinary powers, and it is very difficult to open them. You can understand that the statue you touched is the gate of the ruins, and the ruins itself has not descended to the blue planet. If you want to enter the ruins, you can only wait for the gate to decay and let the ruins appear on their own. There are exceptions. People who can touch the historical traces can open the gate to the ruins if they meet certain conditions. Well, it means that anyone who can touch the historical traces is the key to open the ruins. Of course, not all ruins can be opened. You should also have a talent for time, right? Jiang Zhini said. My beast taming talent is Voice of History, which allows me to hear the voices of the past. Lu Chun. He is a hammer. The ruins were opened by force by the spirit of the Lord of the Beginning. Is it like forcing open someone else's door without a key? Are there many people who can touch the traces of history? Jiang Zhini touched his chin and said, including you, we in Daxia only know of 5 people. There should be some in other countries as well. Do you want to join us? Jiang Zhini asked. Beast Tamer Association? No, Jiang Zhini said. Super Ancient Research Bureau. Because of our special talents, we have a natural advantage over ruins. Our purpose is to study the history of that world, to decipher why that world was broken and why it was integrated into our world. Lu Chen wanted to refuse because it didn't appeal to him very much. As long as he had the cheat, he would be invincible in the world sooner or later. Archaeology is not fun. My Aunt Lu Yurong has complained to him many times that archaeology is a terrible profession. Ding, a special mission is issued. Join the Ultra Ancient Research Bureau to decipher the entire history of another world. Note, this mission is a long-term mission, and different rewards will be given based on the host's progress in deciphering history. I'm in. Very good. You can also join the Night's Watch. I just became one of the 10 pillars, and I am short of people. Let's go to the Beast Tamer Association. In addition to you, I should have 2 more subordinates. Let's go. They should be waiting for me at the Beast Tamer Association. Without waiting for Lu Chun to refuse, the dragon cloud bird flapped its wings, and its cloud-like feathers rolled up the road dust and placed it on its back. The rock-hating monkey quickly jumped on it. As for the little broken egg, Lu Chun took a look at it. This thing was a bit magical. It could enter and exit his beast-taming space freely. At this moment, it didn't know when it had entered the beast-controlling space. Whoosh! With a flash of light before his eyes, Lu Chun found himself at a high altitude. This is teleportation, the psychic-type specialty. The Beastmaster Association. Damn, why is Lu Chun's phone turned off? Zhao Kongcheng was extremely anxious. As the savior of the Hellfire Rock Beast, he was extremely grateful to Lu Chun. He knew what Night Watchman meant, and if he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even those from bloodline families are proud to join the Night's Watch. He looked at Luo Anfei beside him. How is it? Luo Anfei. I sent a message, but no one replied. She frowned slightly. Where did he go? Call out. Suddenly, a supernatural creature appeared in the room. 2 people jumped down from behind. Zhao Kongcheng and Luo Anfei stared blankly at Lu Chun, who was standing side by side with Jiang Zhini, their minds a little confused. No, why did this guy come here with King Jiang? You sit over there. Jiang Zhini pointed to a chair nearby. Lu Chun was surprised that Jiang Zhini's 2 subordinates were Zhao Kongcheng and Bing Tuozi. This world really is a small one. Zhao Kongcheng took a deep breath and was shocked again. Who was Lu Chun? Why did King Jiang speak to him so kindly? Even concubine Luo and was a little surprised. Lu Chun and Jiang Zhini knew each other. For the first time, she couldn't understand her childhood sweetheart. Why does it feel like ever since he was reborn and awakened his SSS-level beast taming talent, it feels like his path and growth have completely exceeded her expectations? At the same time, she was excited. If the person who came to take the test is really Jiang Zhini, then doesn't that mean she can join her as the 10th pillar? The Night's Watch's organizational structure is divided into pillars. There are 10 columns in total, similar to the Peak Master in fantasy novels. The person in charge of each pillar is also called the Pillar Master. It would definitely be a pleasant surprise to be able to join her team. In her previous life, all the Night Watchmen under her command developed well. It's because she has a lot of resources. Moreover, it is rumored that there is a terrorist organization behind Jiang Zhini, and even Dr. Yanagi is a member of that organization. Unfortunately, only those with special talents who can touch the traces of history can join this organization. Otherwise, she would find a way to join in no matter what was said. You're welcome, you can sit down too. Jiang Zhini looked at concubine Luo and without any airs. What a beautiful, cool girl. She had seen many beautiful people, but this was the first time she had seen someone with such a unique temperament. If his strength is not bad, then he will be directly included in my 10th pillar. She is still a face control. I don't want ugly people, and I don't want ugly pets either. The other one didn't come? Didn't they say there were two of them? She asked curiously. The other one was stuck in traffic? Luo Anfei. Zhao Kongcheng. The two were confused. Didn't Lu Chen come with her? Zhao Kongcheng said weakly. Here, everyone is here. Ah! Jiang Zhini couldn't believe it. You too? You're only 19 years old? She was shocked. Only freshmen could participate in the gate of trial. This person looked to be at least 40 years old, right? This is too ugly and lowers the overall appearance. She said seriously. You failed the assessment. Thank you for participating. Zhao Kongcheng. He is it. Zhao Kongcheng pointed at Lu Chun with a hurt look on his face. Jiang Zhini turned her head slowly. Question mark. Lu Chen was confused. What's wrong with me? Didn't you say you wanted to interview two people to see if they were suitable to be your subordinates? You entered the hidden level of the trial gate? Yes. Silence. It's a bit unexpected. The person who entered the hidden level of the trial gate and opened the ruins was actually the same person. Release your pets. Lu Chen summoned the rock-hating monkey. Luo Anfei summoned the ice crystal fox. Jiang Zhini watched calmly, and Lu Chen noticed that the other party's momentum had changed. His slightly thin figure contains the power to destroy the world. Spiritual power emanated from her body. She lifted her foot, took a step forward, and placed it lightly on the ground. Boom! Moment. The world has changed here. Chapter 42. Secret Treasure of Attributes. Zhu Yan's bloodline is complete. Jiang Zhini's hair moved without wind. The dragon cloud bird growled. In an instant, Zhao Kongcheng felt extremely insignificant. In terms of thinking, Jiang Zhini's image is infinitely elevated, like a king who can cause millions of deaths in the world with just one rage. She is the monarch of this world, the iconic ability of the king class. Feel king's domain. In their domain, they are invincible, making it impossible for anyone to muster the slightest desire to resist. Zhao Kongcheng felt as if his thoughts had stopped functioning, and he was shocked. Is this the king of heaven, an invincible being at the king level? It was countless times stronger than the feeling the team leader gave him. Jiang Zhini felt a little disgusted with Zhao Kongcheng. How could he be scared like this? Look at the calm Luo Anfei and Lu Chen again. A commander-level beastmaster couldn't even defeat two elite-level freshmen. Little did they know, Princess Luo was not too shocked because in her previous life, when she was at the king level, she was also a king. As for Lu Chen, he discovered that like the overlord's aura, even the king's domain was immune to the spirituality of the lord of the beginning. Jiang Zhini looked at the two of them, and a golden ring appeared in her eyes, covering her pupils. This is an ability that can only be activated by a king-level spirituality. It can detect whether the other party's spirit has been polluted, whether he is a skinned, parasitic, or manipulated puppet, or whether there are followers of the evil cult who have infiltrated. There were followers of the evil cult who infiltrated here before. In the end, it caused irreversible consequences. There is no problem at all between the two of them. As the 10th Pillar Master of the Night's Watch, I welcome you to join the Night's Watch. If you want to join the Night's Watch, you need to verify your abilities. Jiang Zhini was too lazy to bother with it. Both of them were to her liking, not to mention that the other one was her kind, and was invited by her to join the Super Ancient Research Bureau. From now on, you'll be my Night's Watch. This is a greeting gift for you. Jiang Zhini flipped her hands, and a small jade treasure box appeared on her left and right palms. It's like a magic trick. Space equipment. A word suddenly popped up in Lu Chen's mind. Haven't you seen a pig run or eaten pork? This is a classic thing in various novels in his previous life. Or in other words, is it a space-type beast pet? When he opened it, he saw a piece of charcoal in the jade box. The magical thing is that the texture on the surface of the charcoal is still glowing red, just like a charcoal fire that has not yet been extinguished. A strong fire element attached. No, it should be said that this whole piece of charcoal is condensed from rich fire elements. Name: Attribute Secret Treasure, Charcoal. Description: condensed from fire elements of extremely high purity and level. It can improve the pet's control level of fire elements and increase its growth limit. Good job. It turned out to be a secret treasure with attributes. Only high-level secret realms can produce it, and the amount condensed each time is limited. You can't buy it from outside. Only the beast tamer associations in various places have quotas, and purchasing requires qualifications, so you can't just buy it casually. If put on the black market, it can easily be sold for millions of dollars. He glanced at concubine Luoan. The other party's jade box also contains an ice-attributed secret treasure, Ice Soul. Good guy. The gifts given casually are worth millions. Su Meier is not attractive anymore. This is what a rich woman looks like. Zhao Kongqing's eyes turned into lemons as he watched from the side, and he was so envious that tears were streaming down his face. Well, let's improve our strength first. The ruins are not stable yet. We don't know what type of ruins they are, nor do we know the rules of the ruins. Based on my experience, the ruins of Wangyue Snow Mountain probably can't accommodate a beastmaster with too high strength. Implications. Lu Chun and Luo Anfei may enter the ruins. Become one of the first explorers of the ruins. Luo Anfei's serious face flashed with excitement. If she was the first to explore, she would definitely get the egg in the secret realm. Her second pet. What are your two names? My name is Jiangzhini. She just remembered that she forgot to ask their names. All right. Jiangzhini remembered what her best friend Lu Yorong had said. You are also freshmen at the ancient capital Xinyu Beast Taming School. Do you know someone named Lu Qin? Luo Anfei. Zhao Kongqing. They were confused. How could these two people in front of me be so familiar that they could ride on the same pet, yet so unfamiliar that I don't even know their names? Zhao Kongqing. He is here too? Huh. Jiangzhini. Don't tell you. You are Lu Chun. Zhao Kongqing. Lu Chun. Seeing their reactions, Jiangzhini slowly turned her head and looked at Lu Chun, with a question mark popping up above her head. You again? Lu Chun nodded. Is your aunt Lu Yorong? Are you her nephew? Yes. How do you know my aunt? Lu Chun Shiran thought of something. An idea flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, You are Lu Yorong's best friend. Concubine Luo and suddenly raised her head. Jiangzhini was Sister Yorong's best friend? She remembered an incident from her previous life. In the previous life, the craziest thing Jiangzhini did was to kill a race of ferocious beasts until they had no descendants, and the race was exterminated. It was as if there was some blood feud between the two parties. It took her several years to wipe this vicious beast race from the world. That makes sense. That ferocious beast race was the culprit that started the beast tide and destroyed Day City. She is seeking revenge for Lu Yorong. By the way, it seems that in addition to that ferocious beast race, Jiangzhini is also fighting with an evil cult. She didn't remember the details clearly, as she was just at the rebirth stage at that time and couldn't access many things. You two go outside first, Jiangzhini said to Luo Anfei and Zhao Kongqing. In the room, Jiangzhini didn't expect this either. Someone who can touch the traces of history like herself. Someone who can pass the hidden levels of the trial gate, and the nephew of her best friend. They're actually the same person. You want to suppress me and make me your wife 100 times a day, right? Lu Chun. Damn it. Lu Yorong, are you serious? And why is your best friend an invincible king of the king level? Aren't you studying archaeology in an ordinary university? Keep this in mind for now. I will issue you the assessment task now. Conquer the Wangyue Snow Mountain ruins and restore the history inside the ruins. This is your assessment task for joining the organization. Once you complete the task, you will become a formal member of the organization. No problem. Lu Chun quickly ran away. Then I'll leave first. He ran away in a flash. There were ruins found on Wangyue Snow Mountain. As time went by, it caused a huge stir in the entire ancient capital. The area around Wangyue Snow Mountain was blocked, taken over by the Beast Tamer Association. As time goes by, the crack in the sky was shrinking. On the first day, most of them had disappeared from the sky. By the next day, the crack had completely disappeared into the sky. Day 3, all the overflowing spatial force was condensed on the wall of Wangyue Snow Mountain. The force of space condenses, constantly gathering and changing. It is estimated that in less than a week, the space portal will be completely formed. How is King Jiang? In front of the mountain wall at the entrance of the ruins. Led by the Beast Tamer Association President Gu Xin, there are 8 beast tamers of different ages. They are all high-level officials of the ancient capital Beast Tamer Association. It will take about a week to be formed. It should be a heritage relic. The age fluctuates according to time, and it comes from a secret place in the ancient period. The limit of entry should be the lower rebirth stage. Everyone was surprised and regretful. The surprise is that there are heritage relics inside, and maybe you can gain the foundation to enter the king level or even the totem level. Unfortunately, only those below the lower rebirth stage are allowed to enter. That evening, the ancient capital Beast Tamer Association announced the rules. The ruins of Wangyue Snow Mountain, the first group of explorers. There are 98 places in total. The quotas are allocated as follows. 20 places are given to beastmasters below the lower rebirth level in society. The 78 places will be chosen from students from various institutions in the ancient capital. Suddenly, the entire ancient capital was in a frenzy. At Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, all the sophomore students returned to school early. At Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, only sophomores meet the requirements, and they are basically at the elite level to the lower rebirth level. Juniors and seniors have already surpassed the lower rebirth stage. As for the freshmen, there is no chance at all. Most of them are in the middle and upper extraordinary levels. They have no chance of getting the ruins. Students who meet the requirements from all the schools in the ancient capital will compete for places. Whether it is a school, he is also a beast tamer in society. The battle for quotas is in full swing. Lu Chun and Luo Anfei are sitting on the Daoitai. Do you understand why there are only 98 places instead of 100? That's because they took up 2. It feels good to go through the back door, but it will be more pleasant if you keep going through the back door. Dormitory area. Practice room. Scalding flames continue to emerge from the rock-hating monkey. Its strength has entered the middle elite level. In addition to the changes in strength, it's the change of racial bloodline. Racial qualification. Lower totem level. Zhuyan bloodline fusion progress 95% 100%. Qi Tian growled. A steady stream of flames emerged, shining brightly with golden light, interweaving with each other to form a ball of flame that enveloped the rock-hating monkey. It's like a huge cocoon of fire. Lu Chen looked expectant, with the help of the attribute secret treasure, charcoal. Qi Tian's Zhuyan bloodline fusion progress has finally been completed. If nothing unexpected, Zhuyan's bloodline will be complete, and Qi Tian will also undergo different changes. Chapter 43, Brand New Changes, 72 Changes. The flame cocoon was huge, and the flames on the surface were almost solid and kept moving. Half a minute later, boom! The cocoon of flame shattered and turned into a torrent of flames that shot up into the sky. The figure of the rock-hating monkey reappeared. There is no change in appearance and hair, except that the long tuft of gradient gray hair on the forehead has become longer. The biggest change is temperament. After all, it's a totem-level cub, no longer a king-level cub. Name rock-hating monkey. Level. Middle elite. Attributes. Rock fire. Features. Yang Yin. Racial qualification. Lower-level totem species. Zhuyan bloodline 100%. Bloodline talent. Shape change. Vajra indestructibility. Element mastery level. Fire. Mastery 90% perfection 1%. Rock. Mastery 20%. Evolutionary sequence. With the attribute secret treasure. Charcoal. The level of control over the fire element has been raised from mastery to perfection. In addition, the biggest change is bloodline talent. Change of form, change of meaning. After becoming a lower-level totem species, does bloodline talent only change by one word? Qi Tian, show me how to do it. The next second, the rock-hating monkey disappeared, and a fox with a completely azure-blue body appeared on the ground. What the hell? Ice crystal fox? Qi Tian turned into an ice crystal fox? Can he change into other creatures at will? A word that was deeply engraved in his soul popped into his mind. 72 transformations. Lu Chun checked the specific details. Form transformation, effect 1. Able to change the size of the body, entering the form of a giant ape with both strength and power increasing dramatically. This effect is the same as the original form change, but the only difference is that there is an additional effect 2 at the end. Form change, effect 2. You can use simulated breath to transform into another pet, but it is just an illusion that can be mistaken for the real thing. In essence, it is still a rock monkey. I see. Lu Chen opened the eyes of God. It can be clearly seen that Qi Tian is still Qi Tian. It is just a decoy, disguising himself as the ice crystal fox by simulating the other party's breath. It's not one of the 72 transformations. It's just simulating the opponent's breath to make it look real. To be precise, it is to use blood talent to simulate the opponent's appearance, put on a layer of skin, simulate the opponent's breath, and make the fake look real. The truth will be revealed as soon as the battle begins. But it is also worthy of praise. Lu Chun could hardly find any flaws when he got close to his face. Only when he opened the eyes of God did he discover the truth. Not a big problem. Qi Tian is still just in his initial form. and he is constantly getting stronger and evolving. Sooner or later, he will be able to transform into the 72 transformations. After all, the clever stone monkey is also a part of its mythological path. Coming soon, the attribute secret treasure has not been completely absorbed yet. After it is absorbed, it should be able to reach the upper elite level. A lot of thunder attribute materials have also been collected. Then, you can start evolving. Gurgle gurgle. The little broken egg rolled over and curiously circled around the rock-hating monkey that had turned into an ice crystal fox. Chi-Tian captured the breath of the little broken egg. Try to simulate being each other. But the next second, its image changed, turning into various strange-shaped eggs, but it couldn't turn into a little broken egg. Lu Chun was surprised that the blood talent brought by the totem species could not simulate the breath of the little broken egg. Is the race of little broken eggs stronger than the totem level, Zhu Yan? He was looking forward to the little egg hatching more and more. Chi-Tian, special training will begin today. Lu Chen's divine eyes opened, and he looked at the yin-yin monkey as an evolutionary. It's full of loopholes all over the body. Too rough. In the past, they were able to crush their opponents simply by relying on their higher-ranking races, high-level elemental control, and strength. To put it in a more vivid way, it is a pay-to-win account. If you meet someone at the same level, or someone who also has a paid account. For example, Jiangzheni has a pet whose level, bloodline, and elemental control are the same as Chi-Tian's. The two sides exchanged ideas. Chi-Tian would probably be beaten without any chance of fighting back. After accepting the inheritance of the evolutionist, he had a perfect idea about the direction of Chi-Tian's training. Although Chi-Tian could defeat the lower-level rebirth stage heart-parasitic rabbit inside the trial gate, it was, after all, only a monster of the lowest level of bloodline. If you face a beastmaster, it won't be so easy to deal with. Chi-Tian had a determined look on his face. Boom, boom, boom. The little broken egg was also infected and jumped twice on the ground. Go, go, go. Lu Chun gave it a slap on the head and said, "Let's talk about it after you hatch. The contract position for my second beast pet is reserved for you. Don't let me down. This is not an isolated case. Princess Luo Anne's villa residence. Ice Crystal Fox, your use of the power of the phoenix is too rough. Don't always think of it as an external force. It is your power. Have experience from past lives." She knew the best solution was to breed ice crystal foxes. There are still 18 days left before the second comparison. If nothing goes wrong, the ice crystal fox should have evolved to the rebirth stage by then, and I also got the second piece of the puzzle for the pet team in the ruins. Lu Qin will still be a beast pet by then. She was already looking forward to the second comparison coming soon. Osawa City. Lu Yurong was wearing a silk nightgown. She had just finished a shower, and her pores were still emitting a hint of heat. Under the light, her skin looked like a piece of warm jade. She lay on the bed, supporting her face with her right hand and holding her phone in her left hand to start a video call. A pair of couple-like calves were swaying back and forth, appearing particularly delicate under the soft light, like fine porcelain with a faint luster. She swayed a little too much, and each time the hem of her nightgown rippled slightly, revealing her private parts. She was video chatting with Jiangzheni. When she heard something funny, she laughed so hard that her mouth couldn't stop, her chest heaving violently, with surging waves and waves of flesh. "So, my nephew is hanging out with you now?" She was surprised and proud at the same time. She was worthy of being my nephew. So awesome. Although she never asked what Jiangzheni was doing specifically. But she is not a fool. She naturally knows that her best friend's identity is very special. Once Jiangzheni came to find him, and he thought the magic mirror puppet was an enemy, so he subdued the overlord-level magic mirror puppet in an instant. She felt very relieved that Lu Chun was hanging out with her bestie. Speaking of the magic mirror doll, she also muttered, "Where did it go? Why hasn't it arrived in the ancient capital yet? I have compiled the materials related to the ruins I found here and sent them to the ancient capital." Okay, Jiangzheni didn't take it seriously. It was just a site, not a ruin. The two best friends chatted for a while. The video ended. Lu Yurong yawned loudly. It was only 9 o'clock. I don't know why, but I have been very sleepy and don't want to get up recently. The only good thing is, she had sweet dreams every day. In her dreams, she became an invincible ice beastmaster. The beasts she led could change the ecological environment of the world and suppress countless monsters with just a wave of her hand. Meanwhile, the night sky was pitch black, dark clouds covered the sky, and no stars or moon were visible. Day City, the most marginal city in Jiangbei province. The reason why Day City is called Days is because it is adjacent to Yunming's, a vast lake hundreds of kilometers away. This Yunming Lake does not belong to Blue Star. It is another world that merges into the Great Lake of the Blue Star. Although the water vapor is dense, there is never fog in O's City. I don't know why during this time. There is often heavy fog starting from 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Hundreds of kilometers away in the Yunmings, a group of people sneaked into the vast Yunmings. Time flies. The battle lasted for half a month. All 98 relics in the ancient city have been allocated. At the same time, in the ruins of Wangyue Snow Mountain, on the mountain wall, the space portal is completely formed. That means the ruins are opened. Chapter 44. Which? The lower 3 clans? She won't die. 20 heritage spots in the society, and 78 places among various institutions. All have already belonged. In order to ensure that all academies can benefit equally and avoid the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy taking up all the places. The battle for quotas is conducted on a school-by-school basis. The top-ranked institution will receive 38 places. There is no doubt about this. The foundation and student strength of top universities are something that other universities cannot compare with. Xingyu Beast Taming Academy was awarded 38 places. These 38 places will be allocated after internal competition within the school. A heritage relic appeared in the ancient capital. This made the beastmasters in other cities extremely jealous and envious. You know, the ruins are all related to the ancient myths of another world. According to known exotic history, in the ancient times in foreign lands, humans were weak. In order to survive, human tribes chose to seek the protection of powerful lives and chose to coexist. They worship him as the patron saint of their tribe and perform activities such as sacrifice and offering. There is another word for patron saint, totem. To become a guardian god, the lowest level must be totem level. The guardian god transforms the ecology through his own aura and radiates power, giving birth to and changing some beast pets, giving them their own characteristics or a hint of abilities. The ancient people of the tribe contracted these pet animals to become animal tamers, and under the protection of the patron saint, they expanded outward. All in all, the ruins are a treasure trove that has yet to be developed. Under the subtle transformation of this terrifying, extraordinary life breath, it is very likely that there are countless rare materials with special properties or ferocious beasts with strong racial qualities. Even things left behind by totemic creatures. This kind of thing may often evolve into top-quality material as time goes by and relics emerge. It can even allow a king-level beastmaster to glimpse the secrets of the totem level. This also made other big cities jealous of the ancient capital. It was such good luck that we could find an ancient relic within our territory. Every policy from the top has a countermeasure from the bottom. There are ways for people from other cities to enter the ruins. For example, transfer school and immigrate. Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. Next to the Beast Tamer Association's bus. You want us to squeeze into a bus with so many people? The unhappy voice echoed. There were 4 people who didn't fit in with the students around them. They were not members of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy 10 days ago, but came to Xingyu Beast Taming Academy through the operation of transferring schools. All for the sake of being able to get a piece of the pie in the exploration of the ruins. Do you know who I am? Can you arrange a nanny car? Xiao Mubai's voice was so loud that it attracted everyone's attention. Is he an idiot? Not far away. There were 2 men and 1 woman frowning. Like Xiao Mubai, they were transfer students, and their families had repeatedly told them to keep a low profile. He is an idiot. If he was not a direct descendant of the Xiao family, his brother would have become a eunuch and the family inheritance would have fallen on him. He would have died countless times, said one of the men. Oh, Brother Mubai, didn't you say that if I came to the ancient capital with you, could you help me get a spot to explore the ruins? Next to Xiao Mubai, there was a pretty woman who looked very pitiful with her legs straight. One foot was wearing white, the other foot was wearing black stockings, and there was a collar-like thing around her neck. All of them are equipment that increases attack speed. I don't know why, but my knees are a little red, swollen, and black. Listening to the coquettish voice of the beauty beside him, Xiao Mubai felt depressed. The ancient capital Beast Taming Association was so disrespectful to him. He was from the Great Xiao clan, one of the 5 surnames and 10 tribes, but he couldn't even get a spot in the exploration. I felt my arm sinking into a soft mass. His little head instantly occupied the IQ high ground and blurted out, don't worry, I will definitely get it for you. Tisk, Mr. Xiao is so arrogant. I wonder how you got the quota. Are you going to give your quota to someone else? You and Tion, can you shut your stinky mouth? Suddenly, there were whispers at the scene. Here they come, here they come. That is Lu Qin, right? They all know. There are actually 100 spots available to enter the ruins. The reason why 98 places were released is because 2 places were given to the first and second place winners of the freshman competition. Xiao Mubai raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. Then just wait and see how I get the second spot. Lu Qin was carrying a bag. I'm in a pretty good mood. We are about to set off for the ruins. The opportunity for the little egg to hatch should be in the ruins. After his special training, coupled with the powerful role of the evolutionist, we can understand the focus of the cultivation of the rock monkey. Today's Tion's level has not been improved, but its strength has undergone a qualitative change. If it fights against its own self half a month ago, it can end the battle in a few minutes. Are you Lu Qin? Suddenly, an inopportune voice interrupted his thoughts. The dark circles under his eyes and the middle-parted hair make him look empty, just like Mr. Empty. What's up? Give me some face and give me your place. You are not strong enough, and you will not be able to gain anything by entering the ruins. Listening to the other party's arrogant and self-righteous look, Lu Qin fell in a deep thought. Are you also one of the 4 emperors? The owner of the face fruit? 4 emperors? Face fruit? What a mess. 5 million, give me the spot. Sorry, not for sale. Lu Qin walked around the other person. Tis ka? Yu Wentian's laughing voice was heard. Brother Mubai, can I buy it? The disappointed voice of her female companion echoed in her ears. This made Xiao Mubai blush. From childhood to adulthood, he had everything he wanted, so when had he ever said such an insult? The anger in his heart rushed straight to his brain, and he lost his mind. He grinned and said, if I destroy you, you won't be able to go, and there will be a vacancy, right? Come out, violent dark bear. Come out, silverback wolf king. Roar! A huge bear and a wolf-like pet appeared. One is at the lower level of the reborn stage. One is at the upper level of the elite stage. I'm going to beat you until you kneel down. As soon as the words fell, snap, Xiao Mubai's knees fell heavily to the ground, and so did his 2 pets. It seemed as if they had tremendous strength, and their bodies were pressed to the ground by gravity. Who do you want to kneel down? A cold voice was heard, and Su Mayer arrived, with a small snake with wings following beside her shoulder. Wind-winged tongue snake. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Suddenly, Xiao Mubai and the other 4 people from the 5 surnames and 10 clans turned pale in an instant, as if they had seen some ferocious beast from ancient times. The fear and panic on his face were hard to conceal. Xiao Mubai's entire body was shaking violently like a sieve. Why is this with Su Mayer here? 5 surnames and 10 clans. 5 surnames, 10 tribes. There are 15 families in total. The 10 tribes are further divided into the upper 3 tribes, the middle 4 tribes, and the lower 3 tribes. They are all from the lower 3 tribes. Moreover, he is not the team with the strongest potential and strength at home. It took a lot of effort for my parents to transfer me to this school. The Su family is the closest to the 5 surnames. In fact, if it is not the Su family, the women will have a very short lifespan. The Xiao family is already the 6th surname. It is precisely because the women of the Su family do not live long that they are all crazy. He has been under the threat of death since childhood and has done things lawless. Su Mayer is the craziest among crazies. The reason why Xiao Mubai's brother is called a eunuch is because he once spoke rudely and provoked Su Mayer. He was beaten into a eunuch. I'm also interested in your spot. Please give it to me. Su Mayer said with a smile. Xiao Mubai. This ruins only allows lower-level beastmasters to enter. Are you rejecting me? Xiao Mubai was angry. Su Mayer, don't go too far. Our Xiao family is no longer the Xiao family of the past. Don't forget who is behind us. You can only rely on them for your illness. Otherwise, you won't live for 2 years. What a female devil. In the end, she still has to suffer under the crotch of the 5 surnames. He hasn't finished spraying out the shit in his mouth. Screams rang out. He was kicked hard and flew away like a kite with a broken string. He spurted out a mouthful of blood in the air and flew backwards more than 10 meters. Several of his ribs were broken, and his face was disfigured from rubbing against the ground. He fell to the ground, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. There was a flash of surprise on Su Mayer's pretty face. It wasn't her who did it, because someone was faster than her. She won't die. Lu Qin calmly retracted his kicked foot. A warm feeling rose in Su Mayer's heart. The pupils in his eyes seemed to be deformed. Oops, oops, it's overflowing. She raised her little pink fist. Come on. Then ran away. Chapter 45. The Fortune Teller Lineage. Entering the ruins. On the bus to the Wangyue Snow Mountain ruins. A sophomore student at Xingyu Academy, secretly looking at Lu Chen. Even though they were not in the academy, they had naturally heard about Lu Chen's deeds. This year's top scorer in the college entrance examination began to be ridiculed as a cheater. As a result, he won first place in the freshman competition and established a name for himself. Use your powerful strength to shut everyone up. And with one move, he instantly defeated Zhu Xiangyu, who ranked third in this year's college entrance examination. I didn't expect him to be so brave. He beat one of the transfer students so badly that he couldn't even go to the ruins. They are not stupid. I was able to transfer to this school at such a critical moment in order to get a share of the ruins. You can tell with but that his identity is not simple. It is most likely one of the 5 surnames and 10 clans, or a large family that looks down on the 5 surnames and 10 clans. This kind of existence was actually beaten in public. If he is not a reckless man, then he must be of great importance. Most likely the latter. After all, Su Meier favors him. They have long known that Su Meier's background is mysterious. There was once a rich second generation from the ancient capital who coveted Su Meier's beauty and wanted to make her his own concubine. The next day, the man disappeared out of thin air, and his entire family also evaporated into thin air. From then on, no one dared to mess with Su Meier. The other 3 people from the 5 surnames and 10 clans were also whispering. It seems that Su has a close relationship with this man. You guys think so too? When have you ever seen Su Meier look so lady-like? But isn't it rumored that the Su family has an alliance with the fortune teller? I heard that the fortune teller lineage seems to be able to solve the Su family's bloodline problem. They were gossiping, and it was so exciting. As for Xiao Mubai, no one among the 3 of them had any sympathy for him. He was just a brain-dead guy and was just ridiculed. They all disliked Xiao Mubai. The other party was injured and missed the opportunity to enter the ruins. Instead, they gloat over other people's misfortune. You deserve it. The last seat of the bus. Concubine Luo and looked at the scenery outside the window with an expressionless face. She just happened to arrive when Lu Chun and Murong Bai had a conflict. She wanted to come forward to help. Don't think too much. It's just because Lu Chun is one of her few friends. Another person she compares herself to. She is Luoshan's comparison object, and only she can bully her. Su Meier took action from behind. He also saw the scene where Lu Chun beat up Xiao Mubai. She looked at Lu Chun inconspicuously, and a thought came to her mind. If I were bullied, would Lu Chun stand up for me? He shook his head to get rid of this ridiculous idea. She raised her head proudly. What a joke. I'm the goddess of Luo River. Do I need Lu Chun to help me? Another thing that she couldn't figure out was, Xiao Mubai and the other 3 are from large families with 5 surnames and 10 clans, yet they are so afraid of Su Meier. That means Su Meier is also from the 5 surnames and 10 clans. The Su family, the Qingxiu Su family? Logically speaking, Su Meier should not be an unknown person, but she had never heard of Su Meier in her previous life. It only means that her achievements were not high enough, or she died early. In her previous life, Luo Anfei was just a lone ranger. There were too many petty and dirty things going on among the 5 surnames and 10 clans, so she didn't pay much attention to their affairs. Oh yeah, her eyes widened, and she remembered that the Qingxiu Su family was later removed from the list of the 10 surnames for some unknown reason. After some bumpy ride, Wangyue Snow Mountain is slowly approaching, and the road is a bit bumpy. Traffic control was implemented, and a blockade was established on the outskirts of the Snow Mountain. There are beast-taming soldiers standing guard everywhere. There are also hawk-like flying pets patrolling in the sky. Let him go. The bus belonged to the Beast Tamer Association and passed quickly. The last time Lu Chen came, the surrounding area was still rocky and snowy. Today, a wide road has been opened up that leads directly to the mountain wall of the ruins. More than 10 minutes later, finally we arrived at the area where the mountain wall was originally located. A group of people got off the car. There are already many vehicles parked inside, all of which are official cars of the ancient capital. A lot of people gathered there. Suddenly a man came over. It's Professor Su, a student of Dr. Lu Mu. Yu Wentian said with a little excitement. My father took me to see him once last time. It seems that he recognized me. Awesome. I'll help introduce you to someone later. Okay. Yu Wentian stretched out his hand to say hello, but was embarrassed. Because the other party passed him, and went straight towards Lu Chun. Yu Wentian withdrew his hand awkwardly. The three of them looked at Lu Chun in shock. Who is this guy? In addition to the official people, there was also a group of people gathered here. They are social beast masters who have obtained a place in the ruins. Each of them is around 30 years old. It is full of social and market temperament, but it gives people a strong feeling. Even if it feels a bit dangerous. They are worthy of being the 20 people who fought hard for the quota in the entire ancient capital. The beast masters in the society generally have poor talent in beast taming, and the qualifications of their beast pets are relatively ordinary. The number of people in the elite level to the reborn level is the largest. Slow advancement means that they have been honing their skills at this level for a long time. Coupled with their rich experience in hanging out, they should definitely not be underestimated. While looking at them, the social beast masters also cast their gazes. Their eyes flickered with envy. They were all a group of geniuses. Once they enter the ruins, if they get the chance, they may be able to overtake others. Lu Chen looked around and found that Jiang Zhini was not there. All the students from the academy, come here. A powerful voice came from Deputy Palace Master Zhang Qiliang. Since losing the bet, power has fallen into the hands of others. He was sidelined. In order to relieve his depressed mood, he took the initiative to volunteer to serve as the leading teacher for the students in the academy. When he saw Lu Chen on the list, his face fell. He was only told later that there were 100 places to enter the ruins, 2 of which were given as rewards to the top 2 students in the freshman competition. Zhang Qiliang explained some precautions in the ruins. He said weakly, "All right, enter in an orderly manner." Lu Chen walked to the entrance of the ruins. The vertical walls of the cliffs vary greatly. The entire cliff split in the middle, with the giant statue's eyebrows as the dividing line. The bodies on the left and right sides are more than 10 meters apart. The space gate of the ruins is condensed between its 2 halves. The crescent mark on the forehead turned into 2 waning moons, which were engraved on the bottom of both sides of the space gate. Everyone began to line up in an orderly manner to register to enter the ruins. Professor Su and other members of the Beast Tamer Association watched them enter. Whoosh! Everyone in? Jiang Zhini's figure appeared out of nowhere. Professor Su has become accustomed to the other party's elusiveness. I wonder who will gain more from this. Lu Chun, Jiang Zhini said concisely. He is indeed good. Do you think highly of him? Professor Su continued. If they had not become your subordinates, they would not even be able to get a place in the team. They are the weakest among them. Call me when they come out. I'll go to the Beast Tamer Association first. Jiang Zhini smiled lightly and did not explain. As the person who opened the ruins, not only did Lu Chen gain the most, he might even be able to control the entire ruins. Chapter 46. Relics? Shocking changes. The abyss is coming, the evil god. A familiar feeling of spatial shifting came over me. Lu Chen felt his eyes blurred. Is everyone separated? The biting cold wind blew in my face, and the drastic temperature change caused a thin layer of frost to appear on my hair and eyelashes. The bone-chilling coldness kept penetrating into the robe. It made people shiver involuntarily. Even though he had become a professional beast master and his physique was incomparable to that of ordinary people, he still felt that his blood and body were frozen. As a relic, the entire ecosystem here has been changed by the radiation of the breath of powerful life. It is filled with high-dimensional ice elements and is not ordinary ice at all. Fortunately, a warmth originated from the dragon's spine on his back and spread throughout his body. Jijigu, a golden little monkey with a flaming tail, came out from the backpack on his back. The body is about 30 centimeters in size and looks like an exquisite figurine. It was Chi Tian. After half a month of exclusive special training, Lu Chen cultivated it with the ability of an evolutionist and developed and trained its bloodline talents of change of form and meaning and indestructibility of diamond in a targeted manner. Now, Chi Tian's form and meaning have changed. Not only can it become bigger, it can also become stronger. The body size can be adjusted freely. At present, the smallest size is 30 centimeters, which is the same size as a newborn baby. Continue exercising like this. Lu Chen felt that sooner or later, Chi Tian would be able to shrink infinitely and finally become like the monkey that crushed Ling Xiao in the memory of all Chinese people. Well, it turned into the size of a mosquito and drilled into Princess Iron Fan's stomach. Is this the relic? There really are attribute materials everywhere. Not far from Lu Chen, the trees were frozen, like ice sculptures, without leaves, only delicate and translucent branches extending freely. On each branch hangs crystal-clear fruits shaped like apples. Looking further into the distance, a relic creature flashed by. It was an ice-type beast pet with good racial qualifications. Suddenly, Taisher's space. The spirituality of the Lord of Taisher was shaken. The world before Lu Chen's eyes changed. It became dilapidated, treacherous, and the air was filled with the smell of decay. The fruit forest in front of me, the ice trees that looked like works of art, had melted like candles, and the mouth-watering ice apples hanging on the branches had already rotted. Far away, the so-called relic creatures also turned into dry skeletons. All the plants withered. It was like stepping into a dying land, and the power of the entire ruins seemed to have been drained away. Only a shell remained. The entire ruins were shrouded in a thin layer of mist, making it hazy, like seeing flowers in the fog, unreal and indistinct. Lu Chun felt inexplicably terrified, and his scalp was tingling. Is this the truth about the ruins? Was everything just now fake? He was immune to the spiritual power of his own Lord of the beginning. You call this a relic? A great opportunity? This is like a mass grave. Zhang Zhini gave me the assessment task to join the organization, asking me to decipher the history of this relic. Got fooled. Big cheat. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The little broken egg came out of the beast's controlling space and excitedly turned into a vibrating egg mode, with its body constantly tapping Lu Chun. As expected, nothing good will happen if I get involved with you. I should have thought of it earlier. You feed on things related to taboos. Your reaction here must be related to taboos. He is now struggling over whether or not to explore. Ding! Mission released. Explore the ruins and find the truth about the ruins. Lu Chun. Here comes a mission. What can I do? It also concerns the hatching of the little egg. Maybe this time the little egg can be hatched. Weigh the pros and cons. Done. To be honest, the existence of taboos pollutes the mind, but he doesn't seem to be afraid of it. After all, the spirituality of the Lord of Taisher is more taboo than taboo. The previous blood-red eyeball that wanted to invade and distort his soul was crushed with a snap. Lead the way. The little broken egg jumped into Lu Chen's arms, sensed the direction that had the strongest attraction to it, and finally indicated the direction to Lu Chun by the strength of the vibration frequency. The ice-type spiritual plant in front of him swayed in the wind. Looking around, it's a large patch of grass, like weeds on the roadside, although they're all first-level resource materials. But the quantity is too large. If it is released to the outside world, it can be sold for at least a few million. Concubine Luo and pretended not to see it. Fake. It's all fake. This relic was called False Relic, Relic of Desire in later generations. It will arouse your inner desire. Then they escalate the situation little by little and present it to you in a false way. This relic later became a special place for beastmasters to train their spiritual power. It does not produce any relic resources like other relics. Flowers and dreams, the moon and water. Everything is a reflection of the desires of the mind. The four elements are empty and everything exists. In the entire ruins, the most important thing is the inheritance altar. In the altar, the sacred beasts and heritage of the ancient people living in this ruined tribe are sealed. Previous life. An ordinary beastmaster accidentally entered the altar space, made a contract with a holy beast, and started his journey against the will of heaven. Concubine Luo and knew where the altar was. In her previous life, she had been to this ruin of desire and also to the empty altar. There are two altars, East Altar, as well as West Altar. The East Altar had been abandoned since the remains were discovered. Only a few giant statues stood there, and there was nothing sealed there at all. Moreover, even the door leading to the altar was blown to pieces. It is speculated that the altar was originally on the east side, but it was destroyed by war. The ancients of the tribe moved the altar to the West Altar. Oh, is this a beast pet with a king-level racial qualification? It's getting rich. Ice-type secret treasure. So many treasures. I'm rich now. I feel like I will definitely have a place among the top beast masters in the future. Fuck. Is this the remains of a totem-level creature? This is a top-level resource. From now on, I will be the future head of the Yuan family. Relic space. Except Luo Anfei and Lu Chen. All the others were thrown into the carnival. Even the 3 people from the 5 surnames and 10 clans were no exception. In fact, their desires and appetites are greater than those of ordinary people. Their desires were aroused. and all that appeared before them were top-level attribute resources. In the ruins, the originally thin mist gradually became thicker as they went crazy. It seems that the greater their desires, the fog will get thicker. They started the journey of picking and contracting powerful beast pets. Military jurisdiction, no entry allowed. What do? The junction of Wangyue Snow Mountain and Jinsui City. In the wilderness, some villagers gathered. The patrolling soldier frowned and asked, but no one responded to him. They looked at them with empty eyes, without a trace of emotion, which made people feel terrified. Which town are you from? Suddenly, the patrol soldier's pupils shrank into black dots, and countless people began to grow in the wilderness. No, the patrolling soldiers were horrified to find that at some point in time, there were endless shrunken things like paper bags scattered across the wilderness. Looking closely, this is not a shriveled paper bag at all. It's all human skin. The human skins were inflated like balloons. In less than a few seconds, wherever you look, there are dense crowds of people. The patrol soldier wanted to fire a flare, but suddenly, his body shriveled and fell down. Several men in black robes appeared. The time has come. It's time to unlock the seal of the great lord of the eternal fantasy town. Supreme Lord, we have prepared your first meal. Let's use 100 elites from the future Beast Taming Alliance as appetizers and desserts. They looked at the moon-watching snow mountain filled with madness. Do you think we can't enter like this? Flesh and blood are the skin, but the spirit lives forever. The bodies of all the villagers continued to swell like balloons. At last, bang, 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 their bodies exploded, leaving no flesh and blood, only a layer of human skin. Countless pieces of exploded human skin were flying in the sky, combined together with each other. Then it turned into a torrent and transformed into a human skin cover, covering the Wangyue Snow Mountain. Chapter 47. The Lord of the Dream of Eternal Jinsokyo. The cult attacks. Wangyue Snow Mountain, in front of the entrance to the ruins. Hey, why is it foggy? Someone wondered. We were in the snowy mountains, so the fog should have been frozen. What is that? The beast-controlling soldiers were extremely terrified. Countless things like rags were flying in the sky, densely packed together. They combined together and turned into a dragon. The whole body exudes an ominous aura and emits a bloody red light. Save me. It hurts, help me. My skin. It hurts so much. Everyone felt a chaotic and noisy sound ringing in their ears. Tens of thousands of resentful voices wailed at the top of their lungs, the voices overlapping each other, as if hundreds of millions of people were wailing and talking at the same time. This sound turned into a shock to the soul, corroding the spiritual intelligence. Some beast tamers who were not strong enough had their spirituality corroded on the spot. The sounds overlapped and continued to vibrate above the snow-capped mountains. Despite the huge commotion caused by the discovery of the ruins, there was no avalanche at the Wangyue Snow Mountain. Under the impact of the voices of countless resentful souls, an avalanche collapse occurred. Quick, stop it! This is a cultist of the evil god. On the back of the dragon, there were several people in black robes lying on the back of the dragon in a strange posture like spiders. Haha, this fake world is about to come to an end. Believe in the great lord of the eternal dreamland. The body is but a shell, and only the spirit is eternal. We will gain eternal life. All attacks failed. The other person is like being in another dimension. It's like an illusion. It's useless. The Lord's power has leaked out. We are in the kingdom of God. We are immortal and indestructible. We cannot be touched by ordinary people. No, I can't stop it. It's okay. The ruins only allow lower-level, rebirth-level forces to enter. Reinforcements call for reinforcements. You can't stop the people who enter the ruins. They are dreaming beautiful fantasies. Thanks to their desires, the power of the Lord is gradually reviving. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, suddenly, countless mists filled the entrance of the ruins. This fog gives people the feeling that it has the same origin as this human skin dragon. The ruins of Wangyue Snow Mountain can only accommodate those at the lower level of the rebirth stage. The dragon crashed into the entrance of the ruins and disappeared. Ancient Capital Beast Tamer Association. Temporary office. Jiangzhini ate dessert with her eyes curved into crescents. The famous King Jiang only loves to eat sweets and ice cream. She stretched, revealing her perfect body curves. Archaeology is really interesting. She chuckled. She had been very interested in archaeology since she was a child. To be more precise, she was interested in the history of another world. Learn about the legends and myths of that world, and the writing and culture of civilizations from different periods. The world of beast taming. This is the name given to that world by archaeologists. All the extraordinary powers on Blue Planet come from this beast taming world, including the reason why beast tamers appeared in Blue Star. This is because, according to archaeological discoveries, the humans in the beast taming world obtained their extraordinary powers by contracting ferocious beasts. Thousands of years ago, under the radiation and integration of the power of the high-level beast tamers in the beast taming world, the extraordinary power of humans on Blue Star was manifested in the form of beast tamers, rather than the warriors, cultivators, or people with special powers in novels. Her greatest pursuit is to uncover the mythical history of the beast taming world and why such a powerful world would be destroyed. Unfortunately, the current archaeological community, including their super ancient research bureau, does not know much about the world of beastmanship. As time went by, a lot of things got buried. And what's strange is that there are no written records or documents left to record why the beast taming world was destroyed. It is also unknown how many years ago the earliest historical civilization in the beast taming world existed. It was as if there was some supreme power that wiped out everything related. The world of beast taming is really too huge. There are many eras in the entire river of time, and countless civilizations were born in each era. The writing, beliefs, customs, totems, and humanities of each civilization are very different. This also led to the fact that their understanding of the history of the beast taming world was not in-depth or was very fragmented. In addition, most of the relics found today are not from the same era or do not belong to the same civilization. But this situation will soon change. Jiang Zhini was very excited because there was a secret research going on in the beast taming world recently. Ancient fossil resurrection machine. It can revive ferocious beasts that have turned into fossils. By then, we can explore more secrets of the beast world from them. Now we are just waiting for good news from Dr. Yanagi. She looked expectant. There was nothing to do for a while. He casually flipped through the documents on the desk, all of which were information about ancient relics and sites under the jurisdiction of the ancient capital. One name caught her attention. Lu Yurong? Oh yes, some time ago, she went to an ordinary ruins. She curiously opened Lu Yurong's work report. The work report states, according to the records of Lu Yurong and others based on the remains of the ruins, this site was once an extremely glorious tribe. But because of the arrival of a forbidden relative, the entire clan was destroyed. The patron saint of this tribe finally sealed the evil god's followers at the cost of his own life. Huh? The records are so clear? And there was a guardian deity? Jiang Zhini was surprised. The reason why the ruins are useless is because there is no supernatural power, and many things are buried under the erosion of time or disappear in the fusion of the two worlds. Only ruins, protected by extraordinary power, can maintain their original ecology and many secrets. Are there any statues at this site? The style is a crescent moon mark on the forehead. Jiang Zhini stood up suddenly, inexplicably shocked. The ruins opened by Lu Chun were opened by touching the giant embedded in the rock wall. She remembered that the rock giant also had a crescent moon mark between his eyebrows. Is it a coincidence? Or is it that the ruins that Lu Yurong went to were the former sites of the Wangyue Snow Mountain ruins? Or is it similar to a branch tribe? Just when she was looking through the work report, land repair. The shrill sound of sirens continued to echo. Something happened. Over at Wangyue Snow Mountain, the evil cultists have invaded the ruins. Jiang Zhini's figure disappeared from the room in an instant, and had already reached a height of several dozen meters in the air. The body falls down. Tisk. The sound of clear bird calls rang out, and the dragon cloud bird caught Jiang Zhini, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. In the ruins of Wangyue Snow Mountain, the rock wall again? Searched for half an hour. Finally, under the guidance of Xiao Padan, Lu Chun came to the rock wall of a snowy mountain. There is also a giant sculpture embedded in the wall. This time it was normal, no longer upside down with head down and feet up. A pair of eyes were lowered, as if examining anyone who wanted to approach the stone wall. There is a crescent moon pattern on the forehead. There is divine light within, and a deterrent force surges, discouraging those who approach. Well, it's useless. Lu Chen's Tai Shi Lord spirituality is immune. I don't have the key. I'll force it in, just bear with it. Lu Chen muttered to the sculpture, his hand touching the rock wall. Buzz! Sure enough, the Tai Shi space trembled and a strange power was injected. Boom boom! A space gate appeared on the rock wall. This familiar sense of déjà vu made him unable to help but complain. Where is this nesting doll? He stepped in. The view in front of me suddenly opens up, revealing a space filled with a solemn feeling. The breath from eternity blows in your face. Luchin came to a square space, which was solemn and dignified. To be precise, it is a small floating island in the middle of the lake. Located in the middle of a lake, there was a sea of blood surging in the lake, and the color of the water was actually red. Luchin looked forward. There is a straight floating bridge on the small floating island, leading to another square in the lake. There stood a strange high building. The platform is surrounded by a circle of stone giants, as if they are guarding the building. Is this an altar? The little broken egg kept shaking. Luchin opened his divine eyes, and after carefully confirming that there was no danger, he walked cautiously towards the area where the altar was. Go up the altar steps. Coming to the top of the altar, there is an extremely domineering creature enshrined. It is ice blue all over, has 3 wings on its back, and has mysterious golden characters and patterns on its body. The most amazing thing is its forehead. There is a full moon that is about to be full. There are a large number of patterns engraved around the altar, such as paintings and hieroglyphs. Luchin opened the eyes of God. The Taisher space shook again. Luchan was in a trance. Suddenly, the images and information recorded on the murals all came alive, transforming into real images that flashed before his eyes like a passing show. Chapter 48, Beast Tamer. I'm the reincarnation of the Empress. Why are all his beasts? 43822 Little Padon's life experience. Return home. Full moon. This is the name of this totemic creature. In the ancient times, all species were huge in size. Humans simply cannot make a contract. There is constant strife on Earth. A human tribe came to it and asked for its protection. It agreed. From then on, he became the patron saint of the moon-watching tribe. Its breath spreads out, and the breath of life radiates, giving birth to smaller beast pets for humans to contract. That's all. Human beings offer faith to it. It also found its own path of evolution, absorbing human beliefs when the crescent moon on its forehead turned into a full moon. It will then be able to take that step and become a being above the totem level. Hundreds of years passed. The crescent moon on its forehead is about to be full. The moon-watching tribe grew stronger and more glorious. The humans in the tribe suddenly became distorted, and a follower of the evil god took a fancy to its power. The Lord of Dreams, in eternal Jinsokyo, used its full moon as a medium to connect to the real moon in the sky. Weave beautiful dreams, project them into the world, and let everyone abandon their real bodies and enter the land of dreams. The people of the moon-watching tribe were massacred in large numbers and became deformed. It was about to reach its full moon, but it failed at the last moment. It fought a fierce battle with the evil god's followers and finally died, causing heavy casualties to the tribe. It successfully suppressed the evil god's followers. Lu Chun regained consciousness and returned to reality. What the hell is this infinite moon reading plot? The Lord of Dreams in Eternal Fantasy Township? It's better to call him Uchihamadara. But, damn, it's related to the evil god's followers, and the other party is sealed in the sealed space of this altar. Moreover, the power of the seal cannot last for long. The evil god's followers are about to escape. The ruins are indeed filled with various precious materials, but they are interfered by the power of the evil god's followers. The power of moon watching and the power of evil god's followers are intertwined. The ruins have become like this. This means that the seal can no longer completely seal the evil god's followers, and their aura begins to leak out. This shows that the power of the evil god's followers has gained the upper hand in the ruins, so the entire ruins look dilapidated and exhausted. No wonder the little egg can become a vibrator with excitement. This is a follower of an evil god. For the little egg that feeds on forbidden power. Isn't that a delicious meal? The sealed space is underground. Before Wang Yue died, he used part of his own flesh, blood, and soul to condense into a beast pet egg. Name? Moon Elf. It can be said to be its reincarnation. Wait until the beastmaster of the moon-watching tribe hatches the egg, helps the moon elf grow, and then comes to the sealed space. You can seek opportunities to completely eliminate the evil god's followers. The result, needless to say, it seemed to be a failure. Countless years have passed, and the tribe has become a ruin. This is difficult. Do I need to bring moon watching's reincarnation, the moon elf, to this altar and touch the moon-watching statue before I can enter the sealed space. He suddenly remembered something and looked at the little broken egg in his arms. Are you the egg of Wang Yue? Because you became a fossil? Is that why we haven't dealt with the evil god's followers yet? Buzz! The little broken egg trembled twice. Lu Chen picked up the little broken egg and touched the moon-gazing statue. Boom! The statue seemed to come alive, and a pressure surged like a tsunami, with a faint roar echoing. What? The statue really came to life and began to tremble constantly. At first, dust fell off, and then the statue cracked, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Finally, it turned into a majestic moon watcher. The mysterious runes on its body were extremely profound, and its eyes stared at Lu Chen without any emotion, full of murderous intent. Like an intruder. Nim Mokiki. Level. Lower Overlord class. Lower King class. Description. This is created by Wang Yue with the ultimate level ability Life Return. It contains a trace of rules. Once the conditions are not met, it will tear apart everything in front of it. Its peak strength is the lower King level. As time goes by, its power weakens. Lu Chen. You're not. He glared at the little brat. Little broken egg. I fucking shook it twice. Doesn't that mean shaking your head? You're going to kill me. Just when Lu Chen was about to run away, Wang Yue suddenly became quiet, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared. On the altar, a second moon-gazing figure appeared. To be precise, it is Qi Tian, created by using the Xingyi transformation. Moreover, the most amazing thing is that Qi Tian not only simulated the aura of Wang Yue, but also simulated the kingly aura of Jiang Zhenyi's dragon cloudbird. Although this momentum is full of loopholes. But it seemed that this dead object, Wang Yue, was really stunned. Wang Yue's body was burning and disappearing. Finally, it condensed into a fist-sized round moon, which merged into Qi Tian's forehead. Boom! In an instant, enormous power was integrated into Qi Tian's body. The flame on its tail burned fiercely as if it was filled with gasoline. The momentum is rising rapidly. In an instant, he reached the upper elite level. However, there is still more than half of this energy left. After reaching the elite stage, you must evolve to reach the rebirth stage. Unable to evolve, rank stuck. This energy constantly transformed Qi Tian's body and turned into its foundation. In this way, it was not completely consumed in the end. This energy was finally connected to Lu Chen's soul through the beast taming space and was absorbed by Lu Chen. The white spirituality suddenly turned into large patches of red. When all the white spiritualities turn red, it means that he has advanced to the level of beastmaster. This directly saved him 1 or 2 months of hard training. Well done, Qi Tian. Qi Tian directly reached the elite level and can start preparing for evolution when he returns. There was also a small ball of meat dropped on the ground. It should be Wang Yue's flesh and blood. What just merged into his body was its elemental energy. Boom! Several stone giants stood around the altar. The crescent moons between their eyebrows emitted a soft light like moonlight, which finally gathered on the small meatball. The small ball of flesh expanded and turned into a dark round hole on the ground. The man, the beast, and the egg were sucked in. After a few seconds, Lu Chen came back to his senses and looked at the sealed space in front of him. His pupils widened slightly. What the hell? What is this? Chapter 49, Cursed Chains, the Authority of God. The sealed space is located deep underground in the altar. Lu Chen looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Above his head was a blood lake as thick as a mountain, with rippling water, surging smell of blood, and emitting a blood-red glow. The sealed space was illuminated blood red, with no sunlight shining in, making it the only source of light. In the blood lake, blood flows like ropes, extending towards the sealed space below, spiraling and intertwining with each other, tightened like steel bars. It transformed into 108 huge blood-red chains. Name: Curse Chain. Description: the entire blood lake is made up of the flesh and blood of Mochizuki after his death. It contains the power of sealing. The cursed chains are made by Mochizuki with his own resentment, soul, and the essence of flesh and blood. They are used to suppress and seal the Lord of the Dream of Eternal Jinsokyo. These 108 cursed chains extended into the sealed space and sank into a strange fog. Besides, the sealed space, the place facing the fog, there was an extremely huge spear as big as a straight mountain, with a familiar aura lingering on it. The aura is the same as the Mochizuki clone that was transformed by Life Return on the altar, but it is a billion times stronger. This is Mochizuki's spine? Luchin looked at the mountain. It was not a spear at all, but a series of vertebrae on it. This spear penetrated into the earth like a golden hoop stick. Even though it has been dead for a long, long time, its spine still exudes a terrifying pressure as deep as the ocean. The next second, Luchin was clearly looking at the bone spear, but his line of sight strangely turned and focused on the fog in the distance. This scene is terrifying, as if you were looking forward, but what you see is the scene behind you. There was a strange force that forced his gaze to focus on the fog. Then, this fog should be the evil god's followers that caused the destruction of the moon-watching tribe. Moment. It's like a mortal looking directly at a taboo that should not be looked at directly. Endless mumblings like devilish sounds filling my ears and drilling into my brain can be vaguely heard, the strange sounds of gnawing and chewing. The spirit of the Lord of Tai sure trembled slightly, and he became immune to all forbidden effects. Consciousness returns to the real world. Mortals cannot look directly at taboos, nor can they be defined, and they cannot see the other party's true form at all. For such a high-level existence, even if they just come into contact with a trace of its breath, they will be contaminated and distorted by the radiation of the other party's power and turned into a monster of flesh and blood. Luchin looked at the fog, and the eye of God opened. It was no longer impossible to observe. He could clearly see that it was a giant spider as big as a mountain, with countless compound eyes on its face. There are 108 spider legs in total. The cursed chains were wrapped around each of its legs, overlapping and winding around from the end of the spider's legs to the body. Turn it into a mummy, leaving only the head outside. On its body, there was a large amount of misty light colliding with the moonlight, disappearing and regenerating. Whenever the moonlight is at a disadvantage, the cursed chains will release more moonlight. Luchin caught sight of the cursed chains emitting mottled light and shadows. It obviously can't hold out for much longer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bone spear suddenly trembled violently, and the surrounding soil was shaken away, revealing the space underground. The tip of the spear released terrifying energy and turned into a cage, suppressing a mass of matter. This mass of matter cannot be defined and is constantly deforming in all kinds of strange shapes. It seems more like everything in the world is twisted and intertwined in this mass of matter. The origin of taboo. In the dark, Lu Chun and Chi Tian knew what to do. If you want to completely destroy this spider, you must eliminate the forbidden origin, which is the source of its power. Once the forbidden origin and the spider merge again, it will be completely revived. The Moon Elf is the reincarnation of Moonwatcher, and the two share the same origin. It can activate the bone spear transformed from Wang Yue's spine, combining the power of the past and present life, and then relying on the power of faith of the Wang Yue tribe. It will take 100 years to erase it in the future. Erase it. Lu Chun. Rock-hating monkey. Ah, this. We are fake. Moreover, it is dead. The great moon-watching tribe is dead. There is no more power of faith in you. To us, you are just an ancient relic from another world. He has been dead for who knows how many years. Moreover, even if it hadn't perished, how could I have the time to waste hundreds of years to destroy it? Why not run away? Luchin wanted to quit and decided not to do any missions anymore as his life was more important. This bone spear is already covered with spots of decay and will not last long. The forbidden origin will merge with the giant spider. By then, the taboo will be completely revived. This high-end game cannot be won, so let's leave it to Jiangzhini. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to hold it up. Boom! Suddenly, the forbidden origin was exposed to the air. The big spider felt its own forbidden origin and struggled violently. The misty light keeps shining on it. 108 cursed chains released countless moonlight rays to confront it. The two forces collided. Countless black lightning flashed, a scene of heat and horror, and matter was constantly destroyed and reborn at the place of collision. Soon, the big spider was suppressed again. It let out a roar from its soul. At the same time, the man in black robe rode a human-skinned dragon into the ruins. It's the Supreme Lord. It's about to escape. Quick, quick! Serve the Lord delicious food. Countless souls were sacrificed by them. The human-skinned dragon burned and then turned into thick mist. All the mist retracted and finally passed through the blood lake, came to the sealed place, and gathered on the body of the big spider. Its aura surged, condensing into dense mist spider silk, wrapping around the forbidden origin. The remaining strength of Wang Yue surged out madly, transforming into endless moonlight in confrontation. With the firepower at full blast, the bone spear was becoming modeled visibly. The entire sealed space. No, it should be the entire ruins. A horrifying scene occurred. Two forces are confronting each other. The two terrifying forces collided, dividing the entire world into two halves. Half of it is filled with moonlight, and half of it is filled with misty light. They were confronting each other, and in the place of confrontation, countless sparks and lightning were leaping, like a scene of doomsday. This strange vision even penetrated the spatial barrier of the ruins and turned into a mirage in the real world. What's this? At the entrance of the Wangyue Snow Mountain ruins, members of the Beast Tamer Association are trying to figure out how to enter the ruins and rescue the people inside. They stared in amazement at the two warring visions in the sky. Zhang Zhini said with a serious expression, "This is the sealed forbidden power that is fighting against the power of the ruins." It seems that this place is indeed related to the ruins mentioned by Lu Yorong in his work report, and the two are the same origin. She looked inside with a gloomy look in her eyes. As the one who opened the ruins, you were chosen by the ruins. You should be able to do it, right? The power of Mochizuki and the power of the Lord of Dreams of Eternal Jinsokyo collided in the ruins and reached a stalemate. The two sides confronted each other. But as time goes by, half of the world belonging to Wang Yue's power was being assimilated and eroded little by the misty light. Ha 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 ha! The Lord is about to reappear in the world. The cultists in black robes kowtowed crazily, opened their arms devoutly, and embraced the half-misty world. Bones began to fall off the bone spear, and mottled marks continued to spread on the spear. Its power is fading. Buzz, buzz, buzz. It's trembling. It seemed to be urging Lu Chun and Qi Tian to hurry up and solve the forbidden origin of the big spider. Lu Chun, Qi Tian. Huff, huff, huff. There was a noise. I don't know when the little egg ran down and directly penetrated the sealing barrier of the bone spear. A small jagged crack appeared on the eggshell, like a mouth, biting the forbidden origin. Just like that, it ran back with the forbidden origin in its mouth. Then, the egg and the forbidden origin hit Lu Chen's stomach with a headbutt and entered the beast-controlling space. It threw the forbidden origin of the big spider onto the ground in the beast-controlling space. Oh my God, don't bring everything home. Chapter 50. Seize the power of God. Control the relics. The forbidden origin was thrown into the beast-taming space. Buzz! The forbidden origin transforms in light and shadow, and its form keeps changing, as if all forms in the world are superimposed on the forbidden origin. A mist diffused from it, and a mysterious city scene was reflected in the rising mist. Half of the city is clear, while the other half comes to an abrupt end, disappears without a trace, and has a neat break at the edge. It was as if an invisible knife had split the city in half. A blur before my eyes. Lu Chen was pulled into a strange spiritual world. He stood on the streets of the city, and all the buildings were made of condensed fog. There is a full moon in the sky of the entire world. There is a huge spider web that encompasses the entire universe and is so big that it cannot be described in words. The moon, the stars, the sky were all stuck on it. A huge spider is located on the spider web, with countless compound eyes, which at first glance look like stars. Countless images flashed before Lu Chen's eyes. He witnessed countless of his lives from an immersive third-person perspective. There is the possibility of becoming an ordinary person, getting married, having children, having a happy family, and finally enjoying a peaceful old age. There is a life where you become a wealthy man, a local tycoon, or a nationally renowned tycoon. There is a life where you become a beastmaster, contract a beast pet, overcome all obstacles along the way, and reach the top of the beastmaster. There is also a life of becoming a general, guarding the human territory, being crowned a king, and guarding the border, and finally becoming the highest official in the country. Countless fantastic lives continued to unfold before him. There was a bewitching voice in his mind, telling him to give up his physical body so that his spirit could live forever. As long as he wants, he can freely choose the life he wants. All fantasies are no longer fantasies, but reality. It's really beautiful, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. I'm immune to the power of taboos. Lu Chun sensed that there was a force trying to distort its spirituality. Taboo? Tell me a little bit. My Lord of Taishur is the biggest taboo. I am immune to all contamination. He stirred up the Taishur space. Buzz. An extremely vast starry world appeared outside this foggy city. So vast and boundless. Compared to it, the foggy world is just dust and a vast starry sky. A huge hand, made entirely of starlight, came across the world and slapped it, shattering the foggy world. Bull. The misty city, rising from the forbidden origin, also shattered. The origin of the taboo has shrunk visibly to the naked eye. Outside, the giant spider is still fighting against the remaining breath of Wangyue. The momentum that had been rising steadily weakened a bit. The origin of taboo. It is the source of its power. To put it into the description in fantasy novels, it is the inner elixir, the magic core, and the life core. Come again? Without the forbidden origin controlled by the big spider and without intelligence, it will only release a high-level aura, radiating the surroundings and changing the surroundings into an ecosystem that suits its own life. He sensed that the beast taming space had not been transformed by his own aura. Mist rose from it again. Lu Chun was once again pulled into the foggy city, where the forbidden power tried to distort and transform his soul. Boom! A giant starlight hand came across the boundary and smashed it to pieces with a slap. The source of the taboo shrank again. The big spider's aura weakened even more. The forbidden origin seems to be at odds with the beast taming space, and is determined to pollute the beast taming space and radiate it into its own ecosphere. Lu Chun was pulled into the foggy space again. Then he slapped it and broke it into pieces. Lu Chun. Next up, then began a repetitive process. The forbidden origin is about to erode the beast control space, releasing the forbidden aura. Lu Chun is pulled into the foggy city. He is shattered by a slap. It is detected that the beast control space has not been eroded. It continues to release fog, spreading the forbidden aura. Lu Chun is pulled in. Pa! Pa! The big spider's breath was gradually weakening. In the ruins, previously, he had shouted, "The Supreme Lord has revived." Once the Supreme Lord has completely eroded the power of the ruins, he will return to the world. At this time, all looked at the sky in dumbfoundedness. The two forces were originally competing against each other. The light of the mist was suppressed by the light of the moon and was defeated. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After devouring so many souls, the power of this seal is no longer at its peak. Ah! These people screamed in fear. A force of corrosion invaded their faith, and they were instantly deformed. They originally looked like spiders, but now they were transformed into strange demon spiders with flesh and blood growing all over them, covered with toad-like bumps. There are densely packed compound eyes on each lump. As if receiving some kind of call, they moved rapidly in one direction. That is the space where the altar is located. Boom! They invaded the cave where the altar was located, jumped into the sea of blood, and swam downwards continuously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Taishur space. The little broken egg was shaking with excitement and turned into a vibrator. Next to the star giant. With each slap that landed, a distorted and ominous aura would appear beside the starlight giant. There are strange phenomena appearing in the breath, with no fixed shape and constantly changing. Lu Chun opened the eyes of God. Name: Power of Fantasy. Level: Rule Thing. Description: a power derived from the authority of the evil god's rules, bestowed upon one's followers. It possesses the power of fantasy. As long as your imagination is strong enough, you can get everything. It is condensed from the rules and authority of the evil god. This is the true face of the origin of taboo. Ah! The little broken egg was very happy and kept devouring the power of fantasy. That's all. The giant hand of starlight slapped down one after another. The source of the taboo is constantly shrinking, and every slap that falls will extract a trace of fantasy power. As it continues to devour the power of fantasy, not only did the broken eggshell develop a jagged mouth, but it also grew a pair of round eyes. A dreamy star mist began to emerge on the eggshell. Ka-ka-ka. Tiny cracks began to appear on the egg. Pa! As the starlight giant's last slap fell, the forbidden origin was completely gone, and the last trace of power of fantasy was also extracted. Along with the last bit of fantasy power, it was integrated into the little egg. The little broken egg returned to the real world. The dreamy starry mist on the eggshell diffused out and enveloped the small broken egg, making it impossible to see its specific shape. Then, the star cloud burst into brilliant white light. The light of evolution? Lu Chun was excited and swallowed the forbidden essence of an evil god's follower. The little broken ball is finally about to hatch. It's not easy. The little broken egg that turned into a fossil egg countless years ago has gone through countless scenes and countless years of changes, and is finally coming into the world. Rich white light continued to gather. It seems that it won't dissipate so quickly in a short time. After all, it has been a fossil for so long, so it is normal that it takes some time to break out of the shell. About to break out of the shell, the little egg appeared in the real world. The origin of the taboo is completely gone. The Dream Lord of Eternal Jinsokyo was losing his breath and his body was disappearing bit by bit. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Several figures rushed into the sealed space from the blood lake above their heads. Spiders growing flesh and blood. Name: Deformed Cultist. Description: a cultist with a twisted and alienated spirit. Trouble: Lu Chun had a headache. The aura of these monsters was at the commander level. The small broken egg, which was covered with starry clouds, exuded a breath that was injected into the spear formed by Wang Yue's spine. Sizzle. The bone spears pierced them, and their bodies turned into ashes and disappeared. Finally, the bone spear made a sharp sound and pierced directly through the head of the Lord of the Dream of Eternal Jinsokyo. With a scream, its body exploded, and its huge body rotted and turned into a disgusting mountain of rotten flesh. Mission accomplished. The extraordinary power on the spinal spear was also exhausted, and it completely decayed and fell to the ground, gradually losing its spirituality and turning into weathered bones, no longer magical. The blood lake above the sealed space gradually became clear. Lu Chun was surprised. Can the little broken egg activate the spear transformed from Wang Yue's spine? Just when he was confused, Shichichi, the rotten mountain of flesh of Lord of the Eternal Jinsokyo Dream, began to rot, and the flesh and blood evaporated. It turned into a twisted black mist, penetrated the lake, and spread throughout the ruins. It is extremely distorted. After a high-ranking person dies, the power contained in a drop of blood or a piece of flesh may cause a person's mind to become distorted. In Wang Yue's original idea, its reincarnated incarnation, the moon elf, possesses the light of the moon and has a purifying effect. After killing the Lord of the Dream of Eternal Jinsokyo, you can purify the blood pollution brought by the forbidden death. But it probably never occurred to it. The one who entered the sealed space was an imposter, and the one who completely killed the giant spider was also an imposter. There is no way to purify this kind of blood pollution. Oh no, there are people outside. He is immune to these pollutions, but other people who explore the ruins are not. Part of the star mist on the little broken egg spread towards him and enveloped him. In an instant, Lu Chun overlooked the entire ruins from a god's perspective. He can control every inch and every place of the ruins. Chapter 51. The Little Broken Egg Hatches, the Fantasy Race. Lu Chun understood instantly. So that's how it is. The forbidden origin has been suppressed by the spine spear for countless years. The forces of both sides attacked each other. In countless years, the power of the moon has long been contained in the origin of the taboo. The two are intertwined and integrated with each other. The little broken egg swallowed the forbidden origin, which meant that it also possessed some of Wang Yue's power characteristics. At this time, Xiaopadan became the controller of the entire ruins. Lu Chun overlooked the ruins. He saw those who came in with him to explore the ruins. Each of them was originally dominated by desire because of the fantasy authority of the big spider. In their eyes, they had already harvested countless rare materials and treasures. Now faced with spiritual pollution, their spirituality has directly changed. If not handled in time, I'm afraid that he will be forever trapped in the world of desire. The mildest case is that he will become a lunatic, and the worst case is that his spirituality will be distorted, ruining his path as a beastmaster. A thought came to mind. Lu Chun controlled the space of the ruins, generated the power of expulsion, and drove them out of the ruins. Outside world, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The strange phenomenon of two forces fighting in the sky disappeared. It seems that the power of the ruins itself has suppressed the evil god's followers again. I didn't expect that there were followers of the evil god sealed in these ruins. They had all heard what Jiangzhini had said. Sizzle. A sudden, strange smell came over me. Their faces changed. Use your own spirituality to resist this infective aura. What's going on? Such a horrible forbidden pollution. Oh no, there's someone inside. Their faces changed drastically. Those who were exploring the ruins were all elites, especially the students from various institutions. They are all the pillars of future human beast masters. If everything is lost in it, the loss will be huge. It was at this time, human figures emerged from the space portal. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. They are all beast masters who entered the ruins to explore. They were all unconscious, with strange smiles on their faces and expressions of satisfaction, as if they had dreamed of something wonderful. This? What's going on? Everyone was confused, but it was good that he got out. Quick, send him to treatment. His spirit is only slightly polluted, not distorted. The ruins have been breached? Professor Su came to Jiang Zhenyi's side. He raised his eyebrows in disbelief. It was obvious that someone had taken control of the entire ruins. Lu Chen. Jiang Zhenyi remained silent with a smile on her face. Soon, almost everyone was transferred out. There's still one person missing. Where's the big ice cube? Lu Chen was looking for Luo Anfei. Soon he found it. Huh? There's an altar here? He saw that there was also an altar in the symmetrical rock wall on the west side of the ruins. The big lump of ice is inside. On the altar, there was a spotless white egg. Lu Chen. Wait, this isn't the egg that can hatch into a moon elf. He suddenly had a guess that when Wang Yue fell, part of his flesh and soul condensed into an egg. The people of the moon-watching tribe knew that he was the reincarnation of their guardian deity, moon-watching. They regarded this egg as a sacred object and a holy animal. So they enshrined it. So, no one is going to contract to hatch this egg? Wang Yue underestimated the Wang Yue tribe's belief in it. Nothing of God can be defiled. Not to mention the reincarnation of God. They are waiting for the eggs to hatch on their own. Through the memories he had seen before, Lu Chen knew that this egg could be directly contracted, and after the contract was signed, it could be hatched by offering it with faith. What a sin? Of course, all of this is just his guess. As for what exactly happened, he would probably only be able to know it by going back in time using a time machine. It's a good deal for Big Eyes Tuozi. She's quite lucky that she found this altar space. To be honest, Lu Chen felt that concubine Luo and was really a bit like the destined heroine in the novel. I cheated and encountered various challenges along the way. It's moon-watching's clone, it's taboo pollution, it's facing the taboo directly, it's fighting against the source of the taboo. Only then did they gain some benefits, allowing the little egg to absorb enough forbidden power to hatch. This big lump of ice did nothing. Isn't it the same as the Lord of Destiny in the novel? Entering the ruins must bring great opportunities. Falling off the cliff can obtain great inheritance. And there is an old man in the ring. Well, of course, the most classic one is the rebirth of the strong. Could it be that Big Eyes Tuozi is a strong man who has been reborn? He smiled. Of course, he knew that this was impossible, and it was just his own random thoughts out of boredom. Concubine Luo and carefully picked up the animal pet egg that was offered on the altar. Excited inside. Finally got it, the moon elf, known as the incarnation of the night. She held the moon elf's pet egg and walked out of the altar space. As soon as I came out, I felt the pollution coming at me. What's going on? Why is it filled with forbidden pollution? The beast egg in his arms, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, emitted a soft moonlight that purified the pollution. The next second, a sense of spatial displacement enveloped her entire body. A blur before my eyes. She has already come to the outside world. 99. One more missing. Someone was counting the number of people. It's Lu Chen. Lu Chen hasn't come out yet. Zhao Kongchen glared. No need to pay attention to him. Jiang Zhenyi said. It seems that this guy really controls the ruins. Suddenly, she was in a trance, a passive skill of her time-based beast taming talent. Listen to the voice of history and start. Images appeared in her mind. Come to your senses quickly. She quickly asked Professor Su beside her. Has this Wang Yue snow mountain always been outside the ancient capital? Professor Su opened his phone and checked. Wang Yue Snow Mountain is not a mountain native to Blue Star. It was integrated into Blue Star thousands of years ago when the first wave of foreign worlds integrated into Blue Star. Over the past thousands of years, more and more foreign territories have been integrated into the Blue Planet. The size of the Blue Planet is rapidly increasing, and the snow-capped mountains are constantly being squeezed out by the territories that were later integrated. With the division of administrative regions, it has become the current structure. Where did it first merge into the Blue Star? I'll look for maps of human territories from different periods for comparison. Professor Su quickly came to a conclusion. The first place to be integrated was next to Yunmeng Lake. It was because Yunmeng Lake was integrated into Blue Star that the moon-watching mountain, was slowly squeezed out. Let me see, next to Yunming's, there is Professor Su raised his eyebrows. It is also related to Luchun. A city was later established in this place, called Days City. The ominous premonition in my heart finally came true. Her face changed drastically, and she flew away on the dragon cloud bird. Mochizuki has sealed the Lord of the Dreams of Eternal Jinsokyo, but it cuts open the seal on the opponent's body. This evil god's follower has two powers. Luchin had no idea what was going on outside. He has been waiting in the ruins for the little egg to hatch. Finally, 3 hours later, the white light on the little egg, as rich as the sun, finally began to dissipate slowly. Jijigo. Lu Chun and Chi Tian stared excitedly. As the white light dissipated little by little, a brand new figure of little broken egg emerged. A sound came. It's an egg? Wrong. He looked at the little broken egg. Lu Chun fell in a deep thought. What was going on? Good news. The shell has been broken. The bad news. It's not completely broken. The small broken egg was broken horizontally along the tip of the egg, 1/3 of the way up. A thing with a starry mist stood up from the egg, holding up the broken eggshell like a hat. Click to view the picture. This starry and misty thing has a pair of round eyes, as pure as the sea. It blinked at Lu Chun. As Lu Chun looked at it, its body was constantly changing and its shape could not be fixed. In short, in Lu Chun's eyes, the entity inside the broken eggshell and the thing being nurtured all sorts of messy images. It looks like a mass of star mist shadow with eyes that keeps changing its shape, and its specific appearance cannot be seen. Name? Racial qualification? Attribute? Fantasy. Description: countless years ago, an egg turned into a fossilized biological egg due to a huge change in the world. It absorbed the power of high-level stars and relied on its own abilities to turn death into life. After devouring the power of fantasy, it finally completely transformed from death to rebirth. But because of the power of fantasy, its image has no fixed shape, and it needs to devour another forbidden origin to fight it before it can manifest its racial appearance. Clam? Do I have to devour another forbidden origin? This is really a trap. Suddenly a memory came to Little Broken Egg. Luchin saw it. The appearance of the Lord of Dreams in Eternal Jinsokyo is different from what he sees now. In memory, the Lord of Dreams in Eternal Jinsokyo looks extremely weird. The shape is that of two spiders glued together, but to butt. Each half of the body possesses a different power of rules. One side of the body has the power of fantasy. The other side of the body possesses the power of dreams.